Although Duanling Tian was able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it did not mean that Xiazong was afraid of him. He was only afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon supporting him. Not only that, in Xiazong's eyes, Duanling Tian was just like an ant even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In the history of Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many 7-clawed dragon warriors and 8-clawed dragon warriors that accomplished nothing. This was because being granted the ability to transform into a dragon warrior did not mean it would raise one's innate talent. They would still have to rely on themselves in regards to innate talent. The ability to transform into a dragon warrior would only grant them greater combat ability. Take Duanling Tian for example. Although his strength was on par with a divine saint stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to fight a quintessential saint stage powerhouse even if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and use all the techniques in his arsenal. Needless to say, it was completely impossible for him to fight Xiazong, who had already entered the saint celestial stage. In Xiazong's opinion, Duanling Tian's innate talent in the lower province could be considered as not too bad, but it really did not amount to much. Although there were not many young powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with high innate talent like Duanling Tian, they were not rare. Moreover, he was at the intermediate exemplary saint stage when he was Duanling Tian's age. Due to this reason, he did not think Duanling Tian would ever be able to catch up to him, let alone surpass him. Since he could not chase up to him, naturally, he did not worry about it as well. He knew this very well when he spared Duanling Tian's life. If he had thought Duanling Tian had the potential to catch up to him, he would not have shown any mercy and would have killed Duanling Tian, even if meant risking the wrath of a 9-clawed divine dragon. One could say that it was because Xiazong had underestimated Duanling Tian's innate talent that Duanling Tian was able to live. This is the Crouching Dragon Lake. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is inside. 10 days later, when Duanling Tian's family of 3, Bai Li Hong and the others arrived outside of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate where the Crouching Dragon Lake could be seen, Duanling Tian explained this to Bai Li Hong and the others. Azure Cloud Mansion. Whether it was Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, the Nangong twins or Chan Xiao Shui, their eyes all lit up when they heard the Azure Cloud Mansion was near. The Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the 2 most powerful forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. From today onward, they would become one of the members through the connections they had with Duanling Tian. They were all excited, with Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, leading the road. It was only natural that Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others could enter the Crouching Dragon Lake as though it was uncharted territory. Before heading to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duanling Tian told Li Fei, who stood next to him, "Little Feier, bring Yenner back first." Li Fei nodded her head obediently before she bade farewell to the others. She brought Duanling Tian and left. Inside the central main hall in the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Bai Li Hong and the others finally met Duan Rufeng, Duanling Tian's father, for the first time. Faced with the famous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, apart from Xiongquan who had been following Duanling Tian for a long time, everyone else felt a little awkward. However, as the saying went, the love for the house would extend even to the crows that perch on its roof. Duan Rufeng did not put on any arrogant air when he met Bai Li Hong and the others. He was friendly and easy to approach. It slowly put Bai Li Hong and the others at ease. In the end, they were even talking and laughing like old friends who were reunited after many years apart. Master Bai Li, Brother Feng, and all of you, from today onward, you can regard this place as your home. As long as you stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion will protect you. Not only that, but will also provide all of you with the best cultivation environment and resources as well, Duan Rufeng told Bai Li Hong and the others. The group of people in front of him was his son's close friends. Naturally, he, as Duanling Tian's father, would not be negligent in his treatment of them. "Thank you, Mansion Master Duan." Bai Li Hong and the others immediately expressed their gratitude when they heard Duan Rufeng's words. "Tiana, after you've arranged accommodations for your senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others, come and look for me." When Duanling Tian was about to send Bai Li Hong and the others to rest, his father's voice resonated in his ears the moment he stepped out of the great door of the central main hall. His father's voice sounded a little grim. Duan Ling Tian's heart instantly jolted as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although he was curious about the reason his father asked him to come back, he put everything aside to arrange accommodations for Bai Li Hong and the others. When Duan Ling Tian entered the central main hall again, he looked at his father instantly and asked anxiously, "Father, why did you ask me to come back?" At this moment, only father and son were left in the central main hall. "Tianer, there's information about Kuer and my granddaughter," Duan Rufeng answered with a grave expression. "Kuer?" Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. His breathing had also quickened. "Father, how is Kuer and our daughter?" Based on his father's words, it was clear Kuer had given birth to a daughter for him. However, this was not important for now. What he wanted to know most was how Kuer and his daughter were doing. "Kuer and your child are safe for the time being," Duan Rufeng replied again. "For the time being?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Father, what do you mean?" Duan Rufeng sighed. "According to the person I asked to inquire about the situation, both Kuer and my granddaughter are imprisoned in the enforcement hall of the fire worship sect. They're currently waiting for the sect leader of the fire worship sect to come out of closed-door cultivation before they decide on what to do with Kuer and her child. Based on the current situation, it's difficult for them to survive." "What?" Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Kuer and his daughter were imprisoned by the people from the fire worship sect's enforcement hall? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down before he looked at Duan Rufeng and asked, "Father, is this information reliable?" "It 100% reliable," Duan Rufeng said confidently. If this news was obtained by a watcher, he would not have believed it 100%. But the problem was, this was information given to him by the elusive and mysterious old prophet. The old prophet who had helped the Azure Cloud Mansion lure Elder Xiazong from the Black Kshetra sect away, had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few days after he had shaken Xiazong off. Apart from informing him that Xiazong had returned to the upper province, he had also informed him about Kuer and her daughter's situation. "Father, can you tell me who told you about this?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Tianer, the person who told me this is the old prophet who's famous in the entire upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land," Duan Rufeng replied. "The old prophet?" Duan Ling Tian was astonished. This was because he had heard about the old prophet and knew that he was famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to his fortune-telling ability. It was said that the old prophet's predictions were always accurate. The people in the Dao Martial Saint Land even called him the living immortal. "Father, you know the old prophet?" Duan Ling Tian was astonished. It did not cross his mind that his father was acquainted with the old prophet. The old prophet was famous in the upper province, let alone the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the leaders of the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the upper province might not necessarily know him. However, not only his father, a mere leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province, knew the old prophet, but they seemed to be well acquainted as well. Otherwise, why would he inform his father of this matter? From what Duan Ling Tian had heard, the old prophet might not even move under the orders of leaders of first-rate forces and the three great sects. "I became acquainted with him through an accident. After that, we've seen each other a few times, so we can hardly be called acquaintances." Although Duan Rufeng had told Duan Ling Tian about the old prophet, he did not tell him the reason the old prophet had approached was due to Duan Ling Tian himself. This was also the instruction left behind by the old prophet. For the time being, he did not want Duan Rufeng to reveal this to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the severity of the situation. At the same time, his expression turned grim. "Since the old prophet told you this, the information must be true. Father, did he say when the sect leader of the fire worship sect will come out of closed-door cultivation?" he asked anxiously. "No, he didn't." Duan Rufeng shook his head. Naturally, he also wanted to know about this. He had asked the old prophet about it, but the old prophet had said he did not know. There was nothing he could do at all. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He seemed determined as he told Duan Rufeng, "Father, I'll leave the Azure Cloud Mansion today and head to the upper province." Initially, he had planned to leave after a short while. However, now that he learned about the situation his fiancée and daughter was in, his heart was filled with anxiety. He was desperate to go to the upper province to rescue his fiancée and daughter. He would not allow anybody to hurt them. Be careful. Duan Rufeng was not surprised with Duan Ling Tian's decision. He would have made the same decision if he was in his son's shoes. If he was not the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and had a family and a group of friends who needed his protection, he would have followed his son to the upper province. Sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly before he went to meet his mother quickly to tell her about his decision to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion today to head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. You're going to the upper province today? Tianer, is it really that urgent? Li Ro felt reluctant and was shocked by her son's sudden decision. What happened? Mother, there's information about Kur, Duan Ling Tian answered anxiously with a bitter expression on his face. Both mother and daughter are now imprisoned in the Fire Worship Sect's enforcement hall. They're only waiting for the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect to come out from closed-door cultivation before they decide on what to do with them. Mother, I must rescue both of them before the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect comes out of closed-door cultivation. Kur, mother and daughter. Upon hearing his words, Li Ro became emotional. Apart from having a grandson, she had a granddaughter as well? However, when she regained her senses, Duan Ling Tian's words finally sank in. Horror dawned on her when she realized the situation Kur and her daughter was in. Tiana, please be careful. I know you need to rescue Kur and your daughter, but I don't want any harm to come to you as well. Once Li Ro found out the reason Duan Ling Tian was so eager to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion to head to the upper province, she no longer tried to dissuade him. She only reminded him to be careful. Mother, I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had already bid farewell to his parents. Next, he naturally went to look for his fiancée, Li Fei. Go. Please be careful. I hope you'll rescue Sister Kur and her daughter as soon as you can. When Li Fei learned that Kur and her daughter were imprisoned in the enforcement hall and were in danger, horror dawned on her face. Not only that, but she even urged Duan Ling Tian to leave as soon as he could. I will. After he hugged Li Fei and spent some time with her, Duan Ling Tian finally let go of her. He turned around without looking back at all. He did not dare to turn back. He was afraid he would feel unwilling to leave. Although he had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for quite some time now, he was usually cultivating and rarely accompanied his wife and son due to the 5-year pact. He felt like he was an incompetent husband and father. After parting ways with Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to look for Xiaolan and Bai Yao. Why, you're going to leave so soon? After learning that Duan Ling Tian was going to leave, Xiaolan and Bai Yao were shocked. A hint of longing appeared in their autumn eyes. I must go to the Fire Worship Sect as soon as possible and come up with a way to rescue Kur and our daughter. Otherwise, something might happen to them, Duan Ling Tian said. His voice was filled with worries. That's right. Jingru is not back yet. After he said goodbye to Xiaolan and Bai Yao, Duan Ling Tian suddenly remembered Jingru when he was about to leave. Jingru was the manager of the large mansion he had bought in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, who had also followed his mother and father to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian had been in Azure Cloud Mansion for so long, but until now he did not see her at all. Similar to Xiaolan and Bai Yao, she had gone out to train and experience life. However, she had gone on her own. Up until now, there was no news about her at all. No, Xiaolan and Bai Yao shook their heads. If she comes back, send my greetings to her. All right, I'll take my leave now. Duan Ling Tian left as soon as he finished speaking. Staring at Duan Ling Tian's silhouette from afar, Xiaolan and Bai Yao were in a daze. It was only until Duan Ling Tian's silhouette had completely disappeared from their sight that they returned to their senses. They could only smile wryly at each other. If he treats me like how he treats Kur, I'll die without any regrets, Xiaolan said faintly. Me too. Upon hearing that, Bai Yao nodded in agreement. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not hear the two women's words. After leaving Xiaolan and Bai Yao's residence, Duan Ling Tian went to the Azure Cloud platform to look for Gu Li. From the beginning, he did not forget the promise he had made with Gu Li to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. The Azure Cloud platform was the place where the most outstanding Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples gathered. If it was before, perhaps Duan Ling Tian might be interested in the Azure Cloud platform. However, his current strength had far surpassed those Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples on the Azure Cloud platform. It was only natural he was not interested. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance. What are you doing here? There must be a reason for Duan Ling Tian to personally come here to look for him. However, he could not guess what it was. Senior brother Gu Li, prepare yourself. I'll find you again in an hour. Let's leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and head to the upper province. I have to say goodbye to a few more people. After that, I'll return to look for you. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. He quickly left without waiting for Gu Li's reply. He still needed to say goodbye to Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others. I'll see you in an hour in the central main hall. Gu Li was still shocked when Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in his ears. There seems to be something wrong with junior brother Ling Tian. It's fine. I'll find out later why he's in such a rush to go to the upper province. Gu Li muttered to himself, the frown on his face gradually easing away. Junior brother, you're leaving today? Bai Li Hong was not the only one who found it strange. Even Feng Wu Dao and the others thought it was strange when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion and heading to the upper province today. In fact, when they were returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian had mentioned several times that he would only leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and head to the upper province after a short time. However, currently it seemed like he had forgotten what he had said. The situation is urgent. Faced with the confused expressions of Bai Li Hong and the others, Duan Ling Tian explained with a bitter expression. I just received information about Kur, so I need to look for her as soon as possible in the upper province. Upon hearing his words, Bai Li Hong and the others finally understood. After saying goodbye to Bai Li Hong and the others, about 30 minutes had gone by. Duan Ling Tian made his way to the central main hall immediately. He discovered that Gu Li was already waiting for him. Junior brother, did something happen that you're in such a rush to head to the upper province? Something was not right. Gu Li felt that Duan Ling Tian was in such a rush to leave because something had happened. He soon obtained the answer from Duan Ling Tian. Once he discovered the reason, Gu Li urged Duan Ling Tian, let's go, junior brother Ling Tian. Then Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li left the Azure Cloud Mansion together and made their way north. The passage leading to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was located there. Gu Li broke the silence during their journey and pointed in the distance before he said to Duan Ling Tian, the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters estate is right there. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian looked over as well. However, he only saw smoke in the distance. Naturally, that was all Gu Li could see as well, but he roughly knew where the estate of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters was located. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the path ahead of Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li. As they went closer, the sound became louder and louder. Is there a fight? Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li exchanged glances. They were both surprised. Junior brother Ling Tian, shall we take a detour or should we just ignore them and continue forward? Gu Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Let's take a detour. These people don't seem weak. Duan Ling Tian was anxious to go to the upper province. He wanted to avoid trouble if possible. Based on the huge commotion ahead of them, it was enough for him to tell that both parties were quite strong. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was certain the two people who were fighting were at the exemplary saint stage or above. Not only that, but they were not ordinary early exemplary saint stage powerhouses as well. Sure. Gu Li did not object to Duan Ling Tian's decision of taking a detour. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was like his guide. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li were about to take a detour, a burst of loud laughter resonated ahead of them. Feng Bu Yi, did you think this day will come when you humiliated me previously? Zhu Lu Qi, even if you kill me today, it'll be hard for you to escape death as well. Those who cultivate the devouring dark devil technique are destined to have a bad ending. Another voice sounded. However, compared to the former's voice, the latter's voice sounded a little dispirited. When Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li heard the voices, they were dumbfounded. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It's Zhu Lu Qi, Gu Li gasped. It's indeed Palace Master Zhu. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could also tell the voice belonged to the former palace master of Heaven Palace in Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Luqi. Based on his words, it was obvious he was fighting with Feng Buyi. Moreover, based on Feng Buyi's words, it seemed like he was no longer a match for Zhu Luqi. Let's go! Although Duan Lingtian knew they people ahead of them, he still planned to take a detour. After all, Zhu Luqi was no longer the palace master of Heaven Palace in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Who knew whether he would attack him and Gu Li since he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. He was not sure how powerful Zhu Luqi was currently, so he did not dare to take this risk. All right. Gu Li had the same thought with Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he immediately agreed to take a detour. Boom! 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 More loud explosions resonated in the air. They were deafeningly loud. Suddenly, it came to a halt. It has ended, Gu Li remarked. Yeah, Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Zhu Luqi and Feng Buyi's words earlier, Feng Buyi doesn't seem to be a match for Zhu Luqi. Gu Li added again. Do you think Palace Master Zhu would appear and fight with Feng Buyi if he isn't sure he can defeat Feng Buyi? Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. He felt Gu Li had just stated something obvious. Upon hearing that, Gu Li also realized his words were redundant. He only laughed awkwardly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who had sharp hearing, suddenly heard the faint sound of wind whistling as it turned louder and louder. Damn it! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Gu Li also noticed then noise coming from behind them. He was horrified. Duan Lingtian? Gu Li. A gust of wind seemed to have blown past Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. In just an instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an old man. This old man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. He was none other than Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the Heaven Palace in Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, he was staring at them expressionlessly as he blocked their path. Palace Master Zhu. It has been a long time. Unlike Gu Li, who still had a horrified expression on his face, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal. Moreover, he even took the initiative to greet Zhu Luqi. When Zhu Luqi encountered Duan Lingtian, he did not address him as Lingtian but as Duan Lingtian instead. Although Duan Lingtian looked completely different, he could tell from Gu Li's presence that the young man before him, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was Lingtian, the former #1 genius among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Ever since Duan Lingtian made his appearance in the Dragon Clan to fulfill the 5-year pact, and Gu Li's presence next to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had been exposed, Duan Lingtian's fake identity had also been exposed. That genius whose innate talent had taken all quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province by surprise had turned out to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This news had spread out quickly as soon as the 5-year pact was over. Perhaps outsiders would only feel slightly shocked when they heard the news. However, when Zhu Luqi heard it, he felt differently from the others. This was because he was originally the palace master of the Heaven Palace in Mystical Sky Mansion, and Duan Lingtian had joined the Heaven Palace. He had interacted with him a few times. However, it did not cross his mind, even in his wildest dreams, that the monstrous genius, Lingtian, would turn out to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What? You're not afraid of me? Zhu Luqi asked as he swung the bloody head in his hand when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. Although the head he held in his hand was mostly covered in blood, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li could instantly tell it belonged to Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Not only was Feng Buyi killed by Zhu Luqi, but he was even decapitated. It was a tragic sight. Why should I be scared? Duan Lingtian asked in response to Zhu Luqi's question. Zhu Luqi was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's answer. Duan Lingtian no longer spoke, and they only stared at each other. Both of them were calm, but Gu Li, who was standing at the side, became anxious. He quickly transmitted his voice using voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, this Zhu Luqi is no longer the former palace master Zhu of our Heaven Palace. He has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Currently, he's a devil cultivator who kills people as though they're flies. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise, we'll be doomed if we anger him. Gu Li was afraid Duan Lingtian would anger Zhu Luqi. Since Zhu Luqi could kill the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Buyi, This meant his cultivation base must have either entered the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage or the peak of the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. Such a powerhouse was not someone he was a match for. As for Duanling Tian, even if he unleashed all his techniques and used his movement divine ability, his speed was only at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. His attacks were far from the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. All of this could be seen when Duanling Tian kept dodging Di Zhu's attack during the 5-year pact. Due to this reason, Guli did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi was not like Di Zhu. He was a true powerhouse at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage or above. Not only that, but he was not the kind of half-assed Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage powerhouse transformed by the inherited divine ability like Di Zhu. In the end, Duanling Tian broke the silence first and asked, "Palace Master Zhu, the reason you beheaded Feng Buyi is to announce to everybody on the Dao Martial Saint land that you've killed him, right?" "That's right." Zhu Luqi nodded. "Duanling Tian, I must admit you're indeed very smart. However, are you really not worried that I'll kill you?" When Zhu Luqi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed coldly. "Will you?" Duanling Tian asked in return. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duanling Tian would remain so calm. He was rendered speechless once again. After a while, he shook his head. "I won't." "Then, there's no problem at all." Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. "Are Fei Xian and the others okay?" Zhu Luqi asked after taking a deep breath. "They're doing well," Guli replied before Duanling Tian could answer him. Before this, the Zhao clan had intentionally made things difficult for them after you left the mystical sky mansion. It was junior brother Ling Tian who stood up for them and even signed the death pact with a member from the Zhao clan and killed him. Ever since then, although everyone knows they no longer have you to rely on, nobody dares to make things difficult for them. Guli was trying to fish for compliments. In his opinion, if Zhu Luqi felt grateful to Duanling Tian, he would not attack them. He had no choice but to be on guard. After all, as the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. "Thank you." After hearing Gu Li's words, various expressions fleeted across Zhu Luqi's face before it returned to normal. He looked at Duanling Tian and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "There's no need to thank me, Palace Master Zhu. Wang Fei Xian is my friend, and even if she's not your disciple, I won't stand idly at the side," Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. "No matter what, I still need to thank you. I, Zhu Luqi, have always known how to distinguish between kindness and ill will." Zhu Luqi replied solemnly. "I can see that." Duanling Tian nodded his head solemnly as he glanced at the bloody head in Zhu Luqi's hand. If it was not for the fact that he could clearly distinguish kindness and ill will, why would he abandon himself and succumb to cultivating the Devil Dao cultivation method? The devouring dark devil technique that everybody hated in order to kill Feng Buyi? However, it really did not cross my mind that you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duanling Tian, you've deceived everyone, including me. Suddenly, as though he was reminded of something, Zhu Luqi looked at Duanling Tian and changed the topic as he sighed. Based on the expression on his face, it was clear he did not blame Duanling Tian. "Palace Master Zhu, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. I didn't deceive all of you." Duanling Tian shook his head. "When I was at the mystical sky mansion, although I knew my father is in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, I didn't know he's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I only left the mystical sky mansion and went to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with my family after I found out that I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." "That's indeed the case." Guli nodded in support of Duanling Tian's words. "I see." Zhu Luqi finally understood. "Then, in that case, it's me who've misunderstood you." It was apparent that Zhu Luqi did not doubt Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian did not have to deceive him. "Palace Master Zhu, the reason you cultivated the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge, right?" Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duanling Tian to ask about this suddenly, so his eyes narrowed instinctively. "Junior brother Ling Tian." Guli panicked and asked anxiously through voice transmission, "Why did you ask him about this?" In Guli's opinion, the devouring dark devil technique was like a scar on Zhu Luqi's body. It was okay if nobody prodded it. However, if someone prodded it, he would definitely be enraged out of humiliation. Duan Lingtian's action was akin to pouring salt on Zhu Luqi's wound. Yes. However, to Gu Li's surprise, faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Zhu Luqi thought about it for a moment before he nodded. Do you regret it? Duan Lingtian asked. I didn't in the beginning. However, now that I killed him, I'm beginning to regret it. Zhu Luqi sighed as he glanced Feng Buyi's head that he held in his hand. What can you do now, even if you regret it? Don't tell me you can stop absorbing young women's vital blood and essence to cultivate. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Of course I can. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhu Luqi nodded. The devouring dark devil technique was first cultivated using the negative lunar ray force at night and was an orthodox top-tier devil Dao cultivation method. However, somebody eventually created a shortcut to cultivate by absorbing young women's vital essence and blood. The cultivation speed is much faster and far surpasses the speed of ordinary cultivation by several times. Since I've avenged myself, there's no longer any need for me to use the shortcut. Zhu Luqi muttered as he stared at Feng Buyi's head. I hope you mean what you said, Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Luqi meaningfully before motioning to Gu Li to leave. Without bidding goodbye to Zhu Luqi, they proceeded to leave. There was no need for them to take a detour, so they continued to make their way north. Staring at Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's silhouettes that were disappearing before his eyes, Zhu Luqi finally made his move. He brought Feng Buyi's head and made his way to the estate of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Thud! A faint sound resonated and shocked the few guards in front of the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. What's this? When they shifted their eyes to the source of the sound, they noticed a head on the ground. They were immediately shocked again. Before the few guards at the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters could see the face of the head clearly, a boisterous voice resonated in a timely manner. Please pass a message to Leader Dugu and say this is a huge present from Zhu Luqi to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Upon hearing this voice, horror dawned on the few guards. At this moment, they would have lived their lives in vain if they still could not tell that somebody had come to provoke their Mountain Shade Black Market. Whoosh! 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 The sounds of wind whistling could be heard as the few disciples who were patrolling the area above the sky of the estate of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters charged toward the source of the voice, trying to find the person who dared to provoke their Mountain Shade Black Market. Unfortunately, that person seemed to have left the moment he finished speaking. The disciples on patrol from the Mountain Shade Black Market could not find him at all. Lord Deputy Leader? At this moment, the few guards who remained at the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters had also finally seen the face of the head. Was that not Feng Buyi, the first deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market? Deputy leader has been killed? Not only was he killed, but he was decapitated as well. Just how strong is his enemy? Each of the guards was terrified and alarmed. They did not expect there was someone so bold in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land that he dared to provoke their Mountain Shade Black Market in such a brazen manner. Was that person not afraid of death? That's right. Earlier, didn't the voice said his name's Zhu Luqi? One of the guards quickly regained his senses. Zhu Luqi. This name could be considered as well known in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Earlier, the guards at the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters did not realize what was going on. However, now that they had regained their senses, they looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion? The person who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique. There seems to be a rumor that says the reason Zhu Luqi began to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge from Deputy Leader Feng. Initially, I didn't think it's true. However, it seems like it's true. Deputy Leader Feng has really been killed by Zhu Luqi. Soon after, news of Deputy Leader Feng Buyi's death spread in the entire Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Due to this reason, a group of Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking officials gathered with Mountain Shade Black Market's leader Dugu as they discussed how to catch Zhu Luqi and kill him in order to seek revenge for Feng Buyi. At the same time, Zhu Luqi, who left the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, had returned to the place where he was currently staying. The place where he was staying was located in a valley in a remote mountain range with two simple wooden houses. Judging by the wood used to build the wooden houses, they were recently built. He occupied one of the wooden houses while the other wooden house was occupied by the former young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Currently, Su Jing's soul was almost completely healed, and it was trying to merge with his body. As soon as it was completely merged with his body, he would gain a new life and see the light of day again. Creak. The door to Su Jing's wooden house opened without warning. You're back. Although Su Jing's soul had not completely merged with his body, he could already use his divine consciousness as he pleased. Due to this reason, he could easily identify the person who just came in. Yes, the person who entered was none other than Zhu Luqi. At this moment, Zhu Luqi's eyes that were trained on Su Jing were gleaming coldly. Didn't you go out to seek revenge from Feng Bui? How did it go? Su Jing asked. Very smoothly. He's dead. Zhu Luqi replied indifferently. Good. Once I'm completely healed, I'll disclose the final part of the devouring dark devil technique to you. In the future, we'll be able to roam wherever we like if both of us join forces. Su Jing said excitedly. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do that, Zhu Luqi replied suddenly. Stop joking. Su Jing thought that he was joking. I'm not joking. Zhu Luqi's voice gradually turned colder. Don't forget that you and Zhao Ji have sworn on the lightning penalty oath before I disclosed the devouring dark devil technique to both of you. Unless I take the initiative to go against both of you, you can't kill me at all. If you kill me, you'll die. Su Jing did not seem worried at all. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I've thought about it. Even if I don't kill you, I can still make you unable to see the light of day again for eternity. Zhu Luqi spoke in an even more carefree tone. What are you trying to do? Finally, Su Jing began to panic. Judging by Zhu Luqi's voice, it did not seem like he was joking. Tell me, if you lose all your limbs, what use is there even if your soul returns to your body? Zhu Luqi seemed to be talking to Su Jing, but at the same time he seemed to be talking to himself. No. No. You can't do that. You can't. You can't. You can't. Su Jing was panicking now. When he transmitted his voice to Zhu Luqi, it sounded as though he had lost his mind. However, Zhu Luqi merely ignored him. With a raise of his hand, he cut off one of Su Jing's limbs. Don't you want the final part of the devouring dark devil technique? Su Jing's voice transmission roared in Zhu Luqi's ears. Although his soul had yet to completely return to his body, and he was unable to feel pain, through his divine consciousness, he could tell one of his limbs had been severed. I plan to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique normally by devouring the lunar force in the future. Do you think I still need the final part of the technique? Zhu Luqi asked nonchalantly. At the same time, he severed another one of Su Jing's limbs. In the end, under Su Jing's shout of despair, Zhu Luqi severed all his limbs and threw him into a hidden cave that he had long prepared. Then, he proceeded to fill the whole of the entrance and imprison Su Jing inside forever. As for Su Jing's soul that was almost fully healed, it was injured again by Zhu Luqi. Not only that, but he had even left behind a powerful corrosive devil qi that would corrode Su Jing's soul constantly, stopping him from fully recovering. He could not kill Su Jing due to the lightning penalty oath, so he could only do this much. After Zhu Luqi dealt with everything, he rose into the sky and looked in the direction where the mystical Sky Mansion's estate was located and muttered to himself, Mansion Master, although I can't kill him due to the lightning penalty oath, he can no longer cause trouble for the mystical Sky Mansion. This will be my parting gift to the mystical Sky Mansion before I leave the lower province. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to make his way north. Before he killed Feng Bui, he had already come up with a plan. He would remove the threat that Su Jing posed to the mystical Sky Mansion and leave the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for the upper province after he had killed Feng Bui. He wanted to start a new life in the upper province. With the devouring dark devil technique, he believed that he would be able to forge his own way even if he did not use any shortcut. At this instant, he felt the righteous blood that had been hibernating for many years in his body began to boil again. It was as though he had returned to when he was young, burning with righteousness. Ha! A few days into his journey, when he was about to reach the passage connecting the lower province to the upper province, two familiar silhouettes appeared in Zhu Luqi's eyes. It's them. Are they planning to go to the upper province as well? Zhu Luqi muttered to himself. He was able to figure out that much at least. The two silhouettes that he saw belonged to Duanling Tian and Guli, whom he had encountered not too long ago. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Luqi overtook Duanling Tian and Guli and appeared in front of them. Palace Master Zhu? Duanling Tian had long noticed the movement behind them. However, he did not sense any hostility from the person behind them, so he was not bothered about it. At this moment, he was shocked by the person who had appeared before them. What are you trying to do? Unlike Duanling Tian's surprise, horror dawned on Guli as soon as he saw Zhu Luqi again. He thought Zhu Luqi regretted letting him and Duanling Tian go, and he was here to kill them. Duanling Tian, are both of you heading to the upper province? Zhu Luqi asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded before he asked in a slightly shocked voice. Are you planning to go to the upper province as well, Palace Master Zhu? Yes. Zhu Luqi nodded. Now that I've avenged myself, I have no more ties in the lower province. For this reason, I plan to go to the upper province to start a new life. If both of you don't mind, why don't we travel together for the time being? Upon hearing that, Duanling Tian did not reply Zhu Luqi immediately. He looked at Guli to see what his opinion was. This was because respected Guli's opinion as well. After all, he was not alone. If he was all alone, he would not have minded traveling with Zhu Luqi. After all, since he had gotten his revenge, he no longer planned to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique using the shortcut. Since he would be cultivating an orthodox devouring dark devil technique, it could be considered as him returning to the right path. As the saying went, a criminal who changes his way is more precious than gold. Now that Zhu Luqi no longer carried out deeds that were beyond evil, he did not feel repelled by Zhu Luqi. The fact that Duanling Tian asked for Guli's opinion made him feel warm inside. Junior brother Ling Tian, you decide. However, Guli still let Duanling Tian have the final say. Palace Master Zhu, let's travel together then, Duanling Tian told Zhu Luqi. It was obvious Zhu Luqi was excited upon hearing his answer. After all, if he headed to the upper province alone, he would be alone when he arrived at the upper province. He did not know anybody there and would have to start from scratch. However, if his fellow companions were also strong, things would be different. At the very least, the journey would be slightly smoother. Although Guli kept quiet, he still kept his guard up against Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi naturally noticed this. However, he acted as though he was not bothered by it. Inwardly, he felt bitter. Compared to Duanling Tian, the relationship between him and Guli when they were in the mystical sky mansion was quite good. Duanling Tian was just an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciples, while the former, strictly speaking, was still his junior nephew. The three of them traveled together and soon arrived near the passage that connected the lower province to the upper province. A towering snowy mountain appeared before three of them. Due to the geographical location, this area was covered in snow all year round. It was even snowing heavily at this moment. Elder Lu. Duanling Tian encountered a watcher on the summit of the snowy mountain. It was Elder Lu whom he had met in Azure Cloud Mansion not too long ago. When Duanling Tian took the initiative to greet Elder Lu, he instantly recognized him as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the son of mansion master Duan Rufeng. Heading to the upper province? Elder Lu asked. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Elder Lu, although we know the passage is somewhere here, we still can't find it despite searching for a long time. Can you point us in the right direction, please? After Elder Lu glanced at Zhu Luqi and Guli, who was standing next to Duanling Tian indifferently, he said to Duanling Tian, "Follow me." At the same time, he rose up into the air and brought Duanling Tian and the other two to the middle of the towering snowy mountain. It was snowing heavily where he brought them. Everything was covered by the snow. Whoosh! Under Duanling Tian and the other two's watchful eyes, Elder Lu raised his hand. A vast energy appeared in his hand. As he waved it across the sky, an invisible energy swept out and swept off a fraction of snow that was gathered at the waist of the mountain, revealing an entrance to a cave. With just one glance, the cave was completely dark and nothing could be seen at all. This is the passage leading to the upper province? Looking at the entrance to the cave that was completely ordinary, Gu Li was slightly disappointed. Gu Li was not the only one who felt disappointed. Even Duanling Tian and Zhu Luqi could not help but feel a hint of disappointment and confusion when they saw the entrance to the cave. In fact, it was not only Gu Li who was disappointed. This was the passage that connected the lower province to the upper province. It was completely different from what they had expected. Although they did not think it would be fancy, they thought it would be at least better than this shabby state. Perhaps there's a different world inside, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The watcher, Elder Lu, did not notice Duanling Tian and the other two's disappointment. After removing the snow to the entrance of the cave, he continued to make his move. In just a blink of an eye, 8 cave entrances appeared before Duanling Tian and his 2 companions' eyes. In total, there were 9 cave entrances at the waist of the towering snowy mountain. If one were to look at it from a distance, one would be able to see the entrances formed a circle. Elder Lu, which one of these entrances lead to the upper province? Gu Li asked Elder Lu as he looked at him after he regained his senses. He could roughly guess things were not as he had assumed. These 9 cave entrances have saint stones that support the inter-province transportation formation. Each of these 9 caves has a standalone secondary formation. Once the transportation formation is activated, the 9 secondary formations will be activated as well. They will then deplete the saint stones and turn into the inter-province transformation formation. After that, you'll be able to enter the passage that leads to the upper province. Elder Lu answered Gu Li's question indifferently. Meanwhile, he began to make his move again. Whoosh! A solidified beam of light shot out from his fingertip like an electrical snake that soared across the sky. How fast? Duanling Tian could only catch the faint trace in the wake of the beam of light. In just a blink of an eye, it had disappeared. When Zhu Luqi sensed the energy from this beam of light, chills ran up his spine. He could sense this beam of light was consolidated by a terrifying energy. If it was not aimed at the towering mountain, but at him, he would not have been able to stop it at all despite the fact that his cultivation base was close to breaking through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Quintessential Saint stage. Is this the energy of a quintessential Saint stage powerhouse? Although Zhu Luqi felt wary, a hint of feverish passion could be seen in his eyes as well. He had heard that watchers of the Dao Martial Saint Land were quintessential Saint stage powerhouses. Currently, he was no longer the same as he was previously. Although he did not plan to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique by absorbing young women's vital blood and essence, he was 100% confident he would be able to catch up to the Watcher and break through to the quintessential Saint stage in the future. Unlike Duanling Tian and Zhu Luqi, who was stunned due to his weaker cultivation base, Gu Li did not notice the beam of light at all. Due to this reason, he was not confused nor stunned. Boom! When Zhu Luqi and Duanling Tian's eyes shifted to the heart of the circle formed by the 9 caves where the beam of light landed, the snow which lay above it exploded. Subsequently, the 9 caves that were pitch black inside began to light up immediately. 9 waves of powerful aura swept out of the 9 caves, pressuring Duanling Tian and his 2 companions. What a powerful energy! The saint stones inside must be higher than 3rd-grade saint stones. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-third-rate forces monopolized the quasi-third-grade Saint Stone reserves. The quasi-third-grade Saint Stone reserves were the best in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The best Saint Stones that were produced by these reserves were only third-grade Saint Stones. Moreover, it did not produce many third-grade Saint Stones as well. Swish! 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 Soon after, Duanling Tian and his 2 companions saw something flashed across their eyes. They discovered it was 9 beams of light of different colors shooting out from the 9 caves into the sky at a very fast speed. Among the 9 colors, 7 of them were the colors of the rainbow. It was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The remaining 2 colors were white and black. Boom! Under Duanling Tian and his 2 companions' watchful eyes, the 9 energies collided and set off a thunderous noise. Then the 9 waves of energy began to fuse together. In the end, the black and white energies were the most prominent. They formed a pattern that Duanling Tian was familiar with. Tai Chi. The yin-yang diagram. The yin-yang diagram hovered in the air. A translucent and mysterious energy gathered above it. From afar, with the yin-yang diagram as the background, one could see the translucent energy seem to have formed into a cylindrical shape. This is the inter-province transportation formation. Once you step inside, you'll be able to enter the passage that connects the lower province to the upper province. At the same time, Elder Lu's voice resonated. The passage is neither long nor short. However, there are dangers lurking in there. It'll only be dangerous to those who are below the eminent saint stage. An eminent saint stage powerhouse would be able to protect himself, but those with a higher cultivation base can protect himself and his companions if he chooses to. Duanling Tian and his two companions instantly shifted their attention to the inter-province transportation formation. As for the things Elder Lu mentioned, like how those who were at the eminent saint stage and above could rely on their strength to cross the passage leading to the upper province, they had all heard it before, so it did not surprise them. They were more interested in the transportation formation. Apart from energy from the saint inscription, there seems to be energy from Dao Talisman as well in the transportation formation. Although the formation was quite a distance away, Duanling Tian could feel the aura of the transportation formation. Moreover, after he had secretly activated his strange pupil, he could also see the partly hidden amulet inside the transportation formation. It was a Dao Talisman. One could say that this inter-province transportation formation was formed from a combination of energies of the Saint inscription and the Dao Talisman. Elder Lu. Taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian looked at Elder Lu and voiced out the question in his heart. Who was the one who built this transportation formation? Moreover, the saint stones in the 9 caves are not third-grade saint stones, right? As soon as Duanling Tian spoke, he instantly voiced out the two biggest questions he had in his mind. He was very curious about the person who built this transportation formation. Apart from that, he was also curious about how many saint stones and what grade they were to support the transportation formation. He had a feeling the saint stones supporting the transportation formation did not come from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Just a mere third-grade and quasi-third-grade saint stones would not be able to support this transportation formation. This transportation formation has been here ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land split into 2. At that time, this transportation formation was built under the leadership of a reclusive senior who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those who were involved were above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only that, but there were more than 10 of them as well. When Elder Lu spoke, his voice was filled with veneration. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Whether it was Duanling Tian, Gu Li, or Zhu Lu Qi, they could not help but gasp when they heard his words. What was the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Such a powerhouse already had one of his feet in the Devata realm. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, those who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were also known as half-celestial by the commoners because they already had one foot in the Devata realm. It was said that once the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage managed to survive the Celestial Ascension calamity and ascended to the Devata realm, they would become a true celestial being and overlook the commoners. Just by hearing about the people involved in the building of the inter-province transportation formation from Elder Lu, Duanling Tian and his two companions could just imagine how huge the scale of the project was. It was due to the combined hard work of the predecessors that brought about the convenience for the later generations. Just as the saying went, a generation plants a tree where the later generations would be able to rest under. For this reason, Duanling Tian was filled with great admiration when he thought about those powerhouses. As for the saint stones needed to support the inter-province transportation formation, all of them are the responsibility of all first-rate forces in the upper province, including the first-rate force I'm from. 90% of the saint stones inside are first-grade saint stones, while the remaining 10% are quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Elder Lu continued to add, 90% of them are first-grade saint stones? Duanling Tian gasped. Gu Li and Zhu Lu Qi were stunned as well. Elder Lu, are the quasi-celestial grade saint stones more valuable than the first-grade saint stones? Duanling Tian asked solemnly. Yes. Elder Lu nodded before continuing to say, the quasi-celestial grade saint stones usually comes from quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserves. Naturally, first-grade Saint Stone reserves would sometimes produce some of them. The first-rate forces in the upper province usually control 1 to 2 first-grade Saint Stone reserves. How about the 3 great sects then? Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes flashed. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects stood above the first-rate forces. They were the strongest forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 great sects? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, a hint of anger momentarily flashed across Elder Lu's eyes. The 3 great sects have already monopolized the only 3 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserves in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they even monopolize no fewer than 21st grade Saint Stone reserves. Although that's the case, they still demand first-rate forces to supply the Saint Stones needed to support the inter-province transportation formation. They refuse to contribute even a single Saint Stone. Elder Lu became angrier and angrier as he spoke. This could also be considered as his true thoughts as a member of a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only natural for him to be angry. The 3 great sects had been exploiting others all these while, but people from the first-rate forces did not dare to speak up and show their anger at all. As a member of a first-rate force, Elder Lu took this chance and vented the accumulated anger in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi frowned upon hearing his words. The 3 great sects have gone too far. They have so many first-grade Saint Stone reserves and even the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserves, but to think they're not even willing to part with a single Saint Stone to support the inter-province transportation formation. What? Do they want to keep their Saint Stones so that it can be buried with them when they die? Gu Li was burning with righteous indignation. Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Luqi, on the other hand, remained calm. Although they also felt the 3 great sects had gone too far, who could they blame since the great sects were stronger than the first-rate forces? This was a world where the strong ruled. If those first-rate forces were in the great sects' shoes, they would also exploit those weaker than them. No matter how many grudges Elder Lu had because of the injustice done to the first-rate force he was from, he could only vent his anger in front of Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions at most. Although it would not change the situation, he felt much better after venting because he had finally released all his pent-up frustrations. Go. Be careful when you arrive at the upper province, for it's far crueler than what you've imagined. It's best for all of you to look for sect join and rely on. The death rate of sectless cultivators are the highest in the upper province, Elder Lu reminded them solemnly as Duan Ling and his 2 companions stepped into the inter-province transportation formation. Many years ago, when the Dao Martial Saint Land had not split into 2, the overall strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not as powerful as it currently was. Then, when it was split into 2, the upper province, a pseudo-standalone realm, had a better cultivation environment and cultivation resources in comparison to the lower province. Due to the limitation of cultivation resources, the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land at that time had competed to enter the upper province. The forces above third-rate forces also began to enter one after another. Due to this reason, the upper province flourished and was filled with strong people. Duan Ling Tian's father, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had a cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. When he cast some of his techniques, his strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the early quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he was also widely acknowledged as one of the 2 strongest men in the lower province. Such a person could be considered as remarkable. However, if such a person lived in the upper province, he would not be considered as remarkable at all, even though he would not be considered as too bad. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the rankings of Martial, Dao, and Devil cultivators were directly ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was already a well-established ranking before the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the upper province and lower province. Duan Ling Tian's master, the person known as the Sword Saint by the commoners, the successor of the 7 absolute sects' first absolute, Fog Rain, Feng Qingyang, was once ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. It was the highest honor one could get. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into 2, the powerhouses ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking had always been powerhouses from the upper province. None of the powerhouses in the lower province, even Duan Rufeng or Dugu, managed to place in the ranking, not even in the last place. Even that person, Elder Xiezong from the Black Kshetra sect, who was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, was not even in the top 500 of the Supreme Saint ranking. One could see just how many undiscovered talents were hidden in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. No matter what, Xiezong was still a Black Kshetra sect's elder. However, it was still difficult for him to enter the top 500 in the Supreme Saint ranking. There were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. That was why it was so dangerous. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. Duan Ling Tian and his two companions knew a little about the situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. When they heard Elder Lu's reminder, their expressions turned grave immediately. Go! Elder Lu glanced at the inter-province transportation formation and told Duan Ling Tian and his two companions, every time the inter-province transportation formation is activated, it'll only last for 15 minutes at most. The three of them nodded their heads before flying in, entering the inter-province transportation formation almost at the same time. The moment they entered the inter-province transportation formation, Duan Ling Tian felt as though a gentle energy had enveloped him. As soon as this energy enveloped him completely, everything turned dark without warning. When light reappeared again, he discovered he was standing on a passage formed by a translucent barrier. The passage was long and stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a piercing noise resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. As it turned out, there were electrical snake-like energies that were running amok outside of the translucent barrier that formed the passage. Occasionally, some of the energies managed to bypass the barrier. However, as soon as they entered the barrier, their forces were greatly reduced. Even then, in its weakened state, it would still be impossible for those below the Eminent Saint stage to survive. Only those at the Eminent Saint stage or above could deal with this. Duan Ling Tian dodged the energy that managed to sneak past the barrier as he thought to himself, "Is this the spatial turbulence that we have to go through when we're traveling between realms?" The reason he knew about this was due to Elder Hua explaining to him about traveling between realms and spatial turbulence prior to this. According to Elder Hua, the spatial turbulence one encountered while traveling between low-level realms in the mundane realms would not be too powerful. Strong powerhouses could easily dismiss these energies. If some measures were put in place, for example, the transportation formation, it would weaken the energy from the spatial turbulence that managed to enter the spatial transfer passage that even an Eminent Saint stage powerhouse could easily deal with it. The place Duan Ling Tian was at now was a spatial transfer passage from the lower province to the upper province. The tunnel-like passage that was formed by a translucent barrier had blocked most of the energies from the spatial turbulence. Although Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin based on the energy on his body alone, he was in no way inferior to a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. For this reason, it was easy for him to travel through the spatial transfer passage. Gu Li was an early Divine Saint stage martial cultivator. He followed closely next to Duan Ling Tian. He was as relaxed as Duan Ling Tian. There was no need to mention Zhu Luqi, whose cultivation base was higher than theirs. He already had 1 foot in the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage, so the weakened energy from the spatial turbulence did not bother him at all. Whoosh! 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 The three of them looked at each other without saying anything and came to a tacit agreement. In the next moment, they charged to the other end of the passage at their fastest speed. Nobody knew how much time had passed. It felt like seconds, but at the same time, it felt like a century had passed. While they were flying forward, Duan Ling Tian discovered his body was enveloped by the gentle energy again. Just like before, everything before his eyes turned dark. When light reappeared again, he discovered he was standing in a huge garden of herbs. The reason he knew he was in a herb garden was due to the fresh and pleasant smell of herbs. As he studied his surroundings, he noticed a lot of spirit medicines planted in every corner of the garden. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian was still studying his surroundings, he heard 2 sounds of wind whistling next to him. As it turned out, it was Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. Both of them were stunned when they discovered they were standing in a garden of herbs. So many spirit medicines. The upper province is really amazing. Zhu Luqi was astonished. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the place where spirit medicine grew was very harsh. Even if one wanted to plant it, the soil needed to be suitable for it to grow. That kind of soil was very rare and valuable in the lower province. For this reason, they knew the soil here was the very valuable spirit soil. So much spirit soil, and so many spirit medicines. We're rich. We're rich. We're going to be rich. At the same time, Guli regained his senses and stared at the vast expanse of spirit soil and spirit medicines with shining eyes. It was as though he was about to gain possession of all these. Duanling Tian and Zhu Luqi, on the other hand, turned solemn instead as they looked at each other. There were hints of anxiety and worries in their eyes. Senior brother Guli, these spirit soil and spirit medicines must have an owner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown in such an orderly fashion. Not only that, someone who owns such a huge garden of herbs in the upper province is not someone we can easily offend. Duanling Tian reminded Guli in a faint voice. Upon hearing that, Guli began to study the spirit medicines in the surroundings carefully. Soon after, he discovered the spirit medicines were indeed planted in an orderly manner. Moreover, the gap between each spirit medicine was precise as well. Guli's expression immediately turned solemn as well. Indeed, there really is an owner. Damn it! Where did we teleport to? The inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was fixed at one place, but the ones in the upper province were fixed at various places. Nobody could be sure where they would be transported to in the upper province. The only thing that was certain was those who stepped into the transportation formation together would be sent to the same place. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian quickly rose up into the air and motioned to Guli and Zhu Luqi to leave. He feared that if they continued to stay here, the owner would be furious when he found them there. No matter if the herb garden belonged to a single person or a sect, they could not afford to offend anyone at all. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's light order, Guli and Zhu Luqi, who knew this place was like a time bomb, also instantly rose into the air without any hesitation, just as their energies surged from their bodies, and they were about to leave the herb garden at their fastest speed. Since you're all here, there's no need for you leave. A voice resonated in the air suddenly. The voice sounded old and its tone brooked no arguments. In the next instant, Duanling Tian felt a wave of energy that landed on him like a mountain. Boom! At this moment, the horrifying energy also suppressed the sun-true origin that was surging out of Duanling Tian's body, sending him crashing down to the ground violently. Guli and Zhu Luqi were in a similar situation as well. After they crashed to the ground, horror dawned on Guli and Zhu Luqi. Before the owner of the voice had even shown himself, he had already made them fall in such a wretched manner. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage might not be able to do so. It was very likely the person who had spoken was a saint celestial stage powerhouse. When both of them thought about how they had offended a saint celestial stage powerhouse the moment they arrived in the upper province, terror rose in their hearts as horror filled their eyes. Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We didn't mean to trespass into your garden as well. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and calmed the chaotic vital energy and blood in his body before said to the air politely, "We've just arrived from the lower province. After we enter the inter-province transportation formation, we were sent here. I swear that we didn't touch a single plant at all since we got here." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Guli quickly said, "That's right, Senior. After we realized this herb garden has an owner, we immediately decided to leave this place since we didn't want to cause any trouble. Since we didn't mean to offend you, could you please let us leave, Senior?" Although Zhu Luqi remained quiet, a hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. However, the words he wanted to say had been said by Duanling Tian and Guli. Although they had spoken, they did not receive a response. Three of them immediately looked at each other with a wry smile and anxiety in their hearts. The powerhouse was able to cause them to fall in such a wretched manner without even revealing himself. This was enough to prove his strength was not something they could fight. Even if I unleash all my techniques and use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it'll still be impossible for me to be a match for this powerhouse, Duanling Tian thought to himself. From the lower province? After a long while, the ancient-sounding voice sounded again. It sounded as though he was interrogating them. Senior, we're really from the lower province. If we didn't suddenly appear in your herb garden but came in from outside, you would have discovered us based on your ability, Guli said as he tried to flatter the owner of the voice. Since all of you trespassed into this place by accident, I can't blame you for it, so I'll spare your lives. The ancient-sounding voice said again. Duanling Tian and the other two sighed in relief when they realized their lives were safe. The other person could have easily killed them with his strength. In that case, we bid goodbye to you, Senior. Duanling Tian and his two companions stood up. Guli even respectfully cupped his hands together in front of his chest. Without waiting for the powerhouse to respond, he rose into the air. Boom! However, the moment Guli rose into the air, he was sent crashing down again by the same energy that had appeared out of nowhere. It angered him a little. Senior, didn't you say that you don't blame us and will spare our lives? With your strength and identity, you won't go as far as to joke with us, right? It seemed as though Gu Li was complaining when he spoke. Duanling Tian and Zhu Luqi could not help but frown as well. The powerhouse who was concealing himself would not go back on his words, right? However, they were powerless to do anything even if the powerhouses decided to go back on his words. After all, even if 3 of them joined forces, it was not even enough to leave a scratch on the powerhouse. I said that I don't blame you, and I'll spare your lives. However, since you're sent here by the Inter-Province Transportation Formation, this means that you're fated to meet me. As it happens, a few workers who tend to this garden for me had died sudden unexplained deaths a few days ago. For this reason, all of you will help me tend to this garden for the time being. You can leave as you like after I find new workers, the ancient-sounding voice said. Duanling Tian and his 2 companions were horrified when they heard the powerhouse's words. He wanted them to stay back and tend to his garden? Not only that, but his workers had died sudden explained deaths. From his tone, it seemed like he wanted them to remain behind to become his workers. What? You're unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll send you to the other world right now, the voice said coldly. Then, he changed his tone and said, Don't be so ungrateful. You've just arrived at the upper province. If you stroll about casually outside, nobody knows when you'll be killed. If you stay in my herb garden, apart from being safe, the cultivation environment here is much better than it is outside. Many people want to cultivate here, but I've rejected them. It seemed like the powerhouse decided to use the carrot and stick approach. When they heard the first half of the sentence, Duanling Tian and his 2 companions were horrified. They knew it was impossible to leave even if they were unwilling to tend to the garden. When they heard the second half of his words, they instinctively sensed the heaven and spirit energy here. They quickly discovered that the heaven and earth energy here was indeed very rich. It was far richer that it could not compare to the lower province at all. However, since they had not gone anywhere else in the upper province, they did not know whether the cultivation environment here was better than it was outside. Ha! Duanling Tian, who was sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy, soon discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy here resonated with the spirit medicines in the herb garden. The aura that was occasionally released by the spirit medicines also fused with the heaven and earth spirit energy, making it even richer. It seems like he didn't lie to us, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Even if that was the case, Duanling Tian did not intend to remain here to cultivate even if the cultivation environment here was the best in the upper province. He did not want to stay here for a second longer if possible. The reason he had left the lower province and came to the upper province was to look for his fiancée and daughter who were imprisoned in the fire worship sect. What he wanted to do was to go to the fire worship sect to save his fiancée and daughter. Although with his current strength it was impossible for him to charge into the fire worship sect to save his fiancée and daughter, he planned to sneak into the fire worship sect and plan from there. He believed with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to join the fire worship sect. However, if he was imprisoned here, he would not be able to go to the fire worship sect for the time being. Not only that, but he might even die here. How could go to Kua and his daughter's rescue if he died? After all, according to the owner of the herb garden, the previous workers had died suddenly without any explanation. If one worker died without any explanation, it might just be a coincidence. However, a few workers had died abruptly without any explanation. It made one wonder if the problem lay with the herb garden or its owner. Senior, Duanling Tian spoke to the air after he took a deep breath. The reason I came to the upper province is due to an urgent business I have here. If you're willing to let us leave, I, Duanling Tian, will be forever grateful and return this favor in the future. We'll owe you a favor as well, Senior, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi chimed in. Although they had no particularly urgent business here, they knew it would not be good for them to work here and tend to the garden. If it was possible, they wanted to leave as soon as they could. For some odd reason, they felt that the owner of the herb garden was a little strange, especially when he spoke about his previous workers who had died sudden unexplained deaths. Chills ran up their spines immediately when they thought about how they might follow in those workers' footsteps. I know what you're thinking. The previous workers haven't even entered the eminent saint stage yet. They couldn't endure the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the herb garden after spending some time here. In the end, all of them exploded and died after staying here for 10 years. The herb garden's owner still did not reveal himself, but his voice resonated clearly in Duanling Tian and his two companions' ears. With your cultivation base, it won't be a problem for you to stay for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll naturally let all of you leave. All right, it's decided then. If I find out any of you dare to escape before 10 years are over, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. After that, the voice no longer spoke. No matter how loud Gu Li yelled, the herb garden's owner no longer responded. It was as though he had gone away. In the end, Gu Li could only look at Duanling Tian helplessly and ask, Junior brother Ling Tian, what should we do now? What else can we do? Since he has already said such words, we can only obediently remain here for the time being. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Among the three of them, he was definitely the most eager to leave this place. He was desperate to go to the fire worship sect to rescue his fiancée and daughter. Who knew when the sect leader of the fire worship sect would come out of closed-door cultivation? At that time, his fiancée and daughter's lives would be in danger. The moment he thought of this, his heart burned with anxiety. However, in this current situation, what use was there even if his heart burned with anxiety? The strength of the herb garden's owner was not something they could go against. It was impossible for them to leave by force. For this reason, they could only go with the flow and see if they could find a chance to leave. Let's stay for now. Who knows, we might find a chance to leave in a few days' time. Zhu Luqi transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian and Gu Li's ears, and they nodded. Currently, this was all they could do. They had no choice at all. For this reason, Duanling Tian and the other two remained in the herb garden. Initially, they thought nothing of the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden, but after staying for some time, they realized that these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not low-grade ones. In fact, even Elder Hua said if these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were given to him, he would be able to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even with the help of the entire Azure Cloud Mansion, he only managed to restore a small fraction of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Hua, you're not mistaken, right? These spirit grasses and spirit medicines are not in the list of materials you told me before, Duanling Tian grumbled to Elder Hua. This was because he felt as though Elder Hua was trying to get him to steal all of the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden. My strength has recovered a little more now. If these spirit grasses and spirit medicines are refined by my Sun True origin, they can be transformed into the purest state of energy and be used to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Hua replied. When Duanling Tian heard this, he only smiled wryly. Even so, I can't touch even one plant here at all. If I did, I'll definitely die without a doubt. Even senior brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu would be implicated as well. Duanling Tian had long noticed that the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden was not simple. However, even so, he did not dare to have any covetous thoughts toward the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden at all. This was because the owner of the herb garden was a powerful being who seemed to be at the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was impossible for him to keep an eye on the herb garden at all times, with Duanling Tian's current strength, it was impossible for him to tell when the owner of the herb garden was watching them. It would just be like playing with fire if he coveted the spirit grasses and spirit medicine in the herb garden. It was fine if he was lucky and did not get caught. However, he would definitely die if he was caught. Moreover, it might even implicate Gu Li and Zhu Luqi as well. I'm sure you know about the benefits the fourth level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda will bring you, right? Aren't you tempted? Elder Hua's voice resonated again. If he was subtly egging Duan Lingtian on earlier, currently he was directly egging him on. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Elder Hua, naturally, I know the benefits the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda will bring me. I've dreamed about restoring the 4th level as well. However, I really can't touch the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this herb garden at all. Duan Lingtian's voice was tinged with a sense of helplessness when he spoke. Why? Elder Hua asked. Duan Lingtian said, although I've not seen the owner of the herb garden until now, based on the technique he cast previously, I can tell he's most likely at the Saint Celestial stage or above. With his strength, I won't be able to tell when he's watching us. Who knows when he's watching us? If I take this risk and lose, not only would I die, but it might even implicate Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu. Even if he didn't catch me stealing the spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he'll definitely suspect us when he finds them missing. He shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. It's not difficult to solve the problems you just mentioned, Elder Hua said after a moment of silence. You can do this? Then, Elder Hua told Duan Lingtian about his plan. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. His expression was grave as he asked, Elder Hua, isn't this too risky if he didn't fall for our trick? Not only would Senior Brother Gu Li, Palace Master Zhu, and me fail to escape, but we would be killed for angering him. Don't worry. This plan is foolproof with me around, Elder Hua replied determinedly. Duan Lingtian did not respond for a long time, so Elder Hua knew he still felt skeptical. Think about this carefully. This chance is hard to come by. If you miss it, it'll be impossible for you to find another chance to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in such a short period of time in the future. Besides, if this plan is a success, apart from having the whole garden of spirit grasses and spirit medicine to yourself, you and your companions would be able to escape from this place as well. Don't tell me you plan on staying here for 10 years? You might be able to wait, but will your fiancé and daughter be able to wait that long? Elder Hua further tempted Duan Lingtian with his words, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to be in chaos. He had mentioned Kur's situation to Elder Hua before, so Elder Hua knew about the matter. Elder Hua, I believe in you. After listening to Elder Hua, Duan Lingtian, who felt skeptical, could only clench his teeth as he decided to go with Elder Hua's plan to steal all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden. Not only that, but they could seize this opportunity to escape the evil grasp of this person who seemed to be at the Saint Celestial stage. As the saying went, fortune favors the bold. Along with Elder Hua's help, Duan Lingtian felt their success rate was quite high. As for how Elder Hua said that the plan was completely foolproof, he did not really believe it at all. After all, nobody could tell what would happen in the future. If they made a mistake during the critical moment, they would lose everything. Although I believe in you, Elder Hua, it doesn't mean Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu will believe me. After all, this matter is related to our lives, so we can't afford to be careless, Duan Lingtian said. I'm sure they won't reject you if you're confident enough, Elder Hua replied. He had faith in Duan Lingtian. I don't want to make any promises, but I'll try my best. Just because Elder Hua was confident in Duan Lingtian, it did not mean Duan Lingtian felt confident. Due to this reason, he did not promise Elder Hua anything. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, after he told Gu Li and Zhu Luqi about Elder Hua's plan, both of them instantly agreed to it. As long as you can find out when he's not watching us, this plan will work, Zhu Luqi replied. I think it'll work as well, Gu Li chimed in. There are no plans that are completely foolproof. Although the plan seems to have no flaws, who can guarantee there won't be any problem that arises later? Both of you must think about this carefully, Duan Lingtian responded. I've thought this through. Rather than being imprisoned here for 10 years, I'd rather take this risk. Not only that, but if you know when he's not monitoring us, then our chances of escaping will be high, Zhu Luqi added again. That's right. Although it's risky, I still want to take this risk, Gu Li agreed with Zhu Luqi. Since both of you agree to it, we'll carry out our plan tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush when he saw Zhu Luqi and Gu Li's determination despite his warning. Sure. All right. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi nodded in agreement. They did not have any objections. Not only that, but there was a hint of excitement in the depths of their eyes as they looked forward to tomorrow's plan. That night, Duan Ling Tian discussed the details with Elder Hua and finalized every step of the plan. No mistake is allowed in tomorrow's plan. Only when midnight arrived did Duan Ling Tian stop his discussion with Elder Hua. He was determined to give it his all tomorrow to avoid any mistakes. When the sky turned bright, the day had finally arrived. He has withdrawn his divine consciousness. The plan starts now. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally tending to the spirit grasses and spirit medicine, obediently suddenly heard an ancient voice resonating in his ears. It was Elder Hua's voice. Now, upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately transmitted his voice to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, ordering both of them to make their moves. Soon after, 3 of them made their moves and disappeared from their spots. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, gusts of cold wind blew across the herb garden. It was Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions moving around in the herb garden. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines were all rooted from the ground in their wake. They were like a swarm of locusts. Every once in a while, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi would pass all the war trophies in their hands to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had suggested this since he had a method of storing the spirit grasses and spirit medicine into a place that was not a spatial ring. It was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, he did not tell Gu Li or Zhu Luqi anything about the 7 Treasures Exquisite, nor did he mention that he could hide those spirit grasses and spirit medicines without being found out. He merely said he had a way to destroy all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden without the owner of the herb garden discovering anything. This was the first step of the plan. If they did not complete the first step, they would not be able to proceed to the second step. With their strength, it only took them 15 minutes to uproot all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the huge herb garden. The herb garden was in a mess when they were done. Senior, it's a disaster. The spirit grasses and spirit medicine have all been stolen. After Duan Ling Tian and the 2 others looked at each other, Gu Li called out loudly to the owner of the herb garden. His tone was filled with anxiety. One had to say he put on a good show. Gu Li's voice was originally loud, coupled with the divine saint stage energy. It immediately alerted the herb garden's owner. It was at this moment that Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions finally saw the owner of the herb garden. The herb garden's owner was a plain-looking old man who looked slightly like a sage from afar. However, at this moment, the old man's eyes were red as he stared at the mess in his herb garden. His face began to twitch. It was clear he was furious. Senior, that person has escaped to the south. Perhaps you'll be able to catch him if you go after him now. Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi looked at the old man anxiously and urged him on. At this moment, they were covered in dust and dirt as though they had been attacked. After the old man took a deep breath, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions. Remove the ownership of your spatial ring and hand it over. The old man did not listen to Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions' urgings. Instead, he ordered them to hand their spatial rings over. He spoke hurriedly as though he was anxious to get his hands on their spatial rings. Naturally, this was because he wanted to make sure the disappearance of the spirit grasses and spirit medicine had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions before he chased after the culprit who had stolen his spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions frowned. However, the old man's gaze was as sharp as knives. They had no choice but to remove their ownerships off their spatial rings before handing it over to the old man. After receiving the spatial rings, the old man extended his powerful divine consciousness and began to search Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions to make sure they did not have any other spatial rings on them. Then he proceeded to perform blood ownership claim on the 3 spatial rings. When he discovered there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines from his herb garden in the spatial rings, his expression turned grim immediately. Humph! As he snorted coldly, the old man removed the ownership from the 3 spatial rings and handed it back to them before he immediately flew toward the south. In just a blink of an eye, the old man disappeared before their eyes. However, he suddenly appeared at a corner where he was hidden from three of them as he stared at them coldly. "He's hiding and watching the three of you." As the old man hid himself and watched Duanling Tian and his two companions, Elder Hu's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ear in a timely manner. Duanling Tian instantly transmitted his voice to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. "Start acting now." Acting. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's voice transmission, whether it was Gu Li or Zhu Luqi, both of them were momentarily stunned. The powerhouse who stole the spirit grasses and spirit medicines earlier really possesses a very fast speed. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even realize what was happening, and he has already stolen all the spirit grasses and spirit medicine. Duanling Tian said as he looked at Gu Li and Zhu Luqi with an expression of disbelief and confusion on his face. It was as though someone had really stolen the spirit grasses and spirit medicines. "It's a good thing we didn't try to stop him or else we would have been sent flying. Judging by his expression, I'm afraid he would have killed us if we tried to stop him," Gu Li said with a fearful expression on his face. "He's really strong. I wonder if the owner of this herb garden is a match for him. If he can't catch up to him, I'm afraid all of the spirit grasses and spirit medicines will be gone." Zhu Luqi chimed in. Duanling Tian and his two companions continued talking, as though they did not know someone was eavesdropping on them. Their words sounded so genuine that the old man who was hiding believed their words and finally felt at ease. In the next instant, he instantly flew in the south direction. Whoosh! The old man's figure flew out and left a heavenly trail in the sky. His speed was terrifyingly fast. "How many years has it been since someone dared to anger me? Sun Ying. No matter who you are, you'll die for touching my things." The old man's eye shone coldly. Sun Ying. If someone from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land heard this name, they would be shocked. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, was a famous powerful sectless cultivator in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from being a quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who specialized in medicine Dao, he was also a sectless cultivator who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although that was the case, it did not cross Sun Ying's mind that he had been fooled by the three fellows who came from the lower province. He was fooled because he did not expect Duanling Tian and his two companions could sense his divine consciousness and knew he was hiding. Sun Ying was very confident of his own strength. Naturally, this was because it did not cross Sun Ying's mind that Duanling Tian had someone like Elder Hua helping him. If he had known about Elder Hua, he would have made Duanling Tian and his two companions swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of simply monitoring them on his own to see if they would steal things that had been entrusted to them. When one's strength had reached Sun Ying's stage, it would be a habit for them to do things on their own. The lightning penalty oath would not be the first thing to come to their minds unless they had no other choice. Duanling Tian would have been caught if this was not the case. The instant Sun Ying left, Elder Hua informed Duanling Tian about it. Duanling Tian instantly gestured to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi to leave. "He is already left to the south. He won't be back for the time being. Let's head west at our fastest speed. Let's travel for a month before we decide what to do next." "Sure." At this moment, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi both looked to Duanling Tian and waited for his instruction. After three of them rose into the air, they flew west without even looking back. They did not dare to stop even for a moment. It's a good thing the old fellow only checked our spatial rings and hid in the dark to eavesdrop on us. If he had asked us to swear on the lightning penalty oath, all of us would have died, Gu Li said while they were traveling. He felt really lucky. Indeed, Zhu Luqi expressed his agreement. After listening to Gu Li's words, he broke out in cold sweat. It was indeed a close call. However, I think it did not even cross his mind that we would uproot all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his herb garden when he wasn't watching us. I'm sure he didn't expect junior brother Ling Tian is able to tell that he was hiding or that we were acting, Gu Li said as he looked at Duanling Tian with admiration in his eyes. That's right. Zhu Luqi also nodded. Up until now, Zhu Luqi still could not figure out how Duanling Tian was able to find out when the owner of the herb garden was not watching them. He did not think Duanling Tian was able to sense the divine consciousness of the herb garden's owner. His cultivation base and divine consciousness were stronger than Duanling Tian. but even he could not detect the divine consciousness of the owner of the herb garden at all. However, since Duanling Tian did not say anything about it, he and Gu Li were sensible enough to not question him about it. Everyone had their secrets after all. Duanling Tian did not speak at all as he listened to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's exchange. Their words made him break out in cold sweat since he was also worried about this matter before this. Elder Hua, why are you so certain he wouldn't make us swear on the lightning penalty oath? Duanling Tian could not help but ask Elder Hua. Previously, he had voiced his concern to Elder Hua. He was worried the owner of the herb garden would make them swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, Elder Hua was confident the owner of the herb garden would not make them swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had reassured Duanling Tian so that he would go ahead with the plan. Although Duanling Tian felt slightly anxious, he decided to take the risk. In the end, it had paid off. He had successfully escaped from the owner of the herb garden. Earlier, he was too happy that he had momentarily forgotten about this. When he heard Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's words, he was reminded about his earlier concern, which prompted him to question Elder Hua. It's because of the mindset of a strong powerhouse, Elder Hua replied.
The mindset of a strong powerhouse? Duanling Tian was puzzled.
To the owner of the herb garden, 3 of you are merely ants to him. If he wants information from 3 of you, there's no need for him to rely on the lightning penalty oath. Elder Hua said before he asked. Try to imagine this.
If you're in his shoes, would you even think of asking 3 people whom you think of as ants to swear on the lightning penalty oath?
Duanling Tian fell silent for a moment when heard this. He tried putting himself in the position of the owner of the herb garden. He discovered he would also rely on his own strength and would not rely on the lightning penalty oath. He did not expect I'll have someone like Elder Hua to help me. He'll definitely regret his decision. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he understood what Elder Hua meant by the mindset of a strong powerhouse. They were arrogant and looked down on others due to their confidence in their own strength. Moreover, who would ever expect that you possess the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and can store the stolen goods in there? Elder Hua smiled. No matter what, it's all thanks to you that we managed to get out of trouble, Elder Hua. Thank you. Duanling Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elder Hua. Although he was the owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and he could be considered as Elder Hua's master, since he was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he had never regarded Elder Hua as his subordinate. From the beginning until the end, he had always treated Elder Hua as his senior. As it turned out, he had made the right decision. Due to this reason, Elder Hua had always helped him unreservedly and did not keep things to himself.
During the 10th day when Duanling Tian and his 2 companions were traveling west, Suning, who made his way south, still did not catch the person who had looted from his herb garden. Moreover, he did not find any traces of the person at all.
Don't tell me this person's strength is not inferior to mine? Suning stood in the air and looked below him with a terrifyingly grave expression on his face. As he thought more about it, he felt that it was impossible. There were only about 200 people in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land whose strength was not inferior to his strength. Apart from that, they were all famous powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking.
It was impossible for those people to stoop so low and commit such a sneaky act.
Moreover, in the eyes of these powerhouses, although the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he planted were good, it was not enough for them to risk offending him.
In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he was ranked 300th in terms of strength.
However, in regards to medicine Dao as a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master, he could be considered to be in the top 3 among all medicine Dao Saint Refinement Masters in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not worth it for anybody to offend him just for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Could it be that fellow who had done this? Sun Ying's gaze suddenly turned cold. Among his many rivals, there was only one man who was stronger than him.
However, Suning soon dismissed this possibility. Wait a minute.
There are not more than 5 people in the entire upper province who are privy to the location of my herb garden. It's impossible for that person to do this. There's only one possibility left. Something's not right with those 3 ants from the lower province. Suning immediately turned around the moment he thought of this.
When he returned to his herb garden, he discovered the 3 people whom he had regarded as ants had long left the herb garden. Moreover, despite his thorough search in the north, east, and west, he could not find any traces of the 3 men. At this moment, he was certain those 3 men from the lower province had escaped a long time ago. They actually ran away. Could they have done this as well? Killing intent appeared in Sun Ying's eyes. However, up until now, Sun Ying only knew 3 of them had escaped. He was uncertain if they were the ones who had stolen the spirit grasses and spirit medicines from his herb garden. First of all, he did not think the 3 of them would dare to do so under his watch since they could not sense when he was monitoring them. Secondly, he did not think they were acting when he had hidden himself and watched them since he did not think they could sense his presence. However, even if they did not steal the spirit grasses and spirit medicines, to think they actually dare to defy my order and run away. They'll definitely die if I encounter them in the future. Sun Ying sentenced 3 of them to death in his heart. Who's it? To think that person actually dares to loot from my Sun Ying herb garden. Damn it. Damn it. Sun Ying still could not figure out who had looted from his herb garden even after he thought about it for a long time. His heart was filled with pent-up anger and frustration. He could only stomp his feet in anger in the end. He felt as though he was slapped by someone in the dark. He did not know how the one who slapped him was. He felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. The amazing medicine king, Sun Ying, had to suffer this humiliation in silence. If news of this spread out, it would cause an uproar in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and his 2 companions who had escaped from the herb garden was unaware that the old man who had imprisoned them was a famous person in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was not for the fact that Sun Ying did not like to be restrained by rules, he would be able to obtain an extraordinary position if he went to one of the 3 great sections. He would even be greatly respected there. Perhaps, his strength would not benefit any of the 3 sects much. However, his achievement in the medicine Dao was something nobody could compare to. Duanling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi continued making their way west and only stopped after they had traveled for a month. During this 1 month, they had encountered many people who had wanted to kill them. There were many powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and these included the ruffians as well. In order to gain more wealth, these ruffians hid themselves to ambush and kill passers-by, looting the belongings of passers-by. However, most of the ruffians they encountered were dealt with easily by Duanling Tian and his 2 companions since their strength was only ordinary. There was only once when they encountered 2 troublesome ruffians who were intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators. One of the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators even had 1 foot in the mastery exemplary saint stage. His strength was on par with Zhu Luqi. When they fought, they had come to a draw. Neither one of them could get the upper hand. When Zhu Luqi discovered he could not distract his opponent to deal with the other intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave immediately. It was only when he saw Duanling Tian had transformed into the legendary dragon warrior and killed the other intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator in just a few moves that his expression brightened. Due to the fact that Duanling Tian had killed one of the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators, his partner was distracted. Due to a moment of distraction, he was killed by Zhu Luqi, whose strength was on par with him. It could be considered that he had died in vain. His strength was on par with Zhu Luqi. However, due to being distracted by his partner's death, he was killed by Zhu Luqi. Duanling Tian's actually so strong? At that moment, Zhu Luqi realized he was not the strongest in their little group of 3. The strongest person was Duanling Tian, a martial cultivator whose cultivation base was at the peak of the divine saint stage. It was 2 stages lower than his cultivation base. He was unaware that Duanling Tian's true cultivation base was actually not at the peak of the divine saint stage, but at the eminent saint stage instead. With my current strength, coupled with my ability when I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and all my other techniques, even an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few moves from me. Compared to most mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouses, I'm stronger as well. It's as though my strength is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duanling Tian understood more of the strength he possessed after that battle.
In an old city to the west of the upper province that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, Duanling Tian and his two companions found an inn to stay in for the time being. After that, they looked for a restaurant to have a meal and drink. Naturally, their main intention was not to eat and drink. When one's strength had reached Duanling Tian and his two companions' stage, it would not affect one too greatly if one did not drink or eat. The reason they went to a restaurant was to find out where they were at. During this 1 month, they did not dare to rest at all. Due to this reason, they did not know where they were at this moment.
For rough-looking middle-aged men were sitting near their table as they chatted. One of them suddenly said, "Hey, did you hear?
The Devil Seal tablet has appeared again." The Devil Seal tablet?
Didn't it appear 5 years ago in the lower province? Many people from the upper province had gone to the lower province, but they all came back empty-handed. Another one of the men chimed in.
"I've heard this news as well. Rumor has it that the Devil Seal tablet is in the possession of a young man. However, he seems to have disappeared without a trace."
Another man said, "Your news is outdated. Not too long ago, the young man who possessed the Devil Seal tablet reappeared in the lower province.
As it turns out, he's the young mansion master of a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion," the fourth man in that group said. "Azure Cloud Mansion?
I've heard of it before. It's a top-tier force in the lower province, and Mansion Master Duan Rufeng is also a rare genius.
However, I can't believe the young man who possessed the Devil Seal tablet previously is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard their discussion. He did not expect that people from the upper province knew who his father was. The Azure Cloud Mansion is a top-tier force in the lower province, but it is nothing in the upper province.
Since the young man's identity has been exposed, I'm sure he won't be able to hold on to the Devil Seal tablet for long.
You're right. That Devil Seal tablet has been snatched by Elder Xiazong from the Black Kshetra sect. Xiazong? Wow, he really acted fast.
Then, this means the Devil Seal tablet is in the Black Kshetra sect's possession now. When Duanling Tian listened to the four men's discussion, he was reminded of the incident that had taken place in the Azure Cloud Mansion.
He remembered vividly how bloodthirsty and arrogant Elder Xiazong from the Black Kshetra was. Duanling Tian's expression turned grave immediately. Upon seeing this, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at each other. However, they remained silent. They knew it would be pointless for them to say anything. It was better for them to remain silent. Perhaps, Duanling Tian would return to normal faster that way. As the topic of discussion changed, Duanling Tian's expression gradually relaxed. "I heard the saint girl who was lost after she was appointed by the saint sect has been found?" A faint voice entered Duanling Tian's ears and attracted his attention. This was because he knew the saint sect the person was talking about was the fire worship sect.
The fire worship sect was referred to as a saint sect because this was the western region of the upper province, and the western region was the territory of the fire worship sect. Due to this reason, the fire worship sect was also referred to as a saint sect in the western region. Whoever came to the western region would refer the fire worship sect as a saint sect. After Duanling Tian learned that he was in the fire worship sect's territory, he could not help but sigh emotionally. He did not expect he would arrive in the western region, the fire worship sect's territory, so soon after he had arrived in the upper province.
The saint sect's saint girl who was lost? Duanling Tian raised a brow as his heart jolted. Kuer. When he was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had heard from his father that Kuer seemed to have been appointed as a saint girl by the sect leader of the fire worship sect a long time ago. Nobody knew how she appeared in the Cloud Continent. Ever since then, the fire worship sect had sent their men out to look for Kuer everywhere, including the lower province, but it resulted in nothing. Kuer was only found when her twin sister found her in the Cloud Continent and took her back.
Yes, she has been found. However, I heard that because she had been raised outside, she had acted immorally and given birth to a daughter.
Currently, the enforcement hall is waiting for the sect leader to come out from closed-door cultivation before they decide what to do with the mother and daughter. Acted immorally? Aren't your words a little harsh?
As far as I know, the saint girl was an infant when the sect lost her. In other words, she didn't know she's the saint girl of the saint sect. How's it possible for her to know that she had to keep her chastity intact?
Shoo! Don't be so loud.
If the Saint Sect's enforcement hall finds out you've spoken such words, they won't let you off. Humph.
I'm merely staring the truth.
The faint voices entered Duan Lingtian's ears and made his expression turn grave again as a hint of concern appeared in his eyes. He was still worrying about the safety of both mother and daughter when he heard the following words.
The Saint Sect will start recruiting elite disciples in a month. This only happens once every 3 years.
I wonder what kind of reclusive genius the Saint Sect is going to discover this time around. A voice reverberated from afar, causing Duan Lingtian to be stunned before an idea appeared in his mind. The fire worship sect would recruit for elite disciples a month later? And it only happened once every 3 years?
Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened immediately. His eyes gleamed as though he was a starving wolf that had found its prey.
Senior brother Gu Li. Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li.
Just as he was about to say something, Gu Li interrupted him. I'll accompany you. What are you two talking about? Zhu Luqi was baffled when he heard Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's words. Soon after, he learned from Gu Li that the saint girl who was lost was Duan Lingtian's fiancée, and her daughter was Duan Lingtian's daughter. He was stunned, and he finally understood what Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's words meant. It was clear Duan Lingtian was going to use this opportunity to enter the fire worship sect, and Gu Li planned to accompany him.
Since both of you are going, I'll go as well, Zhu Luqi said to Duan Lingtian and Gu Li after a moment of silence.
Previously, he might have traveled with Duan Lingtian and Gu Li for safety reasons. However, after everything they had gone through together in the herb garden, he had already regarded himself as a member of this small team. The religion of the fire worship sect was the fire that humans relied on to survive. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the fire worship sect was the people's religion.
Every 3 years, the fire worship sect would recruit elite disciples from outside, and this had become a tradition in the western region.
When the fire worship sect was recruiting elite disciples, it would be the busiest time in the western region. This was because, during that time, all martial, Dao, and devil cultivators who were confident in their own strength from every corner of the western region would swarm in great numbers and gather at the fire worship sect's 4-symbol sanctum to seek a chance to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. In their opinion, becoming a disciple of the fire worship sect was the highest honor.
Naturally, the fire worship sect only recruited elite disciples. They would not just simply recruit anyone.
Only those who had passed the assessment by the fire worship sect could enter the fire worship sect and become a disciple. The assessment for the recruitment of elite disciples from fire worship sect was very tough as well. There were many who died during the assessment. Even so, many people still flocked there and took the chance as though they were not afraid of death at all. Although they knew about the risk, they still marched directly toward it. The people in the western region are crazy. In the sky above a mountain range, Gu Li watched the figures that entered the mountain before him in throngs. He could not help but clicked his tongue. Haven't you noticed the mindset of the people in the western region yet?
More than 70% of the people here regard the fire worship sect as their religion. If you dare to say anything bad about the fire worship sect in front of these people, they would fight with you. Zhu Luqi shook his head. During this 1 month, he had become accustomed to the unusual.
Humph! What elite disciples do they want to recruit? What a good way to word it. They're merely recruiting outer disciples for the 4-symbol sanctum. If you really want to enter the fire worship sect's Saint Land and become true elite disciples, you still need to rely on your own strength. Gu Li snorted and grumbled with dissatisfaction. The fire worship sect's estate was divided into 2 great districts. One of the districts was the fire worship sect's Saint Land that was located on a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve. It was surrounded by rich heaven and earth spirit energy all year round and was the best cultivation place in the fire worship sect. Even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was considered a top-tier cultivation place. However, not everybody could enter the fire worship sect.
If one wanted to enter the Saint Land, one must have the permit issued by the fire worship sect's 4-symbol sanctum. Usually, those who obtained the permit were those who were unusually strong with high innate talent or outstanding Saint Refinement Masters, Dao Talisman Masters, and Saint Inscription Master. Just like that Medicine King, Sun Ing, who had imprisoned Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. If he wanted to enter the fire worship sect, not only would he immediately obtain the permit to enter the Saint Land, but he might even be summoned and welcomed by the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Sun Ying's strength was nothing before the sect leader of the fire worship sect, who was ranked in the top of the Supreme Saint ranking. However, his achievement in the Medicine Dao was enough to garner respect from the sect leader of the fire worship sect. In the history of fire worship sect, there were many people who did not obtain the permit to enter the Saint Land in their entire lives, even though they had successfully become outer disciples of the fire worship sect's four-symbol sanctum. Based on this, one could tell how valuable the permit to the fire worship sect's Saint Land was. The four-symbol sanctum. Have both of you decided which sanctum you're going to go to? Duanling Tian asked Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, who were traveling next to him, when he saw they were fast approaching the mountain range. Upon hearing that, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at each other before they shook their heads. Junior brother Ling Tian, why don't you decide? Gu Li told Duan Ling Tian, I'm not familiar with the fire worship sect, so I don't know which sanctum to choose. Me too, Zhu Luqi chimed in. Well, I don't know much about the fire worship sect as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he saw both of them were looking to him for directions. Duan Ling Tian inwardly cursed them for being lazy when he saw Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's anticipatory gazes. However, he still decided for them in the end. Well then, let's randomly pick one then. How about the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Azure Dragon Sanctum. It was one of the four-symbol sanctums in the outskirt of the fire worship sect. Other than the Azure Dragon Sanctum, there were also the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum. Sure. I have no objections. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's decision, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi nodded in agreement. It did not matter to them which sanctum of the four-symbol sanctums they entered. After all, they were all going to be fire worship sect's disciples. In that case, it's decided then. Let's head to the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had chosen the Azure Dragon Sanctum because he had an affinity with the word dragon. Apart from the fact that people in his past lives were known as descendants of dragons, he could also transform into a dragon warrior. It seemed like he had fate with dragons. Due to this reason, he had chosen the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Humph. 3 bumpkins. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, a condescending voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was obvious the words were directed at them. What did you say? Gu Li said angrily as he instantly turned to look at the source of the voice. Zhu Luqi shifted his attention there as well. Duan Ling Tian had a frown on his face as he shifted his attention over. With just a glance, he saw a young man looking at them arrogantly. His gaze as he looked at them was filled with condescension, as though he was superior to them. He was skinny and plain-looking. However, the look of superiority in his eyes and his fine clothing gave him the appearance of a good-for-nothing rich kid. There was also an old man standing behind him. The old man had both his hands clasped behind him. From afar, he seemed ordinary. However, Duan Ling Tian knew it was impossible for this old man to be ordinary. He must be strong. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have been able to see through him. What did I say? The finely dressed young man looked at Gu Li and sneered. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me calling you a bumpkin earlier? I really wonder what bumpkins like all of you are doing here. If you really manage to enter the fire worship sect, won't you just be an embarrassment to the fire worship sect? If I were you, I'd turn around and leave so I won't embarrass myself. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned even more mocking as disdain filled his eyes. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave immediately. Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave as well. You're seeking death. As for Gu Li, he could not contain his anger. Various expressions fleeted across his face as he made his move. Swoosh! His displayed his strength that was almost at the intermediate divine saint stage as his energy swept toward the finely dressed young man. You're so weak. But you actually dare to make a move against me? Faced with Gu Li, who was charging toward him fiercely, the finely dressed young man smiled disdainfully. He made his move as well as he flicked his hand. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as Gu Li and that finely dressed young man collided. The result of their collision was clear. Gu Li was sent flying. As for that finely dressed young man,
His body merely trembled for a moment before he managed to stabilize his body. Barf. Gu Li, who was sent flying, threw up blood immediately. He looked extremely wretched as he was sent flying. When he looked at the finely dressed young man again, fear could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect this young man, who appeared like a good-for-nothing rich kid, would be stronger than him. Is this what the upper province is like? I'm not even comparable to a good-for-nothing rich kid. Bitterness rose in Gu Li's heart as he questioned his decision of coming to the upper province. You're seeking death. Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he saw Gu Li was injured. He instantly made his move. Whoosh! He charged toward the good-for-nothing rich kid. Zhu Luqi was an intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse whose cultivation base was almost at the mastery exemplary saint stage. For this reason, the speed he currently displayed was not something Gu Li could compare to. Not only that, faced with Zhu Luqi's speed, even the finely dressed young man did not have time to dodge. His expression changed dramatically. An exemplary saint stage powerhouse. This was the only thought left in the good-for-nothing young man's mind. Although his expression had changed drastically, there was no hint of fear in his eyes at all. It was as though he knew he was protected. Duan Tian had already noticed this. Don't tell me he's so fearless because of the old man standing behind him? Humph. Seeing how Zhu Luqi's attack had almost landed on the good-for-nothing rich kid, a snort that contained a powerful energy sounded. Although they were standing far apart, Duan Tian was horrified by the pressure from the energy. Watch out! Duan Tian cried out at the critical moment. He had discovered that the old man who was standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid had subtly made his move. Duan Tian instinctively cried out to warn Zhu Luqi. However, he was still too late. Bang! The old man seemed as though he did not make any move. However, Zhu Luqi's attack that was about to land on the good-for-nothing rich kid was instantly nullified. Not only that, but there was a crisp sound as Zhu Luqi's body was also sent flying backward. Similar to Gu Li, he threw up blood as well. Quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhu Luqi, who was sent flying in a wretched manner, was horrified when he was sent flying. It was impossible for a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage to injure him to such a state without any warning. There was only one possibility. His opponent was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Horror dawned on Gu Li as Duan Tian's expression changed dramatically. What? You're finally afraid. Upon seeing the expressions on their faces, the grave expression on the good-for-nothing rich kid disappeared as his eyes gleamed terrifyingly. He ordered the old man behind him, Elder Deng, kill them! Elder Deng, kill them! Upon hearing the good-for-nothing rich kid's words, Duan Tian and his two companions' expressions turned grave immediately. They did not expect this good-for-nothing rich kid would be so cruel. It was just a small dispute and he did not suffer any losses, and yet he still wanted to kill them. Duan Tian looked at the good-for-nothing rich kid as his eyes gleamed piercingly. Currently, he had already begun to activate the Sun True origin in his body. He was ready to activate his dragon energy and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Not only that, but he planned to use his Jasper Celestial Sword as well. Naturally, even if he used his Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not confident in going against the old man who was at the quintessential saint stage. After all, the Jasper Celestial Sword relied on the Sun True origin in his body, and transforming into a dragon warrior did not give any boost to his Jasper Celestial Sword at all. He could only rely on the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic at most. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, my Sun True origin should be able to rise to a stage close to the mastery exemplary saint stage for a short time. If this old man is only an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, I'm confident I can kill him with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, if he's an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse, I'm only 30% confident I can kill him. If he's a powerhouse at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above, it'll be impossible for me to kill him. At this moment, various thoughts ran through Duan Tian's mind. However, no matter what, this man needs to die. When Duan Tian looked at the finely dressed young man, killing intent shone in his eyes. Even if the old man made his move to kill them, whether he was able to kill the old man with the Jasper Celestial Sword or not, he would use this good-for-nothing young man as his shield. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's merciless side began to show itself. Second young master, we're right outside of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums. When the old man heard the good-for-nothing rich kid's order, he frowned a little. He did not make a move. Instead, he transmitted his voice to the young man. As a quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse, he had good eyesight, so he already noticed the 4 symbol sanctums disciples who were patrolling around the area. Not only that, it seemed like the disciples had already noticed the commotion and were making their way over. The 4 symbol sanctums of the fire worship sect. Upon hearing the old man's words, a hint of dread could be seen in the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes. He immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions before he mocked them with a nasty expression on his face. You 3 bumpkins, count yourself lucky. If this isn't the territory of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, all of you would have died today.
Not only that, but let me warn you. It's better for you if you give up on joining the fire worship sect. Otherwise, Yang Wu will definitely torment all of you until you die. After saying such fierce words, the good-for-nothing rich kid called Yang Wu brought the old man away and entered the estate of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums. At the same time, other than Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li and Zhu Lu Qi sighed in relief at surviving the disaster. However, Gu Li's expression quickly turned grim as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled wryly. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think I should have just obediently stayed in the lower province? Ha! Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from Yang Wu and that old man to Gu Li. Why? Initially, I thought my innate talent and strength are not too bad. However, after we arrived in the upper province, we were imprisoned. And now, I can't even compare to a good-for-nothing rich kid. Should I have just stayed obediently in the lower province and compete to become the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion instead? Gu Li smiled bitterly. He felt the upper province was filled with danger. Senior brother Gu Li, I'm sure Yang Wu must have an extraordinary background for daring to act so arrogantly in the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums. For this reason, you don't have to compare the current you to him. After all, the cultivation resources you've enjoyed previously are not comparable to his. On the other hand, he's actually not much stronger than you are. Duan Ling Tian consoled Gu Li as he shook his head. Little brother, you're right. Yang Wu is the 2nd son of the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate sect in the north of the western region. From young, he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. It's impossible for people with ordinary background to compare to him. At this moment, one of the few people who was standing in the distance reminded them with good intention. If I were you, I'd give up on entering the fire worship sect just as Yang Wu has said. After he has entered the fire worship sect, in addition to having a powerhouse protecting him, his elder brother is also a fire worship sect's disciple. It's said that his elder brother has already entered the Saint Land and became a true elite disciple of the fire worship sect. His elder brother must be even stronger than the powerhouse protecting him. Soon after, another person warned Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions. Not only that, but when all of you reach the 4 symbol sanctums, it's not like you'll get to pick the sanctum you like. Everyone will be split up. You'll have to go to whichever sanctum you're sent to. Perhaps all of you will be lucky enough to have all 3 or 2 of you sent to the same sanctum. However, there's also a possibility of the 3 of you being sent to 3 different sanctums. Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions finally learned why Yang Wu had called them bumpkins earlier. However, since the situation had escalated to this extent, this was no longer important. After a while, the few spectators left. Only Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions were left in this area. In the sky far away, the patrolling disciples from the 4 symbols sanctums had left as well when they saw the commotion had died down. So he's actually the son of an elder from an upper province's first-rate force. To think I doubted myself because of him. Come to think of it, I was really behaving ridiculously. Gu Li mocked himself. Even so, his eyes gleamed confidently. As long as he managed to enter the fire worship sect, he was confident he would be able to defeat Yang Wu and trample on him in the near future. After all, Yang Wu grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he was not much stronger than him. Junior brother Ling Tian, Palace Master Zhu. Let's go to the 4 symbols sanctums. Gu Li motioned to Duan Ling Tian and Palace Master Zhu to leave.
He took the lead and leaped across the range of mountains as though he had been injected with a boost.
At this moment, he was eager to join the fire worship sect as soon as possible and use the fire worship sect's resources to quickly raise his strength. Only then would he be able to catch up to Yang Wu and surpass him.
Currently, his #1 goal was to work hard and surpass Yang Wu.
Duan Lingtian understood how he felt. However, before he chased up to Guli, he first looked at Zhu Luqi and said, "Palace Master Zhu, the fire worship sect seems to be more dangerous than what we've imagined. Perhaps you..."
"What? Both of you young men are not afraid. Don't tell me this old man is afraid." Zhu Luqi interrupted Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. He was going to advise Zhu Luqi and ask him to leave. The moment Zhu Luqi finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's response as he flew away to chase after Guli. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew that he had wasted his breath. He instantly chased after them as well. Is this the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 Symbols Sanctums? After going through the range of mountains, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's sight was a stretch of buildings. As he looked down on these buildings, he discovered a fire was lit on top of all of the buildings. Not only that, but it was apparent these flames were specially arranged to form the shape of a gigantic black turtle.
The fire worship sect's 4 Symbols Sanctum would recruit a group of disciples every 3 years. As it turned out, it was the Black Turtle Sanctum's turn to host the people who came to participate in the recruitment.
After everyone who came to participate in the recruitment gathered at the Black Turtle Sanctum, the people from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum would also come to recruit some of the participants. They would pick the recruits and bring them back to their sanctums to undergo the assessment. Only those who passed the assessment would become the sanctum's disciples.
This was the reason all the participants were gathered at the Black Turtle Sanctum. So many people. After Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions had arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, they saw the sea of people before them. There were at least several thousands of people. Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions were inconspicuous in the midst of the sea of people.
However, there were still some people who noticed them. TSK. Looks like 3 of you bumpkins won't give up until all hope is lost.
I hope 3 of you will put on a good show and pass the assessment of the 4 Symbols Sanctums so you can become my playthings. At that time, I'll play with you and slowly torment all of you to death. Yang Wu said with a sneer as he brought the old man with him and appeared before Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. His tone was filled with condescension and arrogance. When he finished speaking, his eyes even gleamed with killing intent. Gu Li's expression turned grave. Zhu Luqi's eyes shone coldly. "Idiot!" Duan Lingtian spat out a word indifferently in a neither hurried nor slow manner. His word was sharp. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's word, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi felt a sense of joy and satisfaction. However, they felt a little worried for his safety as well. Both of them instantly moved closer to Duan Lingtian as they looked at the old man standing behind Yang Wu with a hint of dread in their eyes. As expected, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the old man's expression turned grave while his gaze became as sharp as a knife. "Why, you actually dare to call me an idiot?" At the same time, Yang Wu, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's insult, regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he was seeing a ghost. He had lived for so long, but this was his first time being called an idiot to his face. "Why you're seeking death?" Yang Wu became furious after a moment of speechlessness. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes as his body moved forward to charge at Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. The old man behind him immediately used his energy to lock Gu Li and Zhu Luqi in place to prevent them from helping Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, since he looked so young, the old man did not think he was a match for his young master. Duan Lingtian smirked coldly and was about to make a move against Yang Wu when a thunderous voice sounded above the Black Turtle Sanctum, causing the entire place to fall silent.
"How dare you!"
At the same time, a horrifying energy appeared in between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu out of nowhere and exploded without warning.
Boom! Although the energy that exploded in between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was terrifying, it was extremely gentle, particularly toward Duan Lingtian, who had yet to make his move. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was merely sent stumbling backward a few steps without suffering any injuries. On the other hand, Yang Wu's energy that was sweeping at Duanling Tian collided with that terrifying energy, causing him to suffer a huge injury from the backlash. He was sent flying into the distance. Barf. As he was sent flying, Yang Wu's internal organs quivered as he threw up a mouthful of blood. It splattered in the sky like dark red roses, quavered as he threw out a huge mouthful of blood. Second young master. The old man who was following Yang Wu no longer bothered with Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He instantly flew out and helped Yang Wu to stabilize his body. Whoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an old man with a huge build appeared nearby. He was dressed in a white long robe embroidered with a flaming black turtle. His body was sturdy and tall. He looked like a sturdy tower as he stood there. At the same time, many people gasped while others exclaimed, "It's a silver flame elder!" The white robe the sturdy old man was wearing was embroidered with flames and a black turtle that was silver in color. It appeared particularly eye-catching. This was also the trademark of the fire worship sect's silver flame elder. The elders in the fire worship sect were divided into 3 different ranks. They were bronze flame elders, silver flame elders, and golden flame elders. Among these 3, the golden flame elders had the highest position and were the elite high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, only the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a golden flame elder. Based on this, one could see how rare a golden flame elder was. This proved how extraordinary the position was in the fire worship sect. The silver flame elder came after the golden flame elder. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was a total of 5 silver flame elders, and each of them was an elite powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. They were all strong powerhouses who had already entered the Saint Celestial stage and were ranked in the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. If one wanted to become a silver flame elder in the fire worship sect, one must fulfill 2 conditions. First, one must be loyal to the fire worship sect. Second, one must be ranked in the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The most important condition was the second one. Based on this, one could tell how powerful a silver flame elder was. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar said solemnly, "Judging by his huge build, if I'm not mistaken, this silver flame elder must be Elder Tung Shan from the Black Turtle Sanctum." Elder Tung Shan? Many people instantly began to discuss in a low voice. Elder Tung Shan is ranked at the 173rd place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even among the 5 silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, his strength is ranked in the top 3. I can't believe Elder Tung Shan actually personally came out. It seems like these 2 people are in trouble now. Elder Tung Shan is famous for having a hot temper. To think they actually dared to fight in the Black Turtle Sanctum. This is like asking for trouble. As the people discussed among themselves, many of them looked at Duanling Tian and Yang Wu with a hint of pity in their eyes. Huh? That person seems a little familiar. Isn't he the second son of the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect? Soon after, someone recognized Yang Wu, the second son of the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect. Many people instantly shifted their attention to Yang Wu. Some of them who had seen him before immediately recognized who he was. It's really him. Yang Wu, the second son of the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect. It's said that Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, is best friends with Lian, the first silver flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Lian is a silver flame elder who is even more powerful than Elder Tung Shan. Looks like the person who fought with Yang Wu is doomed. More and more people began to look at Duanling Tian sympathetically. Naturally, Duanling Tian also heard the discussion. It caused him to frown a little as his heart jolted. The expressions on Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's faces, on the other hand, turned completely grave. In their opinion, as a silver flame elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum, Elder Tung Shan must be on the same side with Elder Lian. Coupled with the fact that Lian was stronger than him, he had to consider Lian's reputation as well. Not to mention Lian and Yang Wu's father were best friends. Elder Tung Shan was most likely on Yang Wu's side. Everyone present on the scene, including Yang Wu, thought this silver flame elder, Tung Shan, would take his side, but to everyone's surprise, he glared at Yang Wu and said angrily, "To think you actually dare to make a move in the Black Turtle Sanctum.
How bold of you!
As his voice sounded, a wave of awe-inspiring sound wave and aura shrouded Yang Wu, causing him to be even more injured. Once again, he threw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. A hint of horror immediately appeared in Yang Wu's eyes.
This Tung Shan actually did not show any consideration for Elder Lian at all? Perhaps he did not hear the discussion in the surroundings and did not know who he was. At the same time, an uproar broke out immediately.
Nobody expected Tung Shan to make a move against Yang Wu. This was completely beyond their expectations. What's going on?
Elder Tung Shan actually punished Yang Wu?
Does he not know who Yang Wu is? Elder Tung Shan must not have heard our discussion and doesn't know who Yang Wu is. Otherwise, even if he doesn't care for Yang Wu's father, he would still have to take Elder Lian into consideration.
I think so as well.
The crowd discussed among themselves and reached their own conclusion. Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi shared the same thought as the others as well.
The old man beside Yang Wu had the same thought with everyone else. He thought Tung Shan was unaware of Yang Wu's identity, so he immediately reminded him by saying, Elder Tung Shan, this is second young master Yang Wu, the second son of the fifth elder, Yang Chong,
of the Northern Plethora sect. He continued to say in case Tung Shan was unaware of the relationship between Elder Lian and their fifth elder. Elder Lian from the sanctum of your sect is our fifth elder's best friend. I'm sure you must have heard about it as well, Elder Tung Shan. So what? However, to everyone's surprise, Tung Shan's expression remained unchanged even when he heard the old man's words. He said indifferently, no matter who you are, you still need to obey the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Even if it's Elder Lian's biological son, I won't show any mercy as well if he breaks the rules of the Black Turtle Sanctum, let alone the son of Elder Lian's friend.
I believe that if Elder Lian is present on the scene, he'll agree with me as well.
Tung Shan's righteousness had taken many people by surprise. Elder Tung Shan seems like a good person, Gu Li whispered as he sighed in relief. Zhu Luqi nodded.
Duan Lingtian glanced at Tung Shan. The hints of dread in his eyes had vanished and it was replaced with admiration. Put everything else aside, just Elder Tung Shan's righteousness alone had already earned his respect.
Elder Tung Shan's right. At this moment, another ancient-sounding voice reverberated in the air and attracted the crowd's attention.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a skinny old man appeared. This old man was wearing the same robe as Tung Shan. He was also a Silver Flame elder.
Upon seeing this person, Yang Wu's eyes lit up as he called out, clearly pleasantly surprised, Uncle Lian.
Everyone present on the scene instantly regained their senses.
This Silver Flame elder was none other than Lian from the Fire Worship Sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. Lian was also the most powerful Silver Flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Ever since Lian appeared, his expression remained neutral. There was no expression of joy nor anger. Although he had heard Yang Wu's greeting, he only looked at him indifferently and ignored him. Yang Wu frowned upon seeing this. Previously, Uncle Lian had never been so cold to him. Little Wu, don't worry. Uncle Lian will make sure you're satisfied with the outcome of today's incident. Yang Wu was feeling a little unhappy in his heart when a voice rang in his ear. He could tell the voice belonged to Lian. The dark clouds in his heart vanished immediately and were replaced with a sense of excitement instead. Uncle Lian was on his side no matter what. Elder Tung Shan, just as the saying goes, it takes two to quarrel. You've punished Yang Wu. Isn't it time for you to punish the other party? Lian asked as he looked at Tung Shan. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian.
His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Lingtian, causing him to feel as though he had been targeted by a poisonous snake. At the same time, horror dawned him. Lian wants to kill me? At this instant, Duan Lingtian had also realized how naive he was. He had thought Lian was as righteous as Tung Shan was when he heard Lian's words earlier. However, judging by the current situation, it was apparent Lian was different from Tung Shan.
Elder Lian. Yang Wu was the only one who made a move. Tung Shan frowned. He did not make a move against Duan Lingtian even though Lian told him to. The energy he had unleashed earlier in between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu just now had another use apart from stopping the fight. Proved who made a move first. Whoever activated their energies would be injured by his wave of energy instead.
Earlier, Yang Wu was the only who was injured. Duanling Tian remained unharmed. This meant Yang Wu was the only one who violated the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Due to this reason, he did not plan to punish Duanling Tian.
Elder Tengshan, I've just said that it takes two to quarrel.
Since you're not going to punish him, leave this matter to me then. Li Yan's expression turned grim when he heard Tung Shan's words. He raised his hand and slapped it in Duanling Tian's direction.
Boom! The air instantly trembled. A vast and terrifying energy rushed toward Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian felt as though he was being suffocated. The energy that had charged toward him was extremely terrifying. It locked him in place. He could not move at all. No! Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as an expression of unwillingness appeared on his face. He was 100% certain he would die if this wave of energy landed on him. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye.
Nobody expected Li Yan would make a killing move against Duanling Tian. Elder Li Yan. It did not cross Tung Shan's mind as well that Li Yan would make such a vicious move. Horror dawned on him as he instantly moved to stop Li Yan.
However, his strength was slightly weaker than Li Yan. Coupled with the fact that Li Yan made the first move, he only managed to block half of Li Yan's energy, while the other half landed on Duanling Tian. Bang!
Despite the force of the energy being reduced by half, it was still a critical hit to Duanling Tian. When it landed on him, he instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was so painful he almost lost consciousness.
No!
I can't pass out. I can't pass out. Duanling Tian used all his might to stay conscious. It was only when the pain numbed a little that he managed to overcome it by force. After he used the Sun True Origin to heal his wound a little, Duanling Tian finally relaxed. At the same time, he looked at Tung Shan and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Elder Tung Shan, for saving me."
He's still alive? Whether it was Li Yan who had attacked Duanling Tian or Tung Shan who had saved him, they were both shocked when they saw Duanling Tian had survived. How's this possible? Li Yan had an expression of disbelief on his face. He knew clearly how much force he had used. His strike earlier, despite its force being reduced to half, was enough to kill any human martial, Dao, and devil cultivators below the Saint Celestial stage. However, the purple-clad young man before him did not die.
He was filled with disbelief, and so was Tung Shan.
Although he managed to block half of Li Yan's strike, the remaining half of the force was enough to kill a human martial, Dao, and devil cultivator below the Saint Celestial stage. Don't tell me he's not human? Li Yan and Tung Shan immediately extended their divine consciousness and probed Duanling Tian's entire body, making sure he was human. It was impossible for a human below the Saint Celestial stage to withstand the strike earlier and survive. However, after they finished probing, it was clear that Duanling Tian was human. He's indeed human, but why is his body so strong? Both of them also noticed how abnormally strong Duanling Tian's body was. It was to the point that it was comparable to the body of an ordinary Divine Saint stage wild beast or the true form of a Divine Saint stage saint body. In their opinion, this was something unbelievable.
However, the truth was laid bare in front of their eyes. They could not refute the truth. They could only conclude that Duanling Tian had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his body to be so strong. If my body was slightly weaker, I would have died from that strike. Duanling Tian knew this very well. He had survived solely because of his tough body.
Earlier, when Li Yan locked his body in place with his aura, not only could he not move, but it was difficult for him to mobilize the Sun True Origin in his body as well. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to transform into a dragon warrior. Although Duanling Tian did not die, he suffered quite a heavy injury. At the very least, his injury was heavier than Yang Wu's injury.
Elder Li Yan's strike earlier was too vicious. If Elder Tung Shan didn't make a move earlier, this young man would have died.
That's right. Judging by his injury, you can see how terrifying Elder Li Yan's strike was. Although Elder Tung Shan managed to block half of the strike, the remaining force almost killed him as well. I guess Elder Li Yan is on Yang Wu's side after all. It's to be expected. After all, Yang Wu is his best friend's son. The crowd regained their senses as the atmosphere began to buzz again. When they looked at Li Yan, there was a hint of dread in their eyes. When he had appeared earlier, he acted magnanimous and impartial. However, his action made them realize that not every Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum was like Tung Shan.
I almost died earlier.
I've no enmity with Lien, but due to the small dispute I had with Lien, he actually wanted to kill me. Duanling Tian raised his head and looked at Lien, who was standing in the distance. Rage could be seen burning in his eyes. Sensing Duanling Tian's gaze, Lien merely glanced at him indifferently before he turned away and ignored him. Although Duanling Tian's body was abnormally strong, in Lian's eyes, he was just like an ant that he could easily step on. If Tung Shan did not intervene earlier, Duanling Tian would have died.
Lien, when Duanling Tian saw Lien ignoring him, the flames of fury rose up in his heart even more. He hated Lien to the core. If he was stronger than Lien, he would have killed him at this instant, even if it meant defending the fire worship sect and being pursued by them. Unfortunately, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword and unleashed all his strength, it would be impossible for him to kill Lien now.
For this reason, he could only endure it. He would endure this and seek revenge in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian, are you all right? At this moment, Gu Li, who had regained his senses, looked at Duanling Tian with a worried expression.
He did not expect Lien to be this shameless. He actually wanted to kill Duanling Tian, someone who had yet to enter the fire worship sect.
Zhu Luqi also looked at Duanling Tian. Although he did not say anything, a hint of concern could be seen in his eyes.
Elder Lien, even if he's at fault, it's not to the point where he deserves to die, right? Tung Shan asked coldly as he looked at Lien with a grim expression as everyone looked on.
Of course, he doesn't deserve to die. Earlier, I had accidentally used too much force. It was not my intention to do so. Moreover, he's alive, right? Lien replied, indifferently faced with Tung Shan's question. When Tung Shan heard Lian's shameless words, he was rendered speechless.
Tung Shan was not the only one. Everyone present on the scene was speechless as well. It did not cross their minds that Elder Lien could speak so confidently, even though it was clear he was telling a blatant lie. His accidentally used too much force? I'm still alive. Duanling Tian's expression turned grave again. He did not expect Lien to be this shameless. It was obvious Lien wanted to kill him, and yet he refused to admit it. Since both of you have been punished, this matter can be considered as resolved. Lien glanced at Duanling Tian indifferently before looking at Yang Wu, who frowned upon hearing his words.
In the next instant, he transmitted his voice to Yang Wu. When Yang Wu heard his voice transmission, his frown disappeared immediately. He quickly looked at Duanling Tian with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Tung Shan, you don't have any objections, right? Lien asked as he looked at Tung Shan.
Tung Shan shook his head. Since the matter had already escalated to this stage, what else could he say? Moreover, he had already punished the one who truly deserved it.
Elder Lien. When Tung Shan shook his head, Yang Wu looked at Lien before he said solemnly, Today, I'd like to issue a death duel. I hope you'll be the witness to this death duel between me and him. Death duel. Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, everyone instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian before they looked at Yang Wu.
They could see Yang Wu's injury was almost completely healed, while Duanling Tian was still severely injured to the point where his face was still pale.
Yang Wu is really shameless. Many people began to rebuke in a low voice. At this moment, they all knew who Yang Wu wanted to issue a death duel to. He even asked Lien to become his witness. They did not even need to use their brain to figure out his target was Duanling Tian, who only had half his life left after being injured by Lien. Shameless? How shameless?
Don't tell me Yang Wu wants to have an unfair fight?
Calm down.
It's not set in stone.
Even if Yang Wu issues a death duel, he still needs the consent of his opponent. If his opponent declines, put aside Yang Wu. Even Lien could not touch this young man at all. The crowd discussed among themselves. They did not think Duanling Tian would accept Yang Wu's death duel invitation. In their opinion, put aside whether Duanling Tian was a match for Yang Wu when he was uninjured, unless he wanted to die, it was impossible for Duanling Tian, who was currently severely injured, to accept Yang Wu's death duel invitation. You want me to become the witness?
Of course I can. Lien agreed to it immediately before he asked, who do you want to issue the death duel to?
Faced with Lian's question, Yang Wu shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian immediately.
You trash. Do you dare to have a death duel with me? Although everyone present had already expected Yang Wu to issue the death duel to Duan Ling Tian, when they saw him issuing the death duel and calling him trash, they could not help but inwardly cursed him for being shameless. There were also people who cursed out loud. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? And this included Gu Li. Junior brother Ling Tian. Ignore him. That idiot only dare to issue a death duel when you're injured, Gu Li said to Duan Ling Tian. He was worried Duan Ling Tian would accept the death duel invitation. Heal your wound properly. You don't have to completely heal your injuries, but heal it a little more. Then it would be easy for you to kill him, Zhu Luqi said. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes at Yang Wu as he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Did you just issue a death duel invitation to me?" "That's right." Yang Wu nodded stubbornly. His eyes were filled with condescension as he looked at Duan Ling Tian like a senior looking down at a junior. "Naturally, you can decline. After all, you and your two companions are just like trash." Yang Wu sneered as he shifted his attention to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions turned grim immediately. However, they knew that Yang Wu was intentionally provoking Duan Ling Tian, so they remained quiet. They were worried they would further enrage Duan Ling Tian if they spoke. If Duan Ling Tian was not so heavily injured, naturally, they had no doubts that Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Yang Wu. Although Duan Ling Tian was no longer on the brink of death like he was earlier, judging by his current situation, it was obvious he was still severely injured. Even Gu Li felt as though he could defeat the current Duan Ling Tian, let alone Yang Wu, who was much stronger than him. Death duel. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with death duels. Not only that, but if he did not take a moment to think about it, he would not remember the number of times he was engaged in a death duel. However, the fact that Duan Ling Tian was still standing here meant that all his opponents had died. Today, Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, had issued a death duel invitation to him and even asked Elder Lian, the strongest Silver Flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, to become his witness. As expected, you're indeed trash. Just tell me directly if you're afraid to accept it. Why are you hesitating for? Yang Wu continued to look at Duan Ling Tian condescendingly as he said arrogantly, "Don't tell me by hesitating, you'll be able to muster your courage? Coward. Trash. Faced with something that can't even compare to trash, do you think I'll decline the challenge?" Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. Something that was not even comparable to trash? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, everybody's hearts jolted. Based on Duan Ling Tian's word, he was planning to accept Yang Wu's death duel invitation? He's crazy. Many people gasped. They felt that Duan Ling Tian had lost his mind. Don't tell me he's so strong that he can still defeat Yang Wu even though he's heavily injured? Some people who were quite strong were curious, so they extended their divine consciousness and probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. However, in the next instant, their expressions changed drastically. The peak of the eminent saint stage? How is this possible? My divine consciousness also detects that his cultivation base is at the peak of the eminent saint stage. My goodness. Is he seeking death? A person at the peak of the eminent saint stage who's severely injured is planning to accept the death duel invitation issued by a mastery divine, saint stage martial cultivator, who's at almost the peak of his health? Is he even sane? He's seeking death. When Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was exposed, a commotion broke out. Naturally, there were also people who remained calm, as though they had already known Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Apart from Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, these few people were Yang Wu, Lian, and Teng Shan. No explanation was needed for Gu Li and Zhu Luqi since they were Duan Ling Tian's companions. They already knew about this since a long time ago. As for Yang Wu, he had heard about it from Lian. When Lian and Teng Shan were probing Duan Ling Tian using their divine consciousness to check if he was human, they also discovered his cultivation base. For this reason, Lian had transmitted his voice to Yang Wu, suggesting that he humiliate Duan Ling Tian by issuing a death duel invitation. As long as Duan Ling Tian accepted the challenge, the incident today would definitely have a happy ending for Yang Wu and Lian. With this, Lian would have an explanation for his best friend when they meet in the future. It was all due to Li An's manipulation that things had escalated to this extent.
Junior brother Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian.
Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were horrified as they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in panic. As soon as they were going to open their mouths to dissuade him, Duan Ling Tian instantly interrupted them. Don't worry, I'm confident.
Senior brother Gu Li, it's not like you've not seen me engage in death duels with other people. When we were still in the mystical sky mansion, didn't I kill Zhao Kuan from the Zhao clan as well? How many people thought I would lose at that time? Duan Ling Tian spoke very confidently. But now your Gu Li was about to remind Duan Ling Tian he was injured and not at his best condition. Duan Ling Tian interrupted him again. It's enough to kill Yangwu.
In the end, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi chose to believe in Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was also their only option.
They could see that Duan Ling Tian was determined and there was no changing his mind.
Elder Tung Shan, I hope you'll also be a witness to the death duel between Yang Wu and I. Otherwise, I'm afraid some old dog wouldn't be able to control himself and intervene when he sees that thing that's not even comparable to trash being killed by me. Duan Ling Tian said to Tung Shan when everyone thought he had lost his mind. The entire place fell silent immediately. Some old dog? That thing that was not even comparable to trash? Many people looked at Lian and Yang Wu strangely when they heard this. Many of them also secretly gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up.
It was nothing special if Duan Ling Tian had cursed Yang Wu, but Duan Ling Tian actually cursed Lian, the #1 Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum as well.
Not only was it shocking, they felt that Duan Ling Tian had given up and decided to leave everything up to fate since things had already escalated to this stage. That was probably the reason why he was acting so recklessly. Li An's expression turned cold. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was cursing him, he could not say anything since Duan Ling Tian did not mention his name. If he had spoken up, would that not be akin to him admitting that he was an old dog?
I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Yang Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian with terrifyingly cold eyes that were filled with killing intent. You've already made up your mind? Tung Shan asked in a deep voice.
He did not think that this purple-clad young man was Yang Wu's match. Even if he was not injured, he was merely at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Yang Wu, on the other hand, was a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator.
Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I hope that you can become my witness and ensure the death duel is fair, Elder Tung Shan.
Don't worry about this. No third person is allowed to intervene in a death duel that's carried out in the Black Turtle Sanctum unless he wants to go against the entire 4 symbol sanctums and the fire worship sect, Tung Shan said as he looked at Lian. He still took to heart that Lian had doubted his judgment and punished Duan Ling Tian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody was allowed to cause trouble or else they would be punished just like Yang Wu was punished earlier.
However, if it was a death duel, then the Black Turtle Sanctum would ensure its fairness. What's your name? Tung Shan asked Duan Ling Tian as he looked at him before the death duel started.
Although he did not think this young man was particularly strong, his courage, actions, and how he called Lian an old dog made him like Duan Ling Tian. If it was possible, he really did not want this young man to die. However, since things had already escalated to this stage, it was already out of his control. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile.
Good name. Tung Shan praised as his eyes shone brightly.
Although news about the Devil Seal Tablet appearing again had reached the upper province and many learned that the Devil Seal Tablet was in the possession of a lower province's martial cultivator called Duan Ling Tian, the Dao martial saint land was so big, it was normal for people to share the same name. Due to this reason, when Duan Ling Tian revealed his name, it did not cause a commotion. Even if they learned Duan Ling Tian was the one who used to possess the Devil Seal Tablet, it would not cause a commotion since they all knew the Devil Seal Tablet was currently in the possession of Elder Xiazong from the Black Kshetra sect. Before Duan Ling Tian came to the Fire Worship sect, he had already changed his look using the disguising secret tactic. Although the changes were small, he looked like a completely different person. At the very least, it would be difficult for even his close friends and family to recognize him with just a glance. He did not plan to change his name even if he had changed his appearance. For this reason, when Tung Shan asked for his name, he immediately told him his real name.
I've come across quite a lot of lunatics in my life, but this is my first time seeing such a lunatic. That's right.
Duan Ling Tian is the lunatic among all lunatics. Everyone can see he'll definitely die if he accepts Yang Wu's death duel invitation. Even then, he still has the mood to ask Elder Tingshan to be a witness.
Perhaps he just did not want to lose to Yang Wu in terms of being domineering?
The people present on the scene discussed heatedly among themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian asked Tingshan to be his witness and looked confident, nobody thought he could kill Yang Wu. It was the same for Li En and Yang Wu. Even if a person who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage was at his peak, it was still impossible for him to be a match for a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, let alone the fact that he was severely injured.
Trash is trash.
Things have already escalated to this stage, but you still want to act mysterious. Yang Wu smirked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. Faced with Yang Wu's disdain, Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with him. He only looked at him calmly and said, "Let's begin. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Wu was infuriated when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. It was different from what he had imagined. He had imagined seeing Duan Ling Tian afraid. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian as soon as he finished speaking.
You're merely at the peak of the eminent saint stage, but you dare to accept the death duel invitation my second young master issued.
You're seeking death. The old man following Yang Wu stood at the side and watched. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man. Junior brother Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian.
Although Gu Li and Zhu Luqi could tell Duan Ling Tian was confident, when they say how pale he was and how unsteady his body was, they were filled with anxiety. Trash. If there's a next life, remember to take a detour if you encounter someone strong like me. Otherwise, you'll just keep on dying no matter how many lives you have. Yang Wu flew out like a gust of wind and soon arrived near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. His disdainful words resonated in the air, accompanied by a 3-foot-long blade. Whoosh! The 3-foot-long blade slashed across the sky and quickly transformed into a 7-foot-long sword ray. It felt dismal and cold as the energy wave swept toward Duan Ling Tian, as though it could pierce through everything.
100 inscriptions saint sword. Many people could tell the 3-foot-long blade in Yang Wu's hands was 100 inscriptions saint weapon when they sensed the dangerous aura it emitted. Its force would not have been so strong if it was not 100 inscriptions saint weapon.
Whoosh! At the same time, the air within 100 meters around Yang Wu began to tremble as he began to consolidate his territory. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense a heavy force enveloping him in this territory. Pressed down on him, further injuring him. His face turned even paler as he threw up a mouthful of blood. It was apparent that Yang Wu's territory was the gravitational territory.
Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li was horrified when he saw Duan Ling Tian throwing up blood and how pale he was before he even made his move. His eyes were as wide as saucers as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, there was nothing he could do. He was so anxious that he almost destroyed his teeth as he gnashed them.
Zhu Luqi was no better. He had a worried expression on his face. Die! Yang Wu snarled loudly without warning. His body entered his gravitational territory with flash. He was not affected at all since it was his own territory.
In just a blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wu walked in his territory with his sword like a sword god.
When the sword god was enraged, blood would splatter for miles upon miles. Duan Ling Tian's going to die now.
The gap is too huge.
They're at two completely different levels.
Upon seeing this, many people shook their heads and sighed emotionally as though they had already seen Duan Ling Tian die. You brute! To think you actually dare to curse me. Count yourself lucky.
If I'm the one who personally makes a move, you'll die without a grave. Lian smirked, and his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was about to be killed by Yang Wu. Earlier, he was furious when Duan Ling Tian had indirectly called him an old dog. If Duan Ling Tian did not say it in such a roundabout way, he would have made his move out of rage and kill him. Naturally, he felt satisfied when he saw how Duan Ling Tian was going to be killed by Yang Wu.
Tung Shan sighed as a hint of reluctance filled his eyes. Even he did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Yang Wu. He was about to look away since he was unwilling to see Yang Wu kill Duan Ling Tian and the scene of his blood splattering in the air. However, just as he was about to look away, the situation turned around. How's this possible? Tung Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wu with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. At the same time Tung Shan narrowed his eyes, horror dawned on Lian as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face as well. He could not believe what he was seeing. Under the gazes of Tung Shan and Lian, a whirlpool rapidly emerged around Duan Ling Tian. The whirlpool churned as the energy in the surroundings was absorbed by him. During this process, Yang Wu's gravitational territory shattered immediately. Swoosh! Although the gravitational territory was shattered, it did not affect the sword in Yang Wu's hands at all. He was taken aback by the scene before him, but he continued to exert his strength. The 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand whistled in the air as it slashed toward Duan Ling Tian's neck. It was apparent that he wanted to decapitate Duan Ling Tian. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning, Yang Wu saw something flashed across his eyes. It was accompanied by a deafening sound of wind whistling in the air that made his eardrums tremble. Clang! In the next instant, a loud metal clashing sound reverberated in the air and shattered Yang Wu's eardrums, causing blood to stream out of his ears. Yang Wu did not even have time to tend to his bleeding ears when he sensed a resistance force against his sword that made it tremble. It was as though it had clashed with something indestructible. This force did not only tear the skin between his thumb and his index finger, but the vibration it sent down the 100 Inscriptions sword even entered his body, causing his internal organs to be severely injured. Barf! Yang Wu's body trembled before he threw up blood. He felt dizzy and his vision was blurry as he looked at his 100 Inscriptions sword. A fierce-looking hand with sharp claws was blocking the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword of his hand. Initially, he had thought some saint beast or wild beast had made its move to help Duan Ling Tian, but when he shifted his gaze upward, he realized this hand with sharp claws were not different from a dragon's hand. Not only that, but it was Duan Ling Tian's hand. Whoosh! Before Yang Wu could see the dragon claws on Duan Ling Tian's hand clearly, it had already disappeared and was replaced with a human hand. At the same time, this hand stretched out at lightning speed and clasped Yang Wu's neck. A vast energy suppressed his energy and hoisted him up forcefully by his neck. See cough! Cough! See cough! Now that Yang Wu's energy was suppressed, he could no longer hover in the air. His face turned red instantly since he was held up in the air by his neck. He could not breathe and was suffocating. It seems like the person who's going to die isn't me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Duan Ling Tian who was holding Yang Wu up by his neck. He stared at Yang Wu's flushed face emotionlessly. Earlier, when the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword in Yang Wu's hand almost landed on Duan Ling Tian, he quickly made his move in a timely manner. He had immediately used the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, he was still able to raise the force of his Sun True Origin even though he was heavily injured, and it was difficult for him to raise the force of his Sun True Origin to his heart's content. Despite the fact that he could not raise it to its peak, it was not difficult for him to raise it to a level where he could fight against Yang Wu. At the same time, he had dragonized his right hand as well. Currently, he could easily transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, so it was even easier for him to dragonize his right hand. With the help of his dragonized right hand and the Sun True Origin whose force had been raised by the devouring tactic, Duan Ling Tian easily blocked the 100 Inscriptions Saint weapon in Yang Wu's hand. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel any pressure at all. Although the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword was powerful, Yang Wu's strength was not that strong. A mere mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, who wielded the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword, was not much of a threat to Duan Ling Tian. The moment Duan Ling Tian extended his dragon's claws out, not only did it block Yang Wu's 100 Inscriptions Saint sword, but it had even severely injured Yang Wu as well. To this, inconceivable. Inconceivable. How's this possible? Wasn't he injured by Elder Lian? How is he still so strong? Isn't he a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Let alone a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage who's injured, even a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage at his peak doesn't possess his strength. The spectators were momentarily stunned. When they regained their senses, they had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Many people felt that their brains had gone haywire.
Who could tell them what was going on? Why was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage who was severely injured so strong, and even managed to counterattack a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, and successfully grasped his opponent's life in his hand?
They could tell that Duan Ling Tian could kill Yang Wu any time as long as he wanted to. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li's eyes lit up and he sighed in relief when he saw the scene before him, unlike other people who were filled with shock and disbelief.
Freak! Zhu Luqi was dumbfounded for a long time before spitting out one word. Duan Ling Tian's strength had also shocked and baffled him.
It did not cross his mind that although Duan Ling Tian was severely injured, he was still so strong. In just 2 to 3 moves, he had already turned the situation around and put Yang Wu, a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, in a disadvantageous position.
Not only that, but he held Yang Wu's life in his hands as well. Let second young master go. At the same time, the old man who always followed behind Yang Wu could no longer hold back when he saw the pained expression on Yang Wu's face from having his neck gripped by Duan Ling Tian.
After he shouted, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian to try and rescue his second young master. Humph! However, the instant the old man made his move, a thunderous snort resonated. Bang!
A terrifying energy sent the old man flying.
Tangshan looked at the old man whom he had sent flying and said coldly, "If you dare to act recklessly again, you'll definitely die." The old man instantly trembled as colors drained from his face. The old man took a deep breath and immediately shifted his gaze to Lian, who was standing by Tangshan's side.
"Elder Lian, you're our 5th elder's best friend. You must save second young master."
The 5th elder only has 2 sons and he adores the second young master the most. If something happens to the second young master, he wouldn't be able to handle it.
The moment he realized it was impossible for him to save his second young master, he immediately tried to pull Lian into it. Upon hearing his voice transmission, Li An's originally grim expression turned even grimmer.
Asking him to save Yang Wu?
How should he save Yang Wu? Everyone present on the scene personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wu engaging in a death duel. If he shamelessly made his move, he could indeed save Yang Wu. However, he could dismiss the idea of staying in the fire worship sect in the future since the sect would not tolerate such disgrace. Lian knew very well if he intervened in the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wu, he would definitely be expelled by the fire worship sect.
Would he risk getting expelled from the fire worship sect for Yang Wu?
Of course not. Even if it was his biological son, he would not do anything to break the fire worship sect's rules, let alone for his friend's son. Publicly intervening in a death duel and bringing shame to the fire worship sect was one of fire worship sect's taboos. Duan Ling Tian, although he did not dare to outwardly intervene, he still secretly transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. "Let him go. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it."
The moment he opened his mouth, he threatened Duan Ling Tian in a near-commanding tone as he told him to let go of Yang Wu.
"Regret it." Upon hearing Lian's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian turned his head and shifted his gaze in a neither hurried nor slow manner to Lian. Duan Ling Tian sneered as he said loudly, "Elder Lian, if I'm not mistaken, the death duel is between me and Yang Wu. I wonder what you're trying to do by transmitting your voice to me and asking me to let Yang Wu go? You said I'll regret it if I don't let go. I wonder, Elder Lian, how am I going to regret it?" When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he stared at Lian. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a commotion instantly broke out. Many people turned to look at Lian. Their eyes were filled with contempt, hatred, and rage. At this instant, Lian was the target of everyone's hate. This was because he had threatened Duan Ling Tian. Is he really the strongest silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Fire Worship Sect? To think that he actually dares to intervene in this matter in the Fire Worship Sect. He's really a disgrace to the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Fire Worship Sect. If Duan Ling Tian did not reveal this, I would be unaware that a supposedly awe-inspiring silver flame elder of the Fire Worship Sect would have such a character. How revolting!
After a while, many of those who were brave began to rebuke Lian loudly and expressed their dissatisfaction with him.
Lian had enraged the crowd.
"Elder Lian, it's a little inappropriate for you to do this, right?" Tangshan asked in his deep voice as he looked at Lian with a frown on his face.
"Elder Tangshan, He's merely slandering me.
You actually fell for it? Lian asked in return, unwilling to admit he had been outdone by Duan Lingtian.
At the same time, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, do you know what punishment comes with the crime of slandering a fire worship sect's elder? If you don't want to die, you better obediently shut your mouth, Lian said as he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to scare Duan Lingtian because it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would reveal his words through voice transmission. It felt as though Duan Lingtian had torn down the mask he had put on. Duan Lingtian, if you don't want to die, you better obediently shut your mouth. At the same time, Lian did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again. Don't think I'm joking. If you don't keep quiet, you'll definitely die even if you enter the fire worship sect. I, Lian, am the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Fire Worship Sect. It would be easy for me to kill you. Lian's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke. When Lian thought Duan Lingtian would be cowed by his threats, Duan Lingtian laughed out loud.
Then Duan Lingtian looked at Lian, whose expression was grave, and said, Elder Lian, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Why don't we swear on the lightning penalty oath so everyone can see who's telling the truth and who's lying?
Lightning penalty oath. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lian's expression turned even graver. Everyone turned to look at Lian to see if he dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove his innocence. If he did not dare to do it, it would mean he was guilty.
Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said scornfully, Who are you to think that you're worthy for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath for?
The moment his words left his mouth, the people began to boo Lian.
Although Lian put on a dignified air when he spoke, most people knew Lian must be afraid to swear on the lightning penalty oath because he was guilty. He only said such words as an excuse.
The instant Lian heard the commotion, he no longer dared to threaten Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was standing from afar and was staring at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze that was filled with hatred that seemed like it would never go away until the day he died. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Lian's gaze, but he was not bothered by it. This was because he already knew very well when he called Lian an old dog. He had already offended Lian to the point of no return.
He did not regret this.
If Tung Shan did not make a move to block Lian's attack, he would have been killed by Lian. At that time, Lian did not show any mercy at all. It was obvious he intended to kill him. He had never met Lian before this, and yet, Lian still wanted to kill him. How could he not be furious? For this reason, from that moment onward, he had regarded Lian as his enemy. Why would he care about Lian's threats? Duan Lingtian, please, let me go. I beg you. At the same time, Yang Wu, whose neck was gripped by Duan Lingtian, coughed and spluttered as he begged Duan Lingtian to spare his life, when he realized it was impossible for Lian to save him.
Where did his arrogance go at this moment? I can't believe it would end this way. If you didn't witness it personally, you wouldn't have believed it.
That's right. At the start of the death duel, almost everybody felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Who would expect that he managed to turn the situation around? Not only did he easily defeat Yang Wu and overpower him, but he even holds Yang Wu's life in his hands. It's completely unbelievable that Duan Lingtian is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Nonsense.
From the current strength he demonstrates, how can he possibly be a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? He's more like a martial cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage.
Everyone gasped when they heard Yang Wu begging forgiveness from Duan Lingtian when they recalled how arrogantly he had acted earlier. Second young master. The old man who was severely injured by Tung Shan was standing in the distance with a pale face. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes.
He was heavily injured and it was impossible for him to save another person. Moreover, even if he was not injured, he would not be able to rescue Yang Wu.
This was because Tung Shan, the witness whom Duan Lingtian had invited to oversee the death duel, was present on the scene. It was impossible that Tung Shan would let him save Yang Wu. Forgive you. Duan Lingtian was indifferent-faced with Yang Wu, who was begging for forgiveness. I'm very curious, though. If my life is in your hands, would you have let me go?
Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Yang Wu's eyes widened. Then his body tensed as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would see through him.
I know the answer even if you don't tell me. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned colder and colder as it gleamed with killing intent. Then, my answer is the same as yours.
And no. No. And no.
No. No. Sensing Duan Ling Tian's murderous intent, Yang Wu struggled violently as he shouted and coughed. Horror and despair had completely filled his eyes.
Before killing Yang Wu, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian and asked indifferently, Elder Lian, do you still have anything to say to him?
You won't have any chance again after this.
Provocation.
That was a blatant provocation. At this moment, everyone could sense the tension between both of them.
When Lian heard Duan Ling Tian's provocative words, he felt his lungs were going to burst out of anger. However, it was inappropriate for him to show his emotions in front of so many people. After all, every single one of his actions represented the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Fire Worship sect.
Little Wu, die in peace. Uncle Li will send him to meet you soon. In the end, Lian glanced at Yang Wu before he transmitted his voice transmission. His voice sounded grim as well when he spoke.
No matter what, Yang Wu was his best friend's son. Now that he was going to die here, he did not know how to face his best friend in the future. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only watch as Yang Wu dies.
Duan Ling Tian, if you kill him, not only will you have to face my wrath, but you'll have to face 5th Elder Yang Chong's wrath from the Northern Plethora sect as well. You're going to die. Lian stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly and sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death in his heart.
Snap!
A crisp sound could be heard as Duan Ling Tian tightened his grip and killed Yang Wu. Until the moment Yang Wu died, his eyes were still wide open. He died with a belly full of regrets.
After killing Yang Wu and keeping the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword and his spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian released his grip on Yang Wu's neck, causing Yang Wu to drop from the sky. At the same time, his expression changed as colors drained from his face. At this moment, the energy absorbed by the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was completely depleted. His spiritual energy was depleted as well. He decided to kill Yang Wu instantly due to this reason. He was afraid the situation would change again.
He's dead. The awe-inspiring son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th Elder is dead?
I wonder how angry the 5th Elder will be when finds out about this.
Humph.
Yang Wu deserves to die.
If he didn't provoke other people, he wouldn't have been killed. Humph.
After Yang Wu was killed, the scene that was silent broke out in an uproar again. Soon after, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. The purple-clad young man whom they did not regard highly in the beginning managed to turn the situation around at the most critical moment when he fought against Yang Wu, who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage, and killed him.
Such an unexpected outcome had also given them a fright that they only regained their senses after a long time. After all of them were certain the purple-clad young man would be killed by Yang Wu. Duan Ling Tian must know some secret tactic that can conceal his cultivation base. Somebody said loudly, "This must be the case." Many people agreed with him. Although they had never heard of any secret tactic that could conceal one's cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were even more convinced that such a tactic existed after they witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength.
What a joke!
Based on their probing using their divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, the person whom they discovered to only have a cultivation base at the peak of the eminent saint stage could actually destroy the territory of a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator in just one blow while he was heavily injured. Not only that, but he had even forcefully endured the 100 inscriptions saint sword that was wielded unreservedly by a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator. He even overpowered the other party in just a blink of an eye and grasped the other party's life in his hands. Was this something a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage could do? Just now when Yang Wu made his move, he looked half dead. As soon as Yang Wu approached him, he cast a terrifying technique that seemed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. I saw that as well. At that time, a whirlpool appeared, and the energy in the surrounding was absorbed by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. Standing in the center of the whirlpool was none other than Duan Ling Tian.
It's obvious the energy that absorbed into the whirlpool was controlled by Duan Lingtian. That's the reason why he's still so strong despite being heavily injured. Not only that, but the whirlpool even destroyed Yang Wu's territory. Such a horrifying technique must be a divine ability. Moreover, it must not be a simple divine ability. It's most likely a high-grade divine ability. The crowd discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the thing he used to block Yang Wu's 100 inscriptions Saint Sword seemed to be a claw-shaped Saint Weapon. I'm sure that Saint Weapon must be 100 inscriptions Saint Weapon, as well since it was able to withstand the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword. Many people began discussing Duan Lingtian's dragonized right hand. Naturally, they did not know Duan Lingtian had dragonized his right hand. They thought he had reacted quickly and took out a Saint Weapon and quickly put it away after he was done with it. Dragon Warrior? If there were people who knew the technique Duan Lingtian had used was dragonization that allowed him to transform into a dragon warrior, it was Tangshan and Lian. As the fire worship sect's silver flame elders and the powerhouses who were ranked at the top 200, on the Supreme Saint ranking, they were strong and possessed eyesight that others could not compare to. Although it only took Duan Lingtian a second to dragonize his right hand before reverting it back to normal, they could tell it was a dragon's hand. As for how many claws his hand had, they did not see it clearly. This was because Duan Lingtian had quickly reverted his hands back to normal. However, they were certain Duan Lingtian was a dragon warrior. I can't believe this little fellow is actually a dragon warrior. Tangshan was happy for Duan Lingtian when he saw him killing Yang Wu and winning the death duel. However, he was still shocked by the fact that Duan Lingtian's a dragon warrior. It seems like he has some connections with the seven-clawed divine dragons in the Dragon Clan. Naturally, he thought Duan Lingtian was a seven-clawed dragon warrior because he did not see the 9 claws on Duan Lingtian's dragonized hand. If he found out Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would be even more shocked. So what if he's a dragon warrior? It just so happens that I haven't killed a dragon warrior before. It's just the right time for me to try now. Lian's gaze was cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Tangshan, for maintaining the fairness of the death duel. After killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian ignored the gazes in the surrounding. The first thing he did was to cup both his hands together and expressed his gratitude to Tangshan. You don't have to thank me. As an elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum in the Fire Worship Sect, this is part of my responsibility, Tangshan said as he shook his head. Just like that, it seemed like the incident had finally ended. Naturally, it only seemed as though it had ended. In truth, everything would begin with Yang Wu's death. By killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian had offended many people. First, he had offended the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum in the Fire Worship Sect. Second, he had offended Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of Northern Plethora Sect. Although the Northern Plethora Sect's elder seemed like he was in a lower position compared to an elder from the Fire Worship Sect, as the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora Sect, Yang Chong's influence was in no way inferior to the Silver Flame Elder, Lian, from the Fire Worship Sect. Otherwise, they would not have become good friends. Due to their status and strength being on par and sharing the same interests, they became good friends. In addition, as the Northern Plethora Sect's 5th Elder, Yang Chong's influence in the Northern Plethora Sect was far superior to Lian's influence in the Fire Worship Sect. In the Fire Worship Sect, Lian was merely one of the many Silver Flames Elders. He only had some influence in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, that was in charge of the affairs in the outer ring of the Fire Worship Sect. There was a total of 5 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, and he was the strongest among them. I can't believe I've already offended 2 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses so soon after I arrived in the Upper Province. Duan Lingtian knew what the consequences were for killing Yang Wu, but he still killed him anyway. Being overly cautious was not Duan Lingtian's style. Not only that, but he also knew very well that even if he did not kill Yang Wu, Lian would not let him go. By killing Yang Wu, he merely offended another Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse who was more or less the same as Lian. To him, there was not much difference in offending 1 or 2 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. TSK. 2 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. What a huge pressure. It's been a while since I last felt such an enormous pressure. Looks like after I've wormed my way into the fire worship sect and become one of their members, I'll have to make use of my time to raise my strength. Although Duanling Tian was not afraid, he had offended 2 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses, so he still felt pressured by it. Currently, Elder Hua must be almost done with repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As long as the 4th level is repaired, not only will I have a better cultivation environment, but I'll have a place to hide as well. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he became slightly excited. At this moment, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired up to the 3rd level. Although the cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite was quite good, it was more or less similar to the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The only advantage he had was the time flow inside was 5 times slower than it was outside. 5 days inside was equivalent to only 1 day outside. However, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, in addition to having a better cultivation environment, the time flow would be even slower inside. According to Elder Hua, the time flow inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite was 8 times slower than it was outside. 8 days inside was equivalent to only 1 day outside. Just this alone was enough to fill Duanling Tian with determination to repair it no matter what it took. Apart from that, there was another thing that Duanling Tian was looking forward to as well. According to Elder Hua, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, the space inside would stabilize. No matter how huge the commotion outside was, he would not be impacted by it if he hid inside. It was different from how it was now, where he would be sent out immediately if there was even the slightest movement outside. If the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been repaired, if I encounter a situation where I'm unable to fight, I can at least hide myself. As long as I hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and transform the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda into a speck of dust, the other party won't be able to find me. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he felt another rush of excitement. If he encountered a difficult situation, this could be considered as having a protective talisman that could be used over and over again. More and more people gathered in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After Duanling Tian returned to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's side, other people also began to disperse. They did not forget the purpose they had come here today. It was to participate in the selection of elite disciples by the 4 Symbols Sanctum, including the Black Turtle Sanctum. Those who came today were mostly natives of the Western region who regarded the Fire Worship Sect as their religion. They wanted to become a member of the Fire Worship Sect. To them, it was the highest honor. Gu Li looked at the ancient figure that was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. He said to Duanling Tian, junior brother Ling Tian, the old man who followed behind Yang Wu has left with Yang Wu's body. He must be returning to the Northern Plethora sect to report this incident. Let him be, Duanling Tian replied nonchalantly. That old man was a quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to stop the old man. Even if he could stop him, news of him killing Yang Wu would eventually reach the Northern Plethora sect. As the number of people increased, noon had finally arrived. Behind the range of mountains where the Black Turtle Sanctum's estate was situated, a group of people had gathered in the sky in a formidable formation. From afar, they looked like black clouds that hung above a city. Currently, everyone's attention was directed at the people standing high up in the sky. There were 8 people. Among the 8 people, there were old men, old women, middle-aged men, and young women. Teng Shan and Lian were among these people. The other 6 people were also wearing the same white robes embroidered with silver flames like Teng Shan and Lian. The only difference they had from Teng Shan and Lian's white robes was the pattern that was embroidered on it. A black turtle was embroidered on Teng Shan and Lian's white robes. On the other hand, among the 6 people, 2 of them had a divine dragon on their white robes. Another 2 had an enormous tiger, and the remaining 2 had a humongous firebird. It's the elders from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Someone exclaimed when Duanling Tian noticed the differences of the pattern on the white robes that the 6 people wore. He had also guessed they were the elders from the other 3 sanctums of the 4 Symbols Sanctums. I've heard that among the Fire Worship Sect's 4 Symbols Sanctums,
Only the divine ability from the White Tiger Sanctum is an offensive divine ability.
I hope I'll be selected by the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. A young man standing nearby said hopefully as he looked at the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum.
On the other hand, I hope the 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum will pick me. The divine ability that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum let its disciples comprehend is a movement divine ability. As the saying goes, speed is the only impenetrable martial technique in the world. The same applies to divine abilities.
Only speed is invincible, somebody said with a hopeful expression on his face. Unlike the young man who wanted to go to the White Tiger Sanctum, he wanted to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum instead. Actually, it's not that bad to go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The divine ability that the Azure Dragon Sanctum let its disciples comprehend is an assist-type divine ability. It's said that it's created based on the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability, the true form Berserkification.
As the saying goes, indigo came from the color blue, but it's bluer than the latter. Somebody chimed in. TSK. Compared to the divine abilities from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, I still prefer the defensive divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum.
It's said that although all the divine abilities from the 4 symbols sanctums are high-grade divine abilities, the Black Turtle's barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum is of a slightly higher grade compared to the others. A middle-aged man said with a chuckle.
Black Turtle's barrier. High-grade defensive divine ability? The moment these words left the middle-aged man's mouth, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately.
He had also heard about how every sanctum would let their disciples comprehend a divine ability, but he was not particularly interested in it. This was because he had thought the divine abilities from the 4 sanctums were merely medium-grade divine abilities. He had only realized he had guessed wrongly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. More importantly, the high-grade divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum was actually the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier.
It seems like I have fate with the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly as he shifted his gaze to Tangshan and Lien. Currently, he had mastered the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings. He had not mastered any high-grade defensive divine ability. However, he did comprehend a medium-grade defensive divine ability. It was none other than the 6 Harmonies golden body that he had obtained from the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone. However, for the reason that all the divine abilities he had comprehended were high-grade divine abilities, Duanling Tian instinctively looked down on the 6 Harmonies golden body and did not bother to cultivate it. It was also because he did not want to waste his time and spiritual energy on a medium-grade divine ability.
He was desperate to get stronger so he could save Kuer and their daughter. He had no time to waste at all.
If the disciples from the mystical Sky Mansion who had entered the St. Martial secret zone with Duanling Tian previously heard his thoughts, they would be angered to the point of throwing up blood. He did not want to waste his time and spiritual energy on a medium-grade divine ability. This statement alone made it sound like he was blatantly showing off.
I finally encountered a high-grade defensive divine ability. For the sake of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, I must stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes were filled with determination. Prior to learning the divine abilities from the 4 symbols sanctum were high-grade divine abilities, Duanling Tian was not bothered with which sanctum he would be sent to. He felt they were all the same.
However, now that he learned that the 4 symbol sanctums would provide a high-grade divine ability for their disciples to cultivate, he was intent on remaining in the Black Turtle Sanctum since the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that he desperately wanted was in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Naturally, now that he had encountered a high-grade defensive divine ability, he would not let the opportunity slip through his hands. Duanling Tian had asked Elder Hua for a defensive divine ability before. However, Elder Hua had told him that apart from the golden crow's wings that he had passed to him, the other divine abilities he was familiar with could only be used when one had the strength of a celestial being. For this reason, Duanling Tian knew he had to rely on himself if he wanted to cultivate a high-grade defensive divine ability.
At the same time, Silver Flame Elder Tangshan from the Black Turtle Sanctum finally opened his mouth. Everyone! Tangshan's voice sounded coarse. Along with the vast energy in his voice, it resonated in the ears of everyone present on the scene.
Your presence here is enough to show your intention. All of you must want to become a disciple of our fire worship sect. Tung Shan's voice had a hint of exultation as he spoke. Now, tell me, am I right? Tung Shan's voice suddenly turned as loud as a clap of thunder. Yes. Yes. As soon as Tung Shan finished speaking, almost everyone around Duanling Tian answered in excitement. All of them wanted to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged. I find it hard to believe that someone like Elder Tung Shan, who appears crude, is actually so eloquent with his words. With just a few sentences, he managed to bring up the atmosphere. Duanling Tian was shocked when he saw how excited everyone had become.
I'm sure all of you have noticed the other people with me.
Apart from Elder Lian, who's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's elder like me, these 6 people standing with me are from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Tung Shan continued to speak.
They had come here today to select some of you to enter their sanctums. No matter which sanctum you end up in, you'll successfully become the disciple of that sanctum if you manage to pass the assessment of that sanctum. Once you've become a disciple of the 4 Symbols Sanctum, it would also mean that you've officially joined the Fire Worship Sect and become a Fire Worship Sect's disciple. Most people's eyes lit up immediately when Tung Shan reached this part of his speech.
What you need to do next is to stay still. Whoever is selected, please stand behind the elder who has selected you. You'll then follow the elder back to the sanctum, Tung Shan said. Elder Tung Shan. At this moment, Duanling Tian transmitted his voice to Tung Shan. I wish to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Please help me fulfill my wish, Elder Tung Shan.
Tung Shan was momentarily stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission. If Lian was not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would definitely do everything within his power to make Duanling Tian stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was impressed by the strength and innate talent Duanling Tian had demonstrated earlier. However, he had dismissed that idea since Lian was also in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Duanling Tian remained in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would not be able to live in peace since Lian would make sure he would not be able to live well.
It did not cross Tung Shan's mind that not only did Duanling Tian wish to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum that Lian was from, but he would take the initiative to transmit his voice to him and ask for his help to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duanling Tian, the Black Turtle Sanctum may not be the best place for you. With Elder Lian here, there's no benefit for you in staying in the Black Turtle Sanctum.
He's a vengeful person and he won't let this matter go, Tung Shan warned him through voice transmission.
Duanling Tian felt a sense of warmth in his heart when he heard Tung Shan's words. He did not know Tung Shan. There was no need for him to say these words to him.
Elder Tung Shan, I want to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum because I want to comprehend the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. As for Lian, I'm not afraid of him. Moreover, as long as I stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum and in the Fire Worship Sect, he shouldn't be so brave as to make a move against me. Duanling Tian stated his purpose bluntly. Not only that, but he also said he was not afraid of Lian.
If you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if he doesn't personally make a move against you, he still has other ways to make things difficult for you. Moreover, although our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, is impressive, it's not something everyone would be able to comprehend. Tung Shan continued saying, it's unwise to risk your life for a divine ability you're not certain you'll be able to successfully comprehend. It was apparent Tung Shan had said this to dissuade Duanling Tian. Elder Tung Shan, you don't have to dissuade me. I've already made up my mind. Besides, I really wish you'll do me this favor. If I can stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'll owe you a favor, Duanling Tian said determinedly. He was a little anxious when he finished speaking. Since you're already made up your mind, I won't dissuade you anymore. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to help you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tung Shan instantly agreed to Duanling Tian's request. Thank you, Elder Tung Shan. Duanling Tian was delighted when he heard Tung Shan had agreed to his request. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Everyone, the rules are the same as before. Starting from now, we'll pick our candidates after the span of 10 breaths. Tung Shan said to the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's elders. They nodded. There are 8 more breaths left. Many people around Duan Ling Tian held their breaths immediately. The span of 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Swish! 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 Under the crowd's anticipatory gazes, 8 streaks of light that did not contain offensive force shot out one after another, locking on their targets. 6 streaks of light landed on different people, but 2 streaks of light landed on the same person. Among these 2 streaks of light, one of them was from Tung Shan, whom Duan Ling Tian had requested a favor from. The other light came from none other than Lian. The streaks of light that did not contain any offensive force came from the 8 elders of the 4 symbol sanctums and landed on a group of people who came to participate in the assessment of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums. For example, the person selected by the Azure Dragon Sanctum's elder would have to follow the Azure Dragon Sanctum's elder to the Azure Dragon Sanctum to participate in the Azure Dragon Sanctum's assessment. Only after passing the assessment, he would become the disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Although he would only be an outer disciple of the fire worship sect, he was still a disciple of the fire worship sect nonetheless. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, he would be eligible to comprehend the high-grade assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum that had existed since ancient times. It was the same with the other 3 sanctums. In the history of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, it was not that there were no occasions when 2 4 symbol sanctums elders had selected the same participant. However, it was rare for 2 elders from the same sanctum to select the same person. Generally, before the elders from the same sanctum selected participants, they would discuss with one another first. For this reason, when the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums saw Tung Shan and Lian, the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, had selected the same young man, they were slightly taken aback. Elder Lian, Elder Tung Shan, didn't both of you discuss who you're going to select prior to this? If Sanctum Leader Chio finds out both of you made such a mistake, I'm sure he would reproach both of you for not being united. Elder Lian, Elder Tung Shan, is there any misunderstandings between both of you? The 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums commented one after another. They had just arrived, so they were unaware of what had happened. Although that was the case, they could still sense the tension between Tung Shan and Lian. Upon hearing that, Tung Shan and Lian looked at one another before snorting coldly. Tung Shan was not surprised that Lian had selected Duan Ling Tian to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, since he knew Lian was a vengeful person. He would use all sorts of tricks to make Duan Ling Tian stay. To Lian, as long as Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would not be able to escape from Lian. Unlike Tung Shan, who maintained his composure, Lian was greatly taken aback when he saw Tung Shan had chosen Duan Ling Tian as well. Based on his understanding of Tung Shan, if Tung Shan had taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian, he would be eager to get Duan Ling Tian to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, Tung Shan knew he would not Duan Ling Tian go. Could it that Tung Shan is impressed by Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and wants to take him in as a disciple? Lian thought to himself, coming up with a conclusion that made the most sense to him. However, he felt that Tung Shan was too naive. If he, Lian, wanted to kill someone, that someone would not be able to live. Even if Duan Ling Tian had Tung Shan's support, the outcome would still be the same. If they fought, he would be able to defeat Tung Shan as well. After all, he was ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, while Tung Shan was only ranked at the 173rd place. The smaller the gap on the Supreme Saint ranking meant that the disparity between each participant's strength was even bigger. Although Tung Shan was only ranked 30 places behind Lian. If they fought, he was confident he could kill Tung Shan in within 10 moves. When the elders from the 3 sanctums looked at Lian and Tung Shan, the people standing nearby broke into a commotion as they expressed their bewilderment. Both of the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, Elder Lian and Elder Tung Shan, selected Duan Ling Tian. What's going on? I'm not surprised that Elder Lian selected Duan Ling Tian to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum because it would be much easier for him to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian if he's in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian has killed Yang Wu, the 2nd son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, in front of Elder Lian. He's Elder Yang Chong's best friend. I'm sure he won't let the matter go. Elder Tung Shan seems to have taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Duan Ling Tian earlier. In that case, shouldn't he advise Duan Ling Tian to go to one of the other 3 sanctums? I really don't know why Elder Tingshan wants Duanling Tian to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Duanling Tian stays here, it's no different from throwing a goat to the wolves. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves as their eyes shifted between Lien and Duanling Tian. At the same time, the elders from the other 3 sanctums finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, Lien and Tingshan seemed to be in discord because of the purple-clad young man named Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had killed Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect, before they arrived. His action was akin to slapping Lien. After all, the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect was Lien's best friend. Since Lien was unable to protect Yang Wu, everyone would think he was useless. It was only natural for Lien to hate Duanling Tian to the core and wanted to kill him. I can understand why Lien selected Duanling Tian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, if Tingshan has truly taken a liking to Duanling Tian, why would he want Duanling Tian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum? The 6 elders of the 3 sanctums were puzzled over this. 2 elders who were close to Tingshan even questioned his action through voice transmission, and they soon obtained the answer. I intended to send him to one of the other 3 sanctums, but he seems determined to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He told me that he wanted to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tingshan replied through voice transmission as he smiled wryly. I see. However, this little fellow is being too reckless. Doesn't he know that the defensive divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum is the hardest to comprehend among all 4 high-grade divine abilities in the 4 symbol sanctums? To think he would risk his own life for a divine ability when nobody can be certain if he would be able to successfully comprehend it. Even if this little fellow has a high innate talent, he would eventually die on the vine. The 2 elders shook their heads. They were not impressed by Duanling Tian due to how impulsive he was acting. Although Duanling Tian was strong and had a high innate talent, it was not to the point where the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums would compete with the Black Turtle Sanctum for him. Moreover, they did not want to offend Lien. For this reason, Duanling Tian's future whereabouts had been determined. He was to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Guli saw how Duanling Tian had gone to stand behind Tingshan, his expression turned solemn as he said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, Junior brother Ling Tian, if you have to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, why don't you leave the Fire Worship Sect instead? Leave the Fire Worship Sect? Duanling Tian shook his head. Even if I don't stay here, do you think I'll be able to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum alive, senior brother Guli? Lien doesn't dare to violate the Fire Worship Sect's rules in the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he wouldn't touch me. However, once I leave the Black Turtle Sanctum, he's no longer restrained by the Fire Worship Sect's rules. At that time, do you think I'll be able to stay alive? Duanling Tian did not tell him that he also wanted to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for the time being. Instead, he analyzed the situation that he was in to Guli. Since he had thoroughly offended to Lien, he no longer had the option of leaving the Fire Worship Sect. Duanling Tian also said the same thing to Zhu Luqi through voice transmission. He replied with a glum expression, Duanling Tian is right. He might survive if he stays in the Fire Worship Sect. He'll definitely die if he leaves. At the same time, a hint of concern could be seen in his eyes. However, if you remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if Lien can't openly make a move, he would still use all sorts of methods to deal with you. Naturally, he won't be able to kill you due to the rules in the Fire Worship Sect. However, the people he sends out to deal with you will definitely be stronger than you. You'll have to learn to be patient when you face them. You must not impulsively accept death duel invitations that they issue you. Zhu Luqi's expression turned even glummer when he reached the end of his sentence. Don't worry. I won't go so far as to endanger my own life. There are still many things I must do, so I have to live on. Duanling Tian nodded. He had reincarnated twice. Coupled with the hardships he had been through, he had long suppressed the urge to act impulsively. If he encountered someone he could not defeat, he would endure it silently for the time being even if he was humiliated. He would wait until he had grown strong in the future before he sought revenge in a domineering manner. Seeking death recklessly was not his style. I really didn't expect Elder Tingshan would help you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I thought he has a good impression of you. Shouldn't he advise you to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum for your own safety?
Gu Li looked at Duanling Tian. Similar to most people present on the scene, he was confused by Tung Shan's action. Zhu Luqi also looked at Duanling Tian. He found it strange as well. Naturally, Elder Tung Shan doesn't want me to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I was the one who asked him to let me stay here, Duanling Tian replied. Why? Gu Li and Zhu Luqi frowned. They had no idea why Duanling Tian would do such a thing since it was no different from risking his own life. It's because I want to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duanling Tian replied with a gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing his reply, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were speechless. Perhaps only Duanling Tian would risk his own life for a divine ability that nobody knew for certain if he could successfully comprehend. They knew if they were in his shoes, they would not have made the same decision. Junior brother Ling Tian. Suddenly, as though he was reminded by something, Gu Li's eyes lit up before he looked at Duanling Tian. Hurry up and tell Elder Ting Shan to let me stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum as well. In this case, you don't have to face Lian alone. That's right. Zhu Luqi agreed as well. Please tell Elder Tung Shan to let me stay here as well. The more people you have with you, the more help you'll have. With me and Gu Li around, we can help share the burden. It was only natural Duanling Tian felt a sense of warmth in his heart when he heard their words. He was particularly surprised that Zhu Luqi, whom he was not as close to compared to Gu Li, would make such a decision. Was Duanling Tian the kind of person who would knowingly put his friends in danger? Duanling Tian instantly made up his mind. Elder Tung Shan, if you have any acquaintances among the 6 elders in the other 3 sanctums, please ask them if they can take my 2 companions in. I don't wish for them to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum with me. Duanling Tian immediately transmitted his voice to Tung Shan after he made up his mind, since Tung Shan was the only one he could rely on now. Duanling Tian wanted the elders from the other 3 sanctums to take Gu Li and Zhu Luqi in before Lian remembered them. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were always looking out for him. It was only natural that he wanted to repay them. You do not wish to implicate them? Tung Shan asked through voice transmission. A hint of praise could be seen in his eyes. Naturally gifted, powerful, and considerate toward his comrades. It was rare for a person to possess all 3 qualities. Tung Shan's impression of Duanling Tian rose even higher. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. This is something I'm happy to help you with, Tung Shan replied Duanling Tian through voice transmission. Duanling Tian relaxed and thanked Tung Shan after he heard Tung Shan's reply. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at Tung Shan hopefully. Although Tung Shan looked at them for a moment, he did not pick them. Instead, an elder from the White Tiger Sanctum and an elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum picked them at the same time. If they were selected at different times, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi would not have suspected anything. However, they were instantly suspicious when they were selected at the same time. Junior brother Ling Tian, did you ask Elder Tung Shan to request the Elder of Vermilion Bird Sanctum to pick me? Gu Li asked Duanling Tian through voice transmission with a grim expression on his face as he stood behind the 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. He suspected this was Duanling Tian's doing, but he was not entirely certain. Is it you? Zhu Luqi also transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian while he stood behind the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. Their words were filled with dissatisfaction because Duanling Tian had made such a decision without consulting them. Don't worry, I can look out for myself. On the contrary, it would be more difficult for me to deal with things if both of you are around. Duanling Tian had expected both of them to question him, so he gave them an answer he had prepared beforehand. You are afraid that I'll be a burden to you? Gu Li said discontentedly. Although Zhu Luqi did not say anything, it was obvious he felt dissatisfied from the expression on his face. However, they knew it was futile to continue questioning Duanling Tian's decision since everything was set in stone now. Lian suddenly realized the elders from the White Tiger Sanctum and Vermilion Bird Sanctum, whom Tung Shan was close to, had selected both of Duanling Tian's companions. Damn it! How could I have forgotten about them? They are Duanling Tian's companions. Duanling Tian will suffer even more if I torture them. Lian felt regretful when he recalled this. Lian regretted that he did not think of this sooner. Earlier, he was overwhelmed with happiness and excitement from being able to make Duan Ling Tian stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum that it led to him forgetting about Duan Ling Tian's two companions. However, it was too late for him to do anything now. Everything had been decided. Not only were Gu Li and Zhu Luqi unable to change the result, but even Lian was unable to bring Gu Li and Zhu Luqi to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, both elders from the White Tiger Sanctum and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum were friends of Tung Shan. Naturally, they would not let him take Gu Li and Zhu Luqi away just like that. It's fine. They're not important. It's enough as long as Duan Ling Tian is in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Lian consoled himself inwardly. Since he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, it was only natural that he had good self-control. He came to terms with this fact very quickly. As time passed, those people that came for the four symbol sanctums assessments were slowly divided among the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. There were about 1,000 people in each sanctum after the selection. The assessment of the four symbol sanctums in the Fire Worship sect will eliminate everyone until about 100 people remain in each sanctum. In other words, the Black Turtle Sanctum will have to eliminate almost 1,000 people after this. Duan Ling Tian noticed there were about 1,000 people around him after he looked around. Soon after, the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums bade farewell to Tung Shan and Lian and left with their followers. Be extra careful, junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, stay calm, and don't act impulsively. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi transmitted their voices to him through voice transmission before they left with the elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum and White Tiger Sanctum respectively. They were both headed to different sanctums and could not be of any help to Duan Ling Tian for the time being. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded and gave them a reassuring look. The elders of the 3 other sanctums led those they have selected back to their respective sanctums in just a blink of an eye. There were only Tung Shan, Lian, and 1,000 people they had selected, including Duan Ling Tian, left on the scene. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Since you're not disciples of the Black Turtle Sanctum yet, you'll have to camp out here tonight. Only the 100 people who successfully pass the assessment will have their own places to cultivate in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Tung Shan said in his booming voice as he faced Duan Ling Tian and the others. Instantly, apart from Duan Ling Tian and a few others who remained calm, the others became excited. It was as though they could already see themselves passing the assessment from the Black Turtle Sanctum and becoming a disciple with their own cultivation place in the sanctum. Tung Shan looked at Duan Ling Tian after he finished his speech and said through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, apart from assessing your strength, the assessment tomorrow places more importance on your innate talent. Remember to display your innate talent tomorrow. As long as you're able to show that you have a high innate talent, you'll be able to catch the attention of the sanctum leader. If you're able to catch the sanctum leader's attention, Lian won't be able to look for trouble with you so easily in the future. Understood. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission as he nodded. Tung Shan left after speaking to Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though he did not care that Lian was still there. Tung Shan knew that as long as Duan Ling Tian did not provoke Lian would not dare to blindlessly attack Duan Ling Tian. If he had attacked Duan Ling Tian without a reason, he would be punished. He might even be expelled from the Fire Worship sect. As one of the 3 strongest sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were strict rules in the Fire Worship sect. The 3 strongest sects were able to stay in power for such a long time because they adhered to the saying, rules make the world go round. Sure enough, Lian left shortly after Tung Shan's departure. However, before Lian left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. It sent chills up Duan Ling Tian's spine. He could feel the determination and killing intent in Lian's gaze. You're intent on killing me? It'll test your patience and determination, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer on his face. He knew very well that Lian could kill him easily like an ant. However, Lian could be expelled for violating the rules in the Fire Worship sect if he killed Duan Ling Tian here. Duan Ling Tian was confident Lian did not have the determination needed to kill him, since he would not allow himself to be expelled from the Fire Worship sect. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have died earlier. The attention of everyone left on the scene quickly shifted to Duan Ling Tian once Lian left.
Most of the people's eyes were filled with pity as they looked at him.
Duanling Tian has offended Elderlian. He will suffer in the Black Turtle Sanctum even if he doesn't die.
Most people shared the same thought. Duanling Tian ignored all their stares and crossed his legs and sat in the air and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. One last step to Divine Saint stage. It's taking me too long to get past this last step. Duanling Tian sighed as he began to cultivate. Duanling Tian cultivated as usual since he did not expect to make a breakthrough. However, a miracle could happen at any moment. As the Sun True Origin breached the bottleneck and broke the shackles that stopped him from breaking through to the Divine Saint stage from the Eminent Saint stage, Duanling Tian discovered the True Origin in his body had transformed into a new energy. This is the Saint energy? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he felt the new power coursing in his body. I've broken through just like this?
The breakthrough had taken Duanling Tian by surprise since he did not expect it.
No wonder people say that pressure is a form of motivation. It seems like the threat from a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse pressures me and unconsciously improves my cultivation efficiency. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Duanling Tian devoted all his attention to the new energy in his body. The energy was no longer the True Origin energy. Instead, it was Saint energy that was unique to cultivators at the Divine Saint stage and above. Saint energy was a lot stronger than True Origin energy. Felt majestic.
Even more so because it had transformed into the Sun Saint energy. It was far superior to the Sun True Origin.
The Sun Saint energy is very powerful, Duanling Tian said excitedly as he felt the Sun Saint energy coursing through the 99 Saint veins in his body.
If I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and unleash all my techniques, I might be able to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage with my current cultivation base.
This is... Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes, and he frowned when he discovered something. Earlier, his attention was solely focused on the Sun Saint energy in his body. Therefore, he had overlooked his soul that had changed into that of a Divine Saint stage powerhouse. He could also clearly sense that his spiritual energy had become stronger.
At this moment, his spiritual energy seemed as though it was in a state of restlessness before it charged toward his left eye. What's going on? Duanling Tian was shocked when he failed to control his spiritual energy.
It's the strange pupil. Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered the cause of it. His left eye was no longer similar to a human's eyes. His left eye had merged with the unique eye of a one-eyed devil vulture, and he had obtained some extraordinary abilities from it. However, the strength of those abilities depended on the strength of his spiritual energy. As Duanling Tian gained more techniques that made him stronger than what he should be at his cultivation base and defeated opponents stronger than him, the strange pupil gradually became less and less important. Duanling Tian merely used it to look at things in the distance.
However, today, something seemed to be happening to the strange pupil.
Without knowing how much time had passed, Duanling Tian discovered his left eye growing hot before the uncontrollable and restless spiritual energy suddenly disappeared from his left eye.
At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though his left eye was stripped of its ability. What shocked him even more was the spiritual energy that had disappeared from his left eye seemed to have fused with his body and the 99 saint veins.
Following that, he discovered the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had begun to circulate on their own. To be more precise, it was the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that had undergone a transformation in the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. However, it was strange because it did not circulate his saint energy. Instead, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had actually circulated his spiritual energy. I can do that to my spiritual energy? Duanling Tian was dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing his spiritual energy being circulated. He did not even hear of such things before this.
What's going on? What's happening? Duanling Tian was confused.
As time passed, Duanling Tian could also clearly sense his spiritual energy was longer pure as it was circulated by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique circulated. There seemed to be something else mixed in it.
However, due to the uncontrollable state of his spiritual energy, he could not discern what it was. Nonetheless, he had a feeling the thing mixed with his spiritual energy was not harmful.
He did not know much time had passed. Felt like a century, but it also felt like a mere moment. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had stopped circulating, and his uncontrollable spiritual energy had fused back with his soul. At the moment the spiritual energy fused with his soul, Duan Ling Tian felt momentarily displaced. The feeling was similar to an out-of-body experience. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had regained control of his spiritual energy. The current spiritual energy is indeed different. Although it's the spiritual energy of someone at the Divine Saint stage, there seems to be something else as well. Moreover, it seems to want to merge with the strange pupil. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian noticed something strange. Although he had regained control of his spiritual energy, it seemed to have a mind of its own. It seemed as though it wanted to surge into his left eye. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian tried to stop it. He sighed in relief when he discovered that it was still under his control even though it was in a state of restlessness. He felt better having control over his spiritual energy. Why does it have such a strange impulse? Never mind. Let's see what will happen after it flows into the strange pupil. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian controlled the spiritual energy and let it surge into his left eye. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian felt anxious during the whole process. After all, not only did he discover that his spiritual energy had changed, but it had become strange even to its master. At the instant when his spiritual energy surged into his left eye, he discovered his eye was absorbing his spiritual energy like it was absorbing rain after a long drought. As the strange pupil in his left eye absorbed his spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian began to feel a burn in his left eye. It was so hot that he gradually grew numb to it. At the same time, he had a strong urge to open his left eye. His left eye seemed to have accumulated some force and was in need of a release. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was confused. He had no idea what was happening. However, he still opened both his eyes. At the instant when he opened his eyes, Duan Ling Tian discovered the sky was beginning to brighten. It was dawn. It feels like it's going to explode. Duan Ling Tian's attention returned to his left eye. When Duan Ling Tian tried to use his left eye to look at things, he found that not only was everything within his line of sight magnified, but there was even a focus point in the middle. It was very similar to the feeling of sniper looking through a scope. What's going on? Why do I feel as though the spiritual energy in my left eye wants to be shot out? Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover that as soon as that thought appeared in his mind, the spiritual energy in his left eye really shot out. The spiritual energy looked as though it had materialized and took the form of a dragon. The spiritual energy was headed for the center of the focus point. However, since it was aimed at the sky, it was nowhere to be found after it was shot out. That shot depleted only half of the accumulated spiritual energy. Following that, Duan Ling Tian realized that the spiritual energy accumulated in the strange pupil had more than half left. Moreover, it was slowly increasing again. His spiritual energy kept surging out from his soul to his left eye to replenish the depleted energy in his left eye. Spiritual energy attack? Soul attack. Then, Duan Ling Tian began to suspect the spiritual energy that his left eye shot out was a kind of soul attack. Moreover, his soul attack that took the form of a dragon was extremely extraordinary. There's a fly there. Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil was aiming around before it eventually settled on a fly perched on a tree in the distance. Shoot! With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil shot out spiritual energy that took the form of a divine dragon. The spiritual energy that was only as large as a needle was aimed at the fly's head. The aim was terrifyingly accurate. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and began to monitor the changes in the fly's body. His divine consciousness could even detect the fly's weak soul. However, as soon as his spiritual energy pierced the fly's head, Duan Ling Tian discovered through his divine consciousness that the fly's soul had disappeared without a trace. Naturally, now that it had lost its soul, the fly had fallen from the tree. This is my soul attack? Duan Ling Tian gasped as he discovered how terrifying his skill was. There was no way to defend against it. He could hardly imagine what would happen if his opponent had attacked him with this skill. Would he even be able to survive? Back when Duan Ling Tian was still on Cloud Continent, He was already familiar with techniques under the soul attack category. For instance, the Thousand Illusions was also a soul attack. However, the Thousand Illusions technique was far from being comparable to the technique from his strange pupil. I have a feeling if I use the soul attack from my strange pupil, not even a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage would be able to survive it. Even exemplary Saint stage powerhouses will suffer from my soul attack if they're caught off guard. Duanling Tian could not help but gasp when he thought of this. The situation is different from what I imagined it to be. At that time, a voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. It shocked the distracted Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could tell it was Elder Hua. It was as though he had seen his lifesaver when he quickly asked, "Elder Hua, why did my strange pupil change so tremendously after I've broken through to the Divine Saint stage?" Following that, Duanling Tian recounted everything that had happened. Based on your words, there must be a resonance between your strange pupil and the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that had undergone a transformation. It also changed your spiritual energy. Your spiritual energy that uses your strange pupil to cast a soul attack should be one of the soul attack's divine abilities, if I'm not mistaken. After listening to Duanling Tian, Elder Hua said, "You can treat it as your innate ability." Innate ability? Like the innate ability of a peculiar demon beast, saint beast, or a variant. Innate ability. Duanling Tian was no stranger to it. He learned about it when he was on Cloud Continent. No. Those are nothing more than mere spiritual secret tactics. True innate ability is an actual divine ability. It would be no weaker than a high-grade divine ability, Elder Hua said. True innate ability is an actual divine ability. It would be no weaker than a high-grade divine ability. Elder Hua's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears and completely changed his perception. Not only was the innate ability he learned about on Cloud Continent unrelated to divine abilities, but it was also inferior to it. He learned from Elder Hua that the innate abilities on mortal continents were not true innate abilities at all. True innate abilities were as strong as a high-grade divine ability. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as he tried to suppress his excitement. But his voice still trembled slightly as he asked, "Elder Hua, you mean, the soul attack technique from my strange pupil is my innate ability, and it's not any weaker than a high-grade divine ability?" "Yes," Elder Hua replied. "According to your description, the strength of your innate ability can still be improved. For instance, you can condense all the accumulated spiritual energy in the strange pupil into one soul attack. The strength of your attack will be stronger in that case. Naturally, it's easier said than done. You'll still have to depend on yourself for that. Previously, I only know that the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is special. I didn't think it'll transform into something like this because it has resonated with your cultivation method." As Elder Hua spoke, he could not help but sigh. An offensive divine ability can either be a divine ability or a soul attack divine ability. The latter is an innate ability. It's impossible to make it any stronger. Soul attack divine ability is a lot stronger compared to those soul attack secret techniques. The difference between it and the soul attack secret techniques is like the difference between a high-grade divine ability and an ordinary martial arts skill. Duanling Tian stayed silent after Elder Hua finished speaking. He needed more time to process Elder Hua's words. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. He really hit the jackpot this time. In just a day and a night, not only did my cultivation base improve, but I even obtained an innate ability. How lucky! A smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. Currently, he desperately wanted to improve his strength. This was because he knew clearly that even if he managed to enter the fire worship sect now, unless there was a miracle, it would be difficult for him to rescue Kuer and their daughter. He was not even sure if he could get far enough to see them. For this reason, every improvement in his strength was like good news to him. He had never longed so desperately to be strong as he did now. "Elder Hua, earlier you said that the situation seems different from what you imagined them to be. What do you mean by that?" Duanling Tian asked after he calmed himself down. Due to his curiosity, he instantly asked Elder Hua about the changes in his strange pupil when he heard him spoke. Now that the matter was resolved, he recalled what Elder Hua had said earlier. The 4th level of 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been completely restored. Elder Hua's voice sounded in Duanling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up and his body began to tremble slightly due to excitement when he heard this. The fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been restored. This was definitely good news to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was so excited that his face turned red. Took a while before he managed to calm down. First, he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Then he mastered a powerful soul attack that was like an innate ability. Finally, he learned that Elder Hua had finished repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All three were good news to him. This means I'll have a better cultivation environment in the future. The time flow in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much slower than the time flow on the third floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 8 days inside equal to only a day in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian muttered excitedly to himself. Moreover, if I meet an opponent I can't defeat, I'll be able to hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'm afraid it's not possible to take hide in there, Elder Hua said in response to Duan Ling Tian's last sentence. Why? When Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, his body that was trembling from excitement instantly stilled. His smile had also disappeared. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, Elder Hua would not say such words to him at such a time. Although the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been repaired, the space inside is still unstable. It'll be impossible to hide in it for now, Elder Hua answered Duan Ling Tian's question. How's this possible? Duan Ling Tian had an expression of disbelief when he first heard Elder Hua's words. Elder Hua, are you certain? I remember you said that as long as the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize and I'll be able to hide in it. No matter how big of a commotion there is in the outside world, I won't be kicked out. Duan Ling Tian became agitated as he spoke. Apart from having a better cultivation environment and slower time flow, he was looking forward to the stability the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would bring to the space inside. According to what Elder Hua said previously, since the fourth level was in the middle, it would stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, when he entered Pagoda, he would not be kicked out from just a slight movement in the outside world. For this reason, he was desperate to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, after everything he had gone through to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Hua just told him the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still as unstable as before. He could not hide inside in times of danger. How could he accept this? As the saying went, the higher your hopes are, the harder the fall would be. This phrase described Duan Ling Tian's situation perfectly. The space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is damaged when it arrived in this mundane realm. Originally, I thought the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would stabilize as soon as I repair the fourth level. However, as I repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I realized the damage inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is more than what I imagined it to be. Unless the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, the space inside will never stabilize. Completely repaired? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly when he heard Elder Hua's words. I'm afraid I don't know how long that will take. All this time, he had been finding the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From the first level to the fourth level, it got harder at every level. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, even if he stood at the peak of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and used all the resources that were available to him, he would only be able to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda up to the sixth level at most. Although I'm at the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm not even sure if I can completely repair it to the sixth level. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his expression turned even more bitter. It seems like God has played a joke on me. I thought I might be able to use it to enter the Fire Worship Sex Saint Land and the Enforcement Hall and rescue Kuer and our daughter. After all, no one will be able to find me if I hide inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Well, it seems like that's impossible now. Duan Ling Tian knew very well there were no more shortcuts for him to see and rescue Kuer and their daughter. He could only rely on his own hard work to do it. The path of relying on the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had reached its end.
Although things might not work in his favor even if he could hide in it, it gave him a sense of hope. Currently, he felt as though all his hopes had been snuffed out. Apart from being unable to stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I've discovered a damage the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had sustained while it was still in the hands of Li Jing and repaired it as well. This is an unexpected but pleasant surprise. Elder Hua continued to transmit his voice. Damage? Unexpected but pleasant surprise. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Actually, the real-time flow on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is not 8 days inside equal to a day outside. It's only so when it was damaged. Li Jing did not bother to repair the damage since the time flow doesn't concern him. Over time, perhaps, Li Jing had even forgotten about it. Elder Hua continued saying. Li Jing was the former owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was also a legendary mythical figure in Duan Ling Tian's past life. He was known as the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Elder Hua, what do you mean? Does this mean that time flows even slower on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now that you repaired the damage? Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. He knew what Elder Hua was alluding to. Yes. Elder Hua nodded before he said, the time flow on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is 10 days inside equal to a day outside. 10 to 1. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. It was obvious he was shocked. In comparison to the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the 3rd level was 1-fold slower. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a lot better than the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, cultivating on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would be more than 1 time faster than cultivating on the 3rd level of Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In fact, it might even be 2 to 3 times faster. There are both gains and losses. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh, feeling a little bitter. What he had been anticipating the most was the stability of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda because it was related to his plan of saving his fiancée and daughter from the enforcement hall in the fire worship sex Saint Land. Although there were no guarantees the plan would work, it had given him hope. Now that his hope had been snuffed out, he could only rely on his strength to rescue his fiancée, Kur, and his daughter. When the sun rose from the east, the people around Duan Ling Tian began to open their eyes and stop cultivating. The atmosphere turned lively very quickly. Duan Ling Tian stood up and glanced at the rising sun as he muttered, the assessment should begin soon. At the same time, the discussions in his surroundings entered his ears. Do you know how we'll be assessed? Of course. I came to the Saint sect 3 years ago for the assessment. I was selected to join the Azure Dragon Sanctum then. During the assessment, my innate talent fell short of the passing grades. And as for my strength, I barely passed it. All in all, I failed to join the sect. Since you're here again, does this mean you're feeling confident now? Of course. My current strength is not something the former me can compare to. Although I can't change my innate talent, my current strength should be enough to pull me through. It should be just enough to pass the assessment. That was the conversation between a rookie and a veteran. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention was caught by the discussion among 3 people. I heard that people with green spiritual roots or above won't be assessed for their strength to join the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums. They would be given a passing grade immediately and become a disciple of the fire worship sect, a middle-aged man said. Based on my innate talent, my innate spiritual root is yellow at the most. I can only hope my strength will earn me more points and raise my score. I might stand a chance if that's the case, an old man replied. Finally, a young man shook his head as he said, your innate talent is quite poor. If you intend to join the fire worship sect with your innate talent, you'll need to be at the exemplary saint stage or above. I know. I've broken through to the exemplary saint stage a while ago. I hope it'll earn me enough points during the strength assessment. The old man nodded. Spiritual roots? Innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He had a confused expression on his face, since he did not understand what they were talking about. What was a spiritual root and an innate spiritual root? He had no idea. Elder Hua, do you know what is it? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hua. I've never heard of it. This must be something that only the mundane realms have. Elder Hua also did not know what it was.
Duan Ling Tian could only ask someone else. Soon after, he shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man and asked him what they were talking about. You don't know what's an innate spiritual root? The middle-aged man was baffled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at an aberration. Is it weird that I don't know about it? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He had a slight frown on his face. The middle-aged man thought Duan Ling Tian was offended when he saw the frown on his face. He recalled the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed when he killed Yang Wu, and he quickly erased the shock expression from his face. Innate spiritual root is something one is born with. However, our ancestors had only discovered the existence of spiritual roots after arriving in the upper province. The middle-aged man asked, You should know that a long time ago, there was no distinction between the upper and lower province, right?
I'm from the lower province, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently.
You're from the lower province?
The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard his words. Then he nodded. That's the reason why you don't know about innate spiritual roots. Innate spiritual root is the spiritual root one is born with.
It represents a person's innate talent in the martial Tao. He continued to say, Innate spiritual roots are divided into 7 ranks that are named after the colors of the rainbow. They're the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red spiritual roots represent the weakest innate talent, while the violet spiritual roots represent the strongest. During the assessment of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, people with green spiritual roots or higher don't have to participate in the strength assessment and will immediately qualify as a disciple of the sect. People with green spiritual roots usually need to have a cultivation base above the divine saint stage to have a chance of passing the assessment to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. People with yellow spiritual roots usually have to have cultivation base above the exemplary saint stage. As for people with orange spiritual roots, in theory, they would need to be above the quintessential saint stage to qualify as a disciple of fire worship sect. However, for people with orange innate spiritual roots, it would be impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage unless they had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The middle-aged finished speaking in one breath, causing him to almost run out of breath. He was afraid he would offend Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Ling Tian understood what the innate spiritual root was after he heard the middle-aged man's explanation. How do you see one's innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian asked the middle-aged man with a gleam in his eyes. Only powerhouses above the Saint Celestial stage would be able to look at their own innate spiritual roots with a soul secret technique. They can also look at others' innate spiritual roots provided the other party doesn't put up a resistance. Apart from that, it can only be seen by relying on tools. The middle-aged man said, for example, during our assessment, the Black Turtle Sanctum will bring several spiritual pearls that contain complex formations. When we put our hands on it, it'll show our innate spiritual roots after 10 breaths. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he listened to the middle-aged man's explanation before he returned to his spot. The Black Turtle Sanctum will assess our innate talent by looking at our innate spiritual roots. The stronger one's spiritual root is, the better one would be treated. For instance, people with green innate spiritual roots or above will immediately qualify as a disciple of the fire worship sect. People with innate spiritual root below green will have to take part in the strength assessment. The lower one's innate talent is, the higher one's strength would have to be to qualify. Duan Ling Tian understood why such a rule was put in place. How could it be possible for someone weak with low innate talent to join a top-tier sect like the fire worship sect? If not for the rules, what would differentiate the fire worship sect from ordinary sects? The fire worship sect was one of the 3 greatest sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. I really don't know what rank my innate spiritual root is at. However, I don't think it'll be a high-rank one. Although Duan Ling Tian was curious about the rank of his innate spiritual root, he knew himself very well. His innate talent might be high on Cloud Continent, but since he had arrived in the Tao Martial Saint Land, he noticed most people's innate talent was really good. Especially those prodigies he met at the quasi-third-rate force mystical sky mansion. He was aware of his situation. If it was not for the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would not be able to surpass them so quickly and accomplish so much in such a short time. Suddenly, someone yelled, "They're here." That instantly caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Black Turtle Sanctum's silver flame elders, Tung Shan and Lian, appeared again. Although both of them appeared at almost the same time, they came from different directions. It was apparent they did not come together. Two middle-aged men followed behind each of them. The four middle-aged men also wore white robes with a black turtle embroidered on it like Tung Shan and Lian. The only difference was the flames on their robes were bronze. Bronze flame elders. Duan Lingtian and the people present on the scene instantly figured out the identities of the four middle-aged men. "Prepare yourselves," Tung Shan said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up into the air and looked at everyone. As Tung Shan flew up into the air, the two bronze flame elders who were standing behind him strode forward. They raised their arms before a dull, transparent pearl appeared before them, hovering in the air. From afar, it looked like a glass ball the size of an adult's fist. Swoosh! Lian did not say anything. He flew up into the sky as well and looked at everyone just like Tung Shan. The two bronze flame elders who stood behind him also strode forward and took out two pearls. "This is the spiritual pearl that can reveal one's innate spiritual root." Duan Lingtian instantly guessed the floating transparent pearls hovering before the four bronze flame elders had to be the soul pearls that the middle-aged man mentioned earlier. There are two parts to today's assessment. Your strength and innate talent will be assessed respectively. We will assess your innate talent by looking at your innate spiritual root, Tung Shan said. His voice was clear and loud. It was exactly like what the middle-aged man had said. "Now, we'll begin to assess your innate talent," Tung Shan said, signaling the start of the innate talent assessment. There were 4 people to a group as they stepped forward to see what rank their innate spiritual roots were. "I really don't know what rank my innate spiritual root will be. Orange? Yellow?" Duan Lingtian did not dare to have high hopes. Duan Lingtian did not dare to have high hopes because he felt that his achievements were all thanks to the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was not that he was being pessimistic. The time flow on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda was shockingly slow. 5 days inside equaled to only a day outside. Just by relying on that alone, his cultivation speed was 5 times faster than those who were at his level. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he shifted his eyes to the 4 people who were currently being assessed. He watched as they placed their hands on the spiritual pearls hovering in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders. It took about 10 breaths before the spiritual pearls began to react. Wow! 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 3 of the spiritual pearls glowed with yellow light. Wow! The final spiritual pearl glowed with orange light. That's really magical. Duan Lingtian was slightly amazed. He did not think the small spiritual pearls would be able to reveal the rank of one's innate spiritual root. Moreover, he could also sense the complex formations inside the spiritual pearls. The spiritual pearls might appear ordinary, but the formations inside were extraordinarily complex. Name? Following that, the 4 bronze flame elders from Black Turtle Sanctum began recording the names of the participants and the results of their innate talent assessment. One of the bronze flame elders looked at the old man who had an orange innate spiritual root and said indifferently, "Your innate spiritual root is merely an orange innate spiritual root. If you haven't reached the quintessential saint stage, it'll be impossible for you to pass the strength assessment." Orange spiritual root. The old man had a bitter expression on his face. It was obvious he had just learned his innate spiritual root was an orange spiritual root. Orange spiritual roots. It's impossible to reach the quintessential saint stage unless he had a fortuitous encounter. At the same time, those who had not been assessed shook their heads. The old man who learned that he merely had an orange innate spiritual root bowed respectfully at the bronze flame elders and turned around to leave. It seemed like he was aware of his own strength. His back looked gaunt and sad from afar. "I hope that my spiritual root isn't an orange spiritual root," many people muttered to themselves. They were afraid their innate spiritual roots would also be an orange spiritual root. It was hard to tell what rank one's innate spiritual root was just by looking at one's strength. For example, people with orange and yellow spiritual roots would cultivate at almost the same speed before they reached the divine saint stage. The difference would grow bigger once they had broken through to the divine saint stage. People with yellow spiritual roots would be able to break through to the exemplary saint stage easily and had a good chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. On the other hand, for people with orange innate spiritual roots, entering the divine saint stage would be their limit. They might stand a chance in breaking through to the exemplary saint stage, but it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Your innate spiritual root is yellow. If your cultivation base is not at the exemplary saint stage, I recommend you to try again next time. Naturally, you can continue, but be prepared to get injured.
The same phrase was repeated by the other 3 bronze flame elders to the 3 people with yellow innate spiritual roots.
3 of them nodded. In the end, 2 of them stayed on while 1 of them left. The person who had left was only at the mastery divine saint stage. His chance of passing the strength assessment was really low. He had only come because he wanted to see if his innate spiritual root was green.
If he had a green innate spiritual root, he would not have to participate in the strength assessment.
The principle of the assessment from the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctum prioritized those who had a high innate talent.
For example, a person with green spiritual root would qualify as a disciple as long as their cultivation base was at the divine saint stage. This was because people with green spiritual roots would certainly break through to the quintessential saint stage and had a high chance of breaking through to the saint celestial stage. If such talented people were properly nurtured, they would certainly grow to become the fire worship sect's pillars of strength. As for those with innate spiritual roots that were ranked higher than green innate spiritual roots, they were completely exempted from the strength assessment and might even stand a chance to become a disciple of a golden flame elder.
On Dao Martial Saint Land, there was an old folk song about how people who possessed green spiritual roots could certainly break through to the saint celestial stage as long as they did not die young. After the first group of 4 people left, another 4 people stepped forward. 4 people were assessed in each round. As time passed, some people who found out they possessed orange innate spiritual roots left the place in low spirits.
Most people possessed yellow innate spiritual roots, and most of them stayed to take part in the strength assessment. Only a small group of people left because they knew they were not strong enough to pass the strength assessment. More than 100 people had left before the innate talent assessment had ended. There were less than 1,000 people left on the scene.
Green spiritual root.
Just like earlier, 4 people stepped forward to have their innate talent assessed. When one of them put his hand on the spiritual pearl, it began to glow with a green light. It instantly caught everyone's attention.
It was a middle-aged man whose complexion was as smooth as jade. He was dressed in a scholarly fashion. He was obviously stunned when he found out he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He looked delighted when he finally regained his senses.
It turns out to be a green spiritual root. Almost 400 people have been assessed, but only 1 person possesses the green innate spiritual root so far. As long as those with green spiritual roots have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage, the strength assessment would be a mere formality. Green innate spiritual root. I hope mine is also a green innate spiritual root. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to join the fire worship sect with my cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage. People whispered among themselves as they looked at the middle-aged man who dressed like a scholar with a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes.
The bronze flame elder looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar and asked with a smile, "What's your cultivation base?"
The bronze flame elder also possessed a green innate spiritual root. As long as the middle-aged man before him joined the fire worship sect, he would be able to rise to the ranks of a bronze flame elder like him sooner or later. For this reason, he treated the middle-aged man as an equal. Early exemplary saint stage. The middle-aged man replied with a smile after he regained his senses.
He's at the early exemplary saint stage.
With his cultivation base and innate talent, it's certain he'll be able to join the fire worship sect.
If he breaks through to the quintessential saint stage, he might even obtain the pass to enter the fire worship sect's saint land.
The assessment today will merely be a formality to him. With his innate talent, there will be many silver flame elders who will want to accept him as a direct disciple. Most people felt envious and jealous when they looked at the middle-aged man. After assessing 400 people, only 1 person possesses a green innate spiritual root. It seems very likely that I possess a yellow innate spiritual root.
I can only hope it's not an orange innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian thought to himself. There was a hint of envy in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as well when he looked at the middle-aged man standing in the distance. When he was on Cloud Continent, he had consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk that raised his innate talent greatly to the point where he had the highest innate talent on Cloud Continent. However, he was only the strongest on the mortal continents. Having the highest innate talent on the mortal continents meant nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar brought luck with him because, after a few more rounds of assessment, they discovered another person who possessed the green innate spiritual root. The second person with a green spiritual root. Everyone's attention, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted to the person who possessed a green innate spiritual root. It was a young man who had an ordinary appearance. He would not have stood out in a crowd. He also looked as though he was unaware he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was visibly stunned for quite a while. He only regained his senses when the bronze flame elder standing in front of him spoke to him. He began to shout excitedly. He seemed more excited than the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. However, no one thought anything of his overexcitement. In fact, they thought it was normal. If they were in his shoes, they might have been even more excited. Peng Hui, congratulations. The young man's companion congratulated him. At the same time, he did not forget to say proudly to the people around him, "This green innate spiritual root prodigy is my brother. Initially, I didn't think he'll be able to pass the assessment since he's only at the intermediate divine saint stage. I didn't expect him to possess a green innate spiritual root. Intermediate divine saint stage cultivator with a green spiritual root. He was certainly qualified to become a disciple of the fire worship sect." The people in the surrounding finally understood his excitement. If he did not possess a green innate spiritual root, he would have come here in vain. It was like he had won the lottery when they discovered he possessed a green innate spiritual root. I really hope I'm as lucky as him. Many people who were present and who were at the divine saint stage silently prayed. As time passed, they discovered several more people who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Meanwhile, many who were aware of their own strength also left on their own accord. Soon after, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn. When Duan Ling Tian and 3 other people stepped forward to face the bronze flame elders, the entire place fell silent immediately. Everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had left a lasting impression on them from yesterday's death duel. An old man whose cultivation was at the mastery exemplary saint stage looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, "Yesterday when I probed Duan Ling Tian using my divine consciousness, I discovered he's not even 40 years old. Based on the strength he displayed even after he was severely injured, his innate talent must be very high. He must have a blue innate spiritual root. He's not even 40 years old?" His words shocked many people. Since the old man had mentioned his cultivation base was at the mastery exemplary saint stage, and he had left a lasting impression on the others during the innate talent assessment, nobody doubted his words. Although he was heavily injured by Elder Lian and was on the brink of death, he was still strong enough to cast such a powerful divine ability and kill Yang Wu, who was at the mastery divine saint stage. Although divine abilities are powerful, it would still rely on one's strength and spiritual energy. His cultivation base must be higher than Yang Wu. In other words, he must be at the peak of the divine saint stage at least. The innate spiritual root of someone at the peak of the divine saint stage who's not even 40 years old has to be blue or indigo. Indigo innate spiritual root? As far as I know, only elite powerhouses and geniuses in the 3 great sects have indigo innate spiritual root. Don't tell me the fire worship sect is going to gain another genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root is indigo, the sect leader of fire worship sect might even take him in as a disciple. As the crowd discussed heatedly among themselves, their burning gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious they were all eager to see the result of Duan Ling Tian's innate talent assessment. It had to be either a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. I think it's unlikely for him to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's said that among the geniuses who possess indigo innate spiritual roots in fire worship sect, there are some who had broken through to the exemplary saint stage when they were only 30 years old. "I think he has a blue innate spiritual root," a young man said. The moment his words left his mouth,
He was instantly refuted by those beside him. Hermf! How do you know his cultivation base is not at the exemplary saint stage? Don't forget we're only speculating when we say he's at the peak of the divine saint stage. There's a possibility that he has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. He managed to turn the table and kill Yang Wu, who was at the mastery divine saint stage, in just one blow, even though he was heavily injured. That's not something anyone can do. That's right. He must know a secret tactic to conceal his cultivation base. It's not impossible for him to be at the exemplary saint stage. If he's really at the exemplary saint stage or above, then it's possible that he possesses an indigo innate spiritual root. How exciting! What rank is his innate spiritual root? Another round of discussion took place. Everyone's gaze turned even more intense when they looked at Duanling Tian. They could not wait to find out whether he possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Blue innate spiritual root?
Indigo innate spiritual root?
Not even 40 years old?
Exemplary saint stage? Duanling Tian took a step forward and faced the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. As he listened to discussion behind him, the corner of his mouth twitched before it curled up into a bitter smile.
Blue innate spiritual root? Indigo innate spiritual root? He did not even dare to hope that he would possess something medium rank like a green innate spiritual root, let alone these two high-rank innate spiritual roots.
He was aware of his own condition. Not even 40 years old? This was only because he spent most of his time cultivating in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Although time flowed quickly in the pagoda, it also halted the aging process when he was inside. If one counted properly, he was older than 40 years old. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, where almost everyone was 300, 1,000, or even several thousands years of age, he would still be considered a baby. Exemplary saint stage?
He had just broken through to the early divine saint stage. The main reason he had broken through so quickly was all thanks to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and his other fortuitous encounters like the dragon cleansing pool. If he did not have the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda or the fortuitous encounters, he would not possess his current cultivation base. It's absolutely impossible for me to possess a green innate spiritual root or higher, Duanling Tian concluded.
Naturally, this was all his speculation. He would not know until he was assessed. Blue innate spiritual root?
Indigo innate spiritual root. Lian's eyes gleamed sinisterly as he looked at Duanling Tian.
Lian only possessed a blue innate spiritual root. However, the fellow whom he wanted to kill might possess an indigo innate spiritual root.
Lian was instantly overwhelmed by an urge to kill Duanling Tian. He knew what it meant to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. When those who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots grew stronger, they would be given a first-rate position, like a golden flame elder, even if he made mistakes in the fire worship sect. If they behaved, they might even stand a chance in becoming the vice-sect leader or the sect leader of the fire worship sect. The moment Lian about how this fellow whom he had a huge enmity with might possess an indigo innate spiritual root, he could not wait to kill him as quickly as he could. If Duanling Tian really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would grow strong enough to kill Lian in the future. For this reason, he must kill him while he was still in the cradle.
However, it's possible he might not possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's possible he only possesses a blue innate spiritual root like me. However, even if his innate spiritual root is blue, I must kill him as soon as I can to stop him from becoming a threat to me in the future. Lian once again sentenced Duanling Tian to death in his heart.
Indigo innate spiritual root? Tung Shan looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes as an anticipatory expression appeared on his face. Duanling Tian, I really hope you possess an indigo innate spiritual root. If it's really the case, Lord Sect Leader will definitely take you in as his direct disciple when he comes out of cultivation. At that time, even Lian would have to take initiative and ask for forgiveness from you. Tung Shan thought to himself. At this moment, even the three people who stepped forward to get assessed did not put their hands on the spiritual pearls. Their eyes and the eyes of all the bronze flame elders were trained on Duanling Tian. They were waiting for him to put his hand on the spiritual pearl. Although the four Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders were not present yesterday, they had heard about the death duel between Duanling Tian and Yang Wu.
the son of the fifth elder from Northern Plethora sect. They were also very curious about Duan Tian, this martial art genius who was not even 40 years old but had a cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage at least. Would he have a blue or indigo innate spiritual root? Duan Tian, hurry up and put your hand on the spiritual pearl. The bronze flame elder standing in front of Duan Tian could not help but urged lightly when he saw Duan Tian remaining still for a long time. His tone was extremely polite. The young man standing before him might be a genius who possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root after all. If such a person grew stronger, he would be a silver flame elder at least in the future. If he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would be even stronger and gain a higher ranking position. Although such a person had not reached his full potential yet, he was not someone the Bronze Flame Elder could afford to offend. Upon hearing Bronze Flame Elder's words, Duan Tian responded, "All right." Duan Tian shook his head when he sensed everyone's eyes on him. However, he still extended his hand and placed it on the spiritual pearl. The spiritual pearl was cold to the touch. Moreover, it felt a little strange to Duan Tian. His hand that was touching the spiritual pearl felt a little itchy. It felt as though some energy from the spiritual pearl was tickling his palm. Meanwhile, the entire place was completely silent. Everyone's attention was focused on the spiritual pearl that Duan Tian had laid his hand on. Time continued to pass by quietly. The span of a breath went by, the span of 2 breaths went by, the span of 3 breaths went by. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. This was because everybody, including Duan Tian, was holding their breaths as they stared intently at the spiritual pearl. Finally, 10 breaths had gone by. Hints of light began to radiate from the spiritual pearl. "It's out." Apart from Duan Tian, who was feeling anxious, everyone was excited. Lian's gaze turned colder. If Duan Tian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, then he would have to find a new way of dealing with him. The sect leader of the fire worship sect would definitely favor him and might even take him in as a direct disciple if he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. This was something he did not wish to see. If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must kill him before Lord Sect Leader comes out of his cultivation. I can't give him the chance to become the direct disciple of the sect leader. Lian thought to himself. If Duan Tian became the direct disciple of the sect leader, he would not dare to find fault with Duan Tian at all, even if his courage was multiplied by 100. As the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, the sect leader had superb skills and he was not someone Lian could offend. If he really possesses the indigo innate spiritual root, I must think of a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't wish to bow or kneel or even extend a formal apology to him when he becomes the direct disciple of Lord Sect Leader. The moment Lian thought of this, the killing intent in his heart intensified. One could imagine if Duan Tian really became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, he would have to bow his head and ask for forgiveness from Duan Tian if he wanted to stay in the Fire Worship Sect. Naturally, he did not wish to leave the Fire Worship Sect. Moreover, he was even more unwilling to bow or kneel in front of Duan Tian. For this reason, if Duan Tian really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would only be left with one option. He would have to kill Duan Tian, this threat, in the cradle before the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect came out of his cultivation. Naturally, if Duan Tian only possessed a blue innate spiritual root, the matter would not be so urgent since people with blue innate spiritual roots would not catch the attention of their sect leader. Duan Tian, you better pray you don't have the indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, I'll spare no efforts in killing you even if it's dangerous for me to do so. Lian's gaze turned even colder when he looked at Duan Tian. Meanwhile, the spiritual pearl Duan Tian touched finally showed its color. However, upon seeing the color, apart from Duan Tian who seemed as though he had expected it, everyone was shocked still. They were speechless. Soon after, some people began to regain their senses and the expressions on their faces were dramatic. How's this possible? Impossible, right? How can Duan Tian's innate talent be so low? This innate spiritual root doesn't match Duan Tian at all. Something's wrong with that spiritual pearl, right? I also think something's wrong with that spiritual pearl. The crowd discussed among themselves, unwilling to believe the sight before their eyes was true. To be more accurate, they refused to believe the result of Duanling Tian's innate talent assessment was true. Duanling Tian seemed to only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Although most people among the 1,000 people who had participated in the innate talent assessment possessed yellow innate spiritual roots, they did not expect Duanling Tian would also possess a yellow innate spiritual root after witnessing his strength and taking into account that he was not even 40 years old. Duanling Tian did not deserve a yellow innate spiritual root at all. Not only that, but they thought even a green innate spiritual root was not good enough for Duanling Tian. In their opinion, only the blue or indigo innate spiritual root matched the strength and innate talent Duanling Tian had displayed. Is something wrong with the spiritual pearl? At this moment, it was not only the crowd who thought so, but even the 4 bronze flame elders and Tingshan, the silver flame elder, thought so as well. Duanling Tian, something must be wrong with the spiritual pearl. Try another one and see, Tingshan said as he looked at Duanling Tian. At the same time, he looked at the other bronze flame elder meaningfully, prompting the latter to place a different spiritual pearl in front of Duanling Tian. Lian was still in shock over the fact that Duanling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. For this reason, he did not object to Tingshan's arrangement. Naturally, deep down in Lian's heart, he also felt that something was wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duanling Tian was strong enough to kill a Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator even after he was heavily injured, and he was not even 40 years old. How could he only possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian smiled wryly and said to Tingshan, Elder Tingshan, I think there's no need for me to try again. I don't think there's anything wrong with the spiritual pearl. My innate spiritual root should be yellow. Duanling Tian knew his own innate talent better than other people. Although he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and he had raised his innate talent to its peak, that was only on the mortal continent. Such innate talent would only be considered ordinary in the lower province, let alone the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he did not think there was something wrong with the soul pearl since it was working fine all this while. For this reason, he was certain he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He would be lying if he said he was not disappointed by the result. However, since he had already mentally prepared himself, he was able to remain calm. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Tingshan thought Duanling Tian could not be bothered with the result of the assessment. For this reason, he insisted that Duanling Tian try again. Try again with another spiritual pearl. I believe I'm not the only one who refuses to believe that you possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Other people nodded their heads as well. At this moment, Duanling Tian was forced to try again even though he felt there was no need to do so. As he placed his hand on another spiritual pearl, everyone shifted their eyes to the spiritual pearl he was touching. There should be no problem with this spiritual pearl, right? It's rare for something to be wrong with a spiritual pearl, so I'm sure there won't be any problems this time. How can there be such a coincidence? Hey, is it possible that Duanling Tian really possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? Do you think it's possible? Unless he also knows a secret tactic to conceal his age like how he conceals his cultivation base, he should have a blue innate spiritual root at least. Many people discussed among themselves as they stared at the spiritual pearl Duanling Tian was touching. Another 10 breaths passed as a faint light began to emit from the spiritual pearl. Everyone held their breaths again as they stared at the spiritual pearl. The light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it even looked like the sun. However, the place fell silent again when they saw the color of the light the spiritual pearl emitted. A few moments later, the crowd broke into a commotion. It's still a yellow innate spiritual root? How is this possible? Don't tell me something's wrong with the spiritual pearl again? It's possible for something to be wrong with one spiritual pearl but two at the same time? Impossible. Looks like Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root is really yellow. Based on his strength and his age, how's it possible for him to possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Age? Have you ever considered that maybe he knows how to conceal his age as well since he knows how to conceal his cultivation base? Who knows? Maybe he's several hundred years old, and he's concealing his age so he can pretend to be young. Now that you mention it, it's possible.
Although I've not heard about any secret tactics that could conceal one's age, I've also not heard about any secret tactics that could conceal one's cultivation base. Humph. An old fellow who's several hundred years old actually conceals his age and cultivation base to participate in the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums assessment. This is my first time encountering someone pretending to be young. How ridiculous! The crowd was in an uproar. Initially, they thought something might be wrong with the second spiritual pearl, but they quickly dismissed the idea. In the end, most of them concluded Duan Tian was actually an old fellow who was several hundred years old. Due to the reason he knew how to conceal his true age and cultivation base, he was able to mislead everybody present. At this moment, even Tung Shan agreed with this reasoning. Otherwise, he did not have an explanation for what just happened. Yellow innate spiritual root? Lian laughed when he saw Duan Tian still had a yellow innate spiritual root even after getting assessed a second time. Disdain could be seen in his eyes. So he's actually a useless old pervert. Before this, just like the others, he also thought that Duan Tian was a young martial genius who had a high innate talent. However, based on the current situation, they had all misjudged him. He was actually an old fellow pretending to be a young man using a secret tactic. Old fellow? Duan Tian was bewildered when he heard the crowd's words. It did not cross his mind that he would be regarded as a dirty old man pretending to be young. Although he was older than 40 years old, he was still the youngest compared to the people present, right? Duan Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he was labeled as an old fellow by a group of people who were much older than him. Naturally, he felt helpless since he had no way of explaining to them how he possessed his strength. He could not tell them that he possessed the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and had numerous fortuitous encounters. Could he? He could not tell them he had just broken through to the early divine saint stage, could he? It's okay. Let them say whatever they want. In the end, Duan Tian could only turn a deaf ear to the discussion in the surroundings. He shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root as a sense of bitterness filled his heart. I only have a yellow innate spiritual root. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk back when I was on Cloud Continent, would the rank of my innate spiritual root be even lower? Elder Hua, can I change my innate spiritual root? Although Duan Tian had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel dissatisfied by his yellow innate spiritual root. He really wished there were ways to improve the rank of his innate spiritual root. I only have a yellow innate spiritual root, but I've already cultivated to the early divine saint stage at such an age. If I can improve the rank of my innate spiritual root, coupled with the 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, won't my cultivation speed be terrifyingly fast? The moment Duan Tian thought of this, he became a little excited. However, his excitement faded away suddenly as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown on him. What if there's no way to improve the rank of my innate spiritual root? Based on my observation, I roughly know what innate spiritual roots are. At the same time, Elder Hua's voice resonated. Theoretically, one can improve the rank of one's innate spiritual root in this mundane realm. Not only that, but there's more than one way to improve its rank. There's more than one method to improve its ranking? How? Duan Tian became excited again upon hearing Elder Hua's words. Duan Tian might not have outwardly shown it, but he was actually bothered and disappointed that he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual roots were divided into 7 ranks: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The yellow innate spiritual root could not even be considered as a medium-rank innate spiritual root. It was on the lower side of the spectrum. More than 90% of the hundreds of people that remained had yellow innate spiritual roots as well. The yellow innate spiritual root might be acceptable in the Tao Martial Saint Land, but it was not worth mentioning at all in a sect like the Fire Worship sect. Most of the ordinary disciples in the Fire Worship sect possessed yellow innate spiritual roots. Now that he learned from Elder Hua that he could improve the rank of his innate spiritual root, how could he not be excited? Elder Hua did not reply to Duan Tian's question. Instead, he muttered to himself, "Previously, I was wondering why your cultivation speed is not faster than ordinary people since you've opened 99 saint veins and has a high innate talent. Now that I look at it, it must be the law of this mundane realm that restricts you." The law of this mundane realm? Upon hearing his words, Duan Tian could not help but feel shocked. This was not his first time hearing about the realm's law.
According to Elder Hua, when Duanling Tian's soul first came into this world, the rebirth martial emperor's soul tried to destroy his soul. However, due to the law of the realm, the rebirth martial emperor had destroyed himself instead.
Apart from that, the soul, Black Nether, in the Devil Seal tablet had also died because of this realm's law. His soul did not belong to this mundane realm, so it was tainted with the law of the other mundane realm.
When the soul born in this mundane realm tried to destroy his soul, it would be destroyed by the law of the other mundane realm instead. Similarly, if he had taken the initiative to destroy the rebirth martial emperor or Black Nether soul, he would have died. The law of the realms was mysterious in this boundless universe. Even the most elite beings in the Devata realms, those heavenly emperor powerhouses, were also restricted by their realm's law.
Yes, Elder Hua replied. Based on the current situation, apart from cultivation environment and resources, the law of this mundane realm that's restricting your cultivation speed is related to the innate spiritual root.
The innate spiritual root directly affects one's innate talent. Your high innate talent that's granted from opening 99 saint veins is restricted by the law of this realm. Otherwise, you can be considered as a genius even in the Devata realms.
Then, does this mean that innate spiritual roots only exist in this mundane realm? Duanling Tian was not a fool. He could guess what Elder Hua was alluding to. That's right. Elder Hua responded once again before continuing. Whether it's planet Yanhuang, a mundane realm where I was from, or the Devata realm I went to after, the Jade Emperor Heaven, one's innate talent is decided by the number of saint veins that are opened in one's body.
However, in planet Yanhuang, saint veins are known as geographical veins, and in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it's called the heavenly veins.
Elder Hua paused for a moment before he said, in this mundane realm, there are different laws. All cultivators' innate talent, human and beast, are decided by the innate spiritual root. With my current divine consciousness, I can see the innate spiritual root in your soul. You have a yellow innate spiritual root, and it's considered ordinary in this mundane realm.
No wonder your cultivation speed is so slow despite having the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. There was a hint of reproach in his tone.
I probably obtained the yellow innate spiritual root after I consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk on Cloud Continent. The innate spiritual root I previously possessed might be a red or orange innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. The 10,000-year stalactite milk is indeed a rare spiritual item. However, even if it can improve the rank of your innate spiritual root, yellow is probably the highest it can go. Elder Hua chimed in. Elder Hua, I remember when I first found the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and met you. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped with me with a rebirth with its remaining force.
How come it didn't improve the rank of my innate spiritual root? Previously, the 7 treasures pagoda had used its remaining force to help him undergo a rebirth process. When he was still on Cloud Continent, the 10,000-year stalactite milk had helped him with a rebirth process as well. At that time, it had helped him raise his innate talent to its peak on Cloud Continent.
The rebirth that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped you with merely raised your physical strength. It has nothing to do with the innate spiritual root, Elder Hua explained.
Duanling Tian finally understood this as the questions in his heart were answered.
He finally knew why his innate talent was still low even though he had opened 99 saint veins. He finally knew why his innate talent did not improve even with the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The moment Duanling Tian recalled how Elder Hua told him there was more than one method to improve his innate spiritual root, he took a deep breath to suppress the excitement he felt before he asked, Elder Hua, what should I do to improve my innate spiritual root? Earlier, I'd used my divine consciousness to study your innate spiritual root. There are 2 ways to improve it. You should know one of the ways to improve it, Elder Hua replied. I should know how to improve it? Duanling Tian was stunned and baffled. What was this? What could he know? If he knew, was there a need for him to ask about it?
Your innate spiritual root was raised through that method, Elder Hua reminded him.
At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood what Elder Hua meant. He smiled wryly. Oh, you mean the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, didn't you say the 10,000-year stalactite milk had already improved my innate spiritual root to its limit?
Yes, I did. However, that's only limited to the 10,000 years stalactite milk. There are many spiritual items that are similar to the 10,000 years stalactite milk but are more marvelous than it in this world. If the 10,000 years stalactite milk can improve your innate spiritual root to yellow, why can't other items improve it as well? Elder Hua asked rhetorically. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, the 10,000 year stalactite milk was useless to his innate spiritual root now. However, if he was able to find spiritual items more marvelous than the 10,000 year stalactite milk, why should he be afraid he could not improve his innate spiritual root? Elder Hua, you must know what spiritual items can improve my innate spiritual root, right? Hurry up and tell me. Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hua eagerly. I know many spiritual items that can improve your innate spiritual root. However, can you remember them if I tell you now? How about this? I'll transmit the appearance and characteristics of the items to you. You'll be able to remember them this way. The moment Elder Hua finished speaking, information began to surge into Duan Ling Tian's mind. As the information surged into his mind, he felt a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble. Duan Ling Tian knew it was Elder Hua's powerful divine consciousness. Usually, Elder Hua would only use a little of his divine consciousness with him, so he did not feel anything. However, at this moment, Elder Hua had used quite a huge amount of his divine consciousness to pass the information to Duan Ling Tian. Elder Hua's divine consciousness was so powerful that it even made Duan Ling Tian's soul tremble. Elder Hua's current divine consciousness is even more powerful than Li An's divine consciousness. Looks like Elder Hua's strength is recovering nicely. When Duan Ling Tian's soul trembled, he realized Elder Hua had recovered much of his strength. At the very least, he was still much more powerful than Lian. Unfortunately, the restriction the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda places on Elder Hua is too strong. He can only release his divine consciousness that doesn't contain any offensive energy. Otherwise, there's no need for me to conceal myself. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. It was apparent he had a very powerful companion by his side, but he could not ask him for help at all. How frustrating. As Elder Hua withdrew his divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian discovered he had gained a lot of information about spiritual items that could improve his innate spiritual root. So many items? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. However, after he roughly scanned through the information, he discovered that even though there were a lot of items, he had not seen or heard about any of them. Looks like it won't be easy for me to look for spiritual items to improve my innate spiritual root. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian as he asked, Elder Hua, earlier you mentioned there's another way to improve my innate spiritual root apart from using these spiritual items? Compared to searching for these spiritual items, the other method is a lot simpler. However, the success rate for the previous method is 100%. This method might not yield the same result. So it's better if you mentally prepare yourself, Elder Hua replied. Might not yield the same result? Duan Ling Tian felt a pang of disappointment, but he urged Elder Hua to speak. Tell me, Elder Hua. It was too difficult for him to search for the spiritual items. If there was a shortcut, he really wanted to give it a try even if he might fail. This method is related to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that you mastered, Elder Hua said. I don't know the elementary devouring tactic too well, but the advanced devouring tactic that the heavenly emperor powerhouses in the Devata realm possess comes to mind. The advanced devouring tactic is said to be able to absorb all kinds of energies. Since your divine ability is a derivation of the advanced devouring tactic, it might be able to devour other people's innate spiritual root and allow you to strengthen your innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Devouring other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root? This method could be considered as a shortcut as well if it worked. At the very least, it was more reliable than searching for spiritual items that he had not seen before. Yes, devouring other people's innate spiritual roots, Elder Hua responded, theoretically it should work. You'll need to put it into action to see if it'll actually work. If it works, the person whose innate spiritual root is devoured by you will lose his innate spiritual root. He would probably wish he's dead since he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation base for the rest of his life once you devour his innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although it sounded ruthless to devour other people's innate spiritual roots, he would not do it indiscriminately. He would only target those people who deserved it or those who had offended him. He would not feel guilty if he did it this way.
Although strength was everything in this world, Duan Tian still had his conscience. If he did not have a conscience, what different would he be from a cold-blooded beast?
Humans were different from beasts because of their conscience.
Duan Tian did not reject this method of improving his innate spiritual root even though it was ruthless since he knew he would only target those who deserved it. An example of such a person was Li En. At this moment, Duan Tian raised his head to look at the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Li En, who was looking at him disdainfully. With my current strength, it'll be difficult for me to get near him, let alone devouring his innate spiritual root. Stronger. I need to get stronger. Currently, I'm still too weak. Although Duan Tian was quite strong, he still felt a sense of helplessness when he was faced with Li En. Not only was Li En a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse, but he was also ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He could not compare to someone like that at this moment. Even if he used his Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not be able to hurt Li En at all.
Instead, he would be killed by Li En. The gap between him and Li En was just too wide now. If I pass the assessment and remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Li En definitely won't personally make his move. If I possess the indigo innate spiritual root that even the sect leader of fire worship sect regards highly, he would definitely personally make a move even if it would be dangerous.
Now that he sees I only have a yellow innate spiritual root, he'll think I'm not worthy of him personally making a move. Li En would be shocked if he could hear Duan Tian's thoughts. This was because Duan Tian was right.
Originally, Li En had already mentally prepared himself to kill Duan Tian so that he would not bring trouble to him in the future. He would have to take the risk because Duan Tian possessed the indigo spiritual root. When he saw Duan Tian merely possessed the yellow innate spiritual root, he no longer saw him as a threat. After all, Duan Tian was merely an old man who had disguised himself and concealed his innate talent. Li En found it to be beneath him to personally make a move on such a person.
However, even if Li En doesn't personally make his move, he'll definitely send someone else to deal with me.
At that time, I'll devour the innate spiritual root of the first person he sends to improve my innate spiritual root. Duan Tian became excited the moment he thought of this. He could not wait for Li En to send his men over to deal with him.
Is it too early for me to get excited?
Elder Hu said that using the elementary devouring tactic to devour innate spiritual roots is only theoretical. It might not work when we put it to the test. Duan Tian felt as though he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water when he thought of this. Duan Tian naturally retreated since his assessment had ended. Unlike before, now that everyone saw he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, nobody paid much attention to him anymore. He was not worthy of their attention. At this moment, they all thoroughly believed that Duan Tian was an old man who had disguised himself and concealed his cultivation base to get attention. They all looked down at him. Someone glanced at Duan Tian and said with disgust, "You're already so old, but you dare to pretend to be young?"
It's still acceptable if he merely pretends to be young. However, he's overdone it. He even fooled the 2 Silver Flame Elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum into thinking he was a genius. It's a good thing that the truth is revealed during the innate talent assessment. How disgusting. Previously, I thought I've encountered a genius from the younger generation. I can't believe he turned out to be a lewd old man in disguise. You know what I think?
This person should just go to hell.
He's just too disgusting. Although most people did not pay attention to Duan Tian, there were some people who mocked him without restraint. These people? Duan Tian frowned and glanced at those people who mocked him with a displeased expression on his face. I don't know them, and I've not offended them. Put aside the fact that I'm not disguising myself, it's acceptable for them to complain since they don't know any better. However, isn't too much for that guy to ask me to go to hell. These few people who mocked Duan Tian were standing near him, so they saw the frown and displeased expression on his face. However, when they saw it, they all looked at him disdainfully.
"What are you looking at? Old pervert, are you unhappy that we're talking about you?" One of them asked with a sneer.
If Duan Tian was a genius with blue or indigo innate spiritual root, they would not dare to offend him. However, now that they learned that he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, there was no reason for them to be wary of him. Perhaps they could even curry favor with First Silver Flame Elder Lian.
Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave and he said coldly, "You better watch your mouth." He had some impression of the person who had spoken. He was one of the few people who possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was a fierce-looking and burly middle-aged man named Gu Chun. Currently, Gu Chun was looking at Duan Lingtian with a cold expression and a fierce smile on his face. It was as though he had a great enmity with Duan Lingtian. "You're a martial cultivator who only has the yellow innate spiritual root and yet you dare to act unhappy in front of me?" Gu Chun was dumbfounded. As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, someone standing nearby who clearly wanted to stir up the situation said, "Gu Chun, have you forgotten that he even dared to kill Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect? You're only a sectless cultivator. How could he possibly respect you?" Gu Chun finally remembered Duan Lingtian had killed the son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect yesterday when he heard that person's words. A sense of dread rose up in his heart immediately. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's innate talent was inferior to his. However, based on his actions yesterday, he was definitely a ruthless person. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend Elder Lian and kill Yang Wu. Various expressions flitted across Gu Chun's face, and he was no longer acting as overbearing as before. He was finally afraid. Duan Lingtian knew what Gu Chun was thinking when he saw the expressions on his face. He instantly sneered. He glanced at him indifferently before he shifted his attention to the four people who were currently undergoing the innate talent assessment. When Gu Chun saw Duan Lingtian's disdainful expression, he felt humiliated. He fisted his hands as his body trembled and he clenched his teeth. He hated Duan Lingtian so much at this moment. However, he could only endure it for now. Although he was an early exemplary Saint Stage martial cultivator, he did not dare to act recklessly before he understood his opponent better. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the intermediate exemplary Saint Stage or above? "Duan Lingtian, my innate talent is higher than yours. Even if I'm no match for you now, I'll definitely surpass you one day and make you kneel and beg for forgiveness." Gu Chun thought to himself angrily. The little dispute between Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun did not attract too much attention. Most people's attention was focused on the innate talent assessment. In the end, two more people were discovered to possess a green innate spiritual root. Green spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with envy when he looked at the two men who possessed green innate spiritual roots. After all, his innate spiritual root was only a yellow spiritual root. It was a level below the green spiritual root. After the innate talent assessment ended, it was time for the strength assessment. The strength assessment was carried out in two groups. One of the groups consisted of those who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Their assessment was a lot easier. As long as those people's cultivation base were at the Divine Saint Stage or above, they were sure to pass. The other group consisted of people with yellow innate spiritual roots. Compared to the former, their assessment was a lot more difficult. Those whose cultivation base had not reached the exemplary Saint Stage or above would not be able to pass the assessment. Those with green innate spiritual roots. "Please follow me." Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Lian finally spoke. After he finished speaking, he brought the 9 people, including Gu Chun, who possessed green innate spiritual roots, away with him. He was in charge of the strength assessment for this group of people. Before he left, he did not forget to look at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze that was filled with killing intent. However, Duan Lingtian ignored his gaze. This made Li An's expression turn grave as he brought the group of people away. Those with green innate spiritual roots left with Li An. The people with yellow innate spiritual roots, including Duan Lingtian, stayed behind. Tung Shan, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, and another 4 Bronze Flame Elders were in charge of their strength assessment. After Lian brought the men away, Tung Shan looked at Duan Lingtian in disappointment. It did not cross his mind that things would turn out this way. The young man whom he regarded highly only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Could it really be that he was an old man in disguise like what people had speculated? He refused to believe it. However, the truth was laid bare before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. After the assessment by the Soul Pearl, he discovered the young man who had not even reached the age of 40 only had a yellow innate spiritual root.
It was almost impossible for someone below the age of 40 to possess a cultivation base at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. For this reason, deep in his heart, he actually believed Duan Ling Tian had concealed his true age. Duan Ling Tian, even if you can pass the strength assessment, I don't think you should stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If you decide to leave, I can ask 2 of my friends to accompany you when you leave. There's nothing Elder Li En can do since it's so last minute. A grave voice resonated suddenly in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell the voice belonged to Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Tung Shan. Elder Tung Shan? Duan Ling Tian looked at Tung Shan in surprise. It did not cross his mind that Tung Shan would still be willing to help him at this moment. He would risk offending Li En further. He was moved by this gesture. At the very least, Tung Shan did not look down on him because he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. On top of that, he was even willing to help him. It was rare to find someone like that. I hope he'll leave. This is all I can do to help him, Tung Shan thought to himself after he transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. He was willing to help Duan Ling Tian because he had taken a liking to him. He did not wish to see Duan Ling Tian harmed. Moreover, he still felt guilty that Duan Ling Tian was injured by Li En under his watch. In his opinion, it would be best for everyone if Duan Ling Tian left. However, there was nothing he could do if he was not willing to leave. If he chose to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would be helpless to help him even if he wanted to. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, his strength and influence were far inferior compared to Li En. There was nothing he could do once Li En had made up his mind to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, he had thought Duan Ling Tian would have a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. If that was the case, there was a high possibility that the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect who was in closed-door cultivation would take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple. Li En would not be able to harm Duan Ling Tian if he became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. If Duan Ling Tian had the blue spiritual root, he could recommend Duan Ling Tian to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader would be more than happy to take a genius like Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. Li En would not be able to harm him as well if this happened. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would not have a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. He did not even have a green innate spiritual root. In the end, he discovered he only had a yellow innate spiritual root. The yellow spiritual roots were the most common innate spiritual root in the Fire Worship Sect. Out of 100 ordinary disciples in the Fire Worship Sect, 90 of them would possess yellow innate spiritual roots. Based on this, one could see how common the yellow innate spiritual roots were. Thank you, Elder Tung Shan. Upon hearing Tung Shan's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian immediately transmitted his voice to express his gratitude. Then, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, "However, I don't plan to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum for the time being. As for the strength assessment, I'm certain I'll pass. Please don't worry about me, Elder Tung Shan." "I'll remember your kindness for helping me out at this moment, Elder Tung Shan." Duan Ling Tian's words were filled with confidence. It left no room for doubts, rendering Tung Shan speechless. "Fine. If this is your decision, I'll respect it," Tung Shan responded after a long while. He sighed. A hint of exhaustion could be heard in it. After that, Tung Shan shifted his attention to the strength assessment catered to the Duan Ling Tian and the others. He took the lead with the help of the 4 Bronze Flame Elders. In the strength assessment catered to Duan Ling Tian and the others, those at the Exemplary Saint stage or above would pass. The passing rate was almost 100%. For this reason, there was no need to further explain the strength assessment. Although Duan Ling Tian passed the assessment, the crowd could see it was slightly difficult for him to pass the assessment. Early Exemplary Saint stage? Since he passed the assessment with slight difficulties, he must be at the early Exemplary Saint stage. Do you think he's hiding his strength again? Is there a chance his strength is stronger than those at the early Exemplary Saint stage? Aren't you thinking too much? Is there a need to hide his strength now that everything has been exposed? How naive. The crowd whispered among themselves when they saw Duan Ling Tian had passed the strength assessment. In the end, almost all of them agreed that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the early Exemplary Saint stage. If Duan Ling Tian was really a young man who had not reached the age of 40, it would have caused a commotion. However, since the crowd believed Duanling Tian was an old man in disguise, they were not surprised by his cultivation base that was at the early exemplary saint stage. It was very common after all. Duanling Tian remained calm when he heard their words.
His true cultivation base was much lower than what these people thought. It was only at the early divine saint stage. As for why it appeared difficult for him to pass the strength assessment, this was because he only relied on his son's saint energy.
Although his saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of a cultivator at the early divine saint stage, since it had fused with the sun's flame, it was not inferior to the saint energy of a cultivator at the early exemplary saint stage.
Due to the reason he had just broken through to the early divine saint stage early this morning, he was still not adept with handling the saint energy. This was why it seemed difficult for him to pass the assessment.
Duanling Tian only smiled nonchalantly when he heard the people's words. He was not bothered by it at all. Was there a need for him, Duanling Tian, to care about others' opinion of him? Those who failed the strength assessment, please leave with these 2 bronze flame elders. Those who pass the assessment will follow the other 2 bronze flame elders to your residence. They will inform you about the things new disciples have to take note of during your journey there. Tung Shan said solemnly. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Duanling Tian before he left with a sigh.
Since Duanling Tian had made up his mind, there was nothing else he could do. Duanling Tian could only rely on himself in the future since there was nothing he could do to help.
After Tung Shan left, the group of people who failed the strength assessment left in low spirits with the bronze flame elders.
The other 2 bronze flame elders, on the other hand, called out to the group of people who passed the strength assessment and brought them deep into the mountain range.
During the journey, the 2 bronze flame elders distributed the exclusive uniforms of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples to Duanling Tian and the others.
The exclusive uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was a white robe as well. It was also embroidered with a black turtle with a gray flame. It looked very conspicuous due to the white robes. One could see the embroidery clearly with just a glance.
After giving out the exclusive uniforms of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, one of the bronze flame elders looked in the east and warned them solemnly. That's the cultivation place of the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum and the 5 silver flame elders. Unless you have permission from Lord Sanctum Leader or one of the silver flame elders, you're forbidden to enter. Those who enter without permission will be killed. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Duanling Tian looked over and could only see thick mist that covered the eastern direction. He could not see anything beyond the mist. It was apparent that some sort of formation that obstructed one's sight was placed there.
This place before us is where the altar of Black Turtle Sanctum is located. Our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded on the Black Turtle statue in the heart of the altar.
It allows every Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to comprehend it. The other bronze flame elder chimed in. Duanling Tian and the others immediately shifted their eyes to the front. A vast flat land in the middle of the forest awaited them. The vast flat land was surrounded by huge and magnificent palaces that looked like great beasts. They emitted a subtle aura that made one's heart tremble. A big altar stood in the middle of the palaces. The altar was about 10 meters high, and there was a gigantic statue of a black turtle on it. From afar, the ancient gigantic beast looked lifelike. So many people. At the same time, Duanling Tian and the others were shocked to discover many figures hovering in the air around the black turtle statue.
Based on their clothes, Duanling Tian and the others could tell they were Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples.
Several hundred people hovered in the air around the black turtle statue. Some of them were standing and some of them were sitting. A young man standing near Duanling Tian glanced indifferently at the altar's surroundings before he shifted his eyes back to the 2 bronze flame elders and asked curiously, "What are they doing?"
One of the bronze flame elders raised a brow and said nonchalantly, "They're comprehending the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier of our Black Turtle Sanctum." Black Turtle's Barrier. At once, the eyes of the group of new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Duanling Tian, brightened.
Some of them had come to the fire worship sect for the sake of the religion, while some of them came for the sake of a better future. Put everything aside, just by becoming the disciples of the 4 symbol sanctums that was ranked quite low in the fire worship sect, one would be given the chance to comprehend the high-grade divine ability that was passed down since ancient times in each sanctum.
In the fire worship sect's four symbols sanctums, apart from outstanding disciples with high innate talent who would be given a chance to enter the fire worship sect's saint land and become a disciple there, any disciple who managed to successfully comprehend the high-grade divine ability would instantly be given a permit to enter the saint land and become a disciple even if their innate talent was not so good. The fire worship sect's disciples were separated into outer disciples and saint land disciples. The outer disciples consisted of the four symbols sanctums disciples. The saint land disciples, on the other hand, were disciples who cultivated in the fire worship sect's saint land. They were considered as elite disciples in the fire worship sect. Entering the fire worship sect's saint land to become a saint land disciple was the dream of every four symbols sanctums disciple. The saint land held many things that they could only dream about. If they managed to enter the saint land, their chance of becoming a true powerhouse in the upper province of the Dalmartial saint land would increase greatly. Soon after, someone else took a deep breath before asking excitedly, "Elder, I heard that the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability is the best among the four high-grade divine abilities in the four symbols sanctum. Is this true?" "It's true." One of the Bronze Flame Elders nodded. The Black Turtle's barrier in our Black Turtle Sanctum is a defensive divine ability. In terms of grade, it's much higher than the other three high-grade divine abilities from the other three sanctums. However, since it's of a higher grade, the difficulty to comprehend it is a lot higher as well. It's said that in the current times, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Is this true as well? Somebody asked again. Less than 10 people? No way. So few. Currently, I heard there are more than 10,000 people who have left the Black Turtle Sanctums, but there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. This can't be true, right? I find it hard to believe as well. It can't be true. It's just too absurd. Before the two elders could respond, the people had already begun to discuss among themselves. They all felt it could not be true. Even Duan Ling Tian found it hard to believe. It can't be that difficult to comprehend a high-grade divine ability, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Apart from the high-grade divine ability, the golden crow's wings that Elder Hua passed down to him using a special method, he remembered that he had easily comprehended and mastered the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. It was good that nobody could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Put the others aside, even the two bronze flame elders standing nearby would feel like slapping Duan Ling Tian if they knew what he was thinking. There was actually someone who felt it was easy to comprehend a high-grade divine ability. It's true. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their eyes back to the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, one of the elders nodded solemnly. Currently, there are less than people in Fire Worship sect who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. It's true. Duan Ling Tian and the others were greatly shocked. It took a while before they regained their senses and broke into an uproar. My goodness! How difficult is it to successfully comprehend our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? There are many people from the Black Turtle Sanctum in the Fire Worship sect, but there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended it. Initially, I thought it's best to enter the Black Turtle Sanctum since I can comprehend the best high-grade divine ability black in the four symbol sanctums. Now that I look at it, it's going to be difficult to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Although one doesn't need to rely on one's innate spiritual root, the rate of successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, is still 1 out of 1,000. I know myself well, I'm sure it'll be difficult for me to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Why wasn't I selected by the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, or the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elders? Although the divine abilities from the other three sanctums are slightly inferior, it's easier to comprehend. Many people complained about how they were not chosen by the elders from the other three sanctums. Humph! The two bronze flames elders snorted before they smirked. One of them said indifferently, as the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect, it's only natural that it's going to be difficult to comprehend. However, do you think it's so easy to comprehend the divine abilities from the other three sanctums? Exactly. The other bronze flame elder smirked and chimed in.
For the divine abilities from the other three sanctums, whether it's the Azure Dragon Sanctum's assist-type divine ability, the White Tiger Sanctum's offensive divine ability, or the Black Turtle Sanctum's movement divine ability, although they're not considered as the number one offensive, movement, or assist-type divine ability in our fire worship sect, they're still in the top three. Although they're not like the Black Turtle's barrier where less than people have successfully comprehended it, there are still less than 30 people who have successfully comprehended them. A high-grade divine ability is not as easy to comprehend as you think it is. Are high-grade divine abilities so difficult to comprehend? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. In his opinion, it was not difficult for him to successfully comprehend the two high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. It should not be difficult for him to comprehend other high-grade divine abilities as well. The hardest part was mastering a high-grade divine ability to the highest stage. Only then would the divine ability's full power could be displayed. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like it was difficult for others to comprehend a high-grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. As usual, he turned to Elder Hua when there was something he did not understand. He instantly asked him, "Elder Hua, why did they say it's difficult to successfully comprehend a high-grade divine ability? Is it that difficult? Why don't I find it difficult? I comprehended the elementary devouring tactic and otherworldly celestial quite easily." You really fail to appreciate your blessings. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Elder Hua could not help but smile wryly. Do you know the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword that your master passed down to you is an ultimate tactic that cultivates both sword and heart? As the saying goes, no difficulty is insurmountable if your heart is set on it. Comprehending divine abilities is closely related to a person's heart. You've not made much progress with the Sovereign Heart Sword, but your heart seems to be thoroughly tempered. It's naturally easy for you to comprehend divine abilities. If you can comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest stage, it'll only take you 3 days and 3 nights at most to successfully cultivate a high-grade divine ability. When Elder Hua was speaking, envy could be heard in his tone. I've told you before that your master is a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. You're extremely lucky for obtaining the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword benefits me in this way as well. Isn't this too amazing? Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He felt as though this was his first time hearing about the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, he finally understood why it was so easy for him to comprehend the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. As it turned out, it was all thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hua, "Then, does this mean that my heart will be further tempered and my divine ability comprehension speed will also be faster if I can comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword?" "Of course," Elder Hua replied with certainty. At once, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as the excitement in his heart increased. Then, does this mean the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that ordinary people find difficult to comprehend will be easy for me to comprehend? I can't believe the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, is the number one defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship Sect. This Fire Worship Sect is one of the 3 most powerful sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Black Turtle's barrier that's considered as the number one defensive divine ability here should also be a top-tier defensive divine ability in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian was excited because he would soon obtain a top defensive divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Black Turtle's barrier, the number one defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship Sect. No wonder it's so difficult to successfully comprehend it. Although the 3 divine abilities from the other 3 sanctums are not as powerful as the Black Turtle's barrier, it doesn't mean they're not extraordinary as well. It's not much easier to comprehend them compared to the Black Turtle's barrier. Looks like it'll depend on one's comprehension skill, no matter which divine ability one wants to comprehend. Comprehension skill is not dictated by one's innate spiritual root. It's still a mystery whether any of us will be able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Upon hearing the replies from the 2 bronze flame elders, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples no longer complained.
I'm sure all of you have seen the palaces around the altar. Each of these palaces has its own functions. After we've arranged your accommodation, you can come and have a look and learn about them. Now, follow us to the residence you'll be staying in. Under the guidance of the two bronze flame elders, Duanling Tian and the others made their way toward their future residence. The residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was located in the west of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Many small thatched cottages that appeared shabby were erected on a vast land. When one looked upward, one could see many islands suspended in the air. These suspended islands did not look very big. There were wooden houses on these islands. Although the wooden houses were bigger than the thatched cottages, it was only slightly bigger. These suspended islands with wooden houses were all suspended on the same level. It would be difficult for one to tell how many suspended islands there were in just a glance. Above these islands, one could see other suspended islands that were much bigger in size. There were houses with a small courtyard on these islands. In the courtyards that were filled with plants, a stone table and chair stood on it. Compared to the wooden houses and thatched cottages below, the environment here was much better. As one continued to look upward, one would see 10 huge islands. There was a mansion on each of the 10 islands. The heaven and earth spirit energy looked like fog around the islands. From afar, one could tell that the richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy around the houses with a courtyard, wooden houses, and thatched cottages could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 10 suspended islands. Duanling Tian and the others had followed the two Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders to the outside of the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Their eyes were all fixed on the mansions on the 10 islands that were suspended on the highest level. Do you see the 10 mansions? Those are the Primus houses that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stay in. Each of the houses has more than 10 large-scale spirit-gathering formations, so the cultivation environment there is not inferior to the cultivation environment of Lord Sanctum Leader, the Silver Flame Elders, and Bronze Flame Elders. One of the Bronze Flame Elders explained to Duanling Tian and the others. 10 large-scale spirit-gathering formations? The cultivation environment was not inferior to Lord Sanctum Leader's residence? The moment the Bronze Flame Elder finished speaking, Duanling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. He was filled with excitement when he looked at the 10 suspended islands. The others took a deep breath when they stared at the mansions on the 10 suspended islands with a burning gaze. The Primus House is the best residence for Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, and they belong to the 10 strongest disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The other Bronze Flame Elder chimed in. The moment his words left his mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Duanling Tian and the others. They regained their senses and smiled wryly. No wonder. I was just thinking that not anyone can stay in such a place. My goodness. The 10 strongest disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum must be at the quintessential saint stage at the very least, right? Of course. There are 3 methods for disciples from the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums to enter the saint land and become a disciple there. I've heard about this as well. The first way is to comprehend the high-grade divine ability from their respective sanctum. Second, if one has a high innate talent, one might be able to obtain special permission from their respective sanctum leader to enter the saint land. The final way is to pass the saint land's assessment. Among the 3 methods, the Saint Land's assessment is the most difficult. That's right. It's said that one's cultivation base has to be at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage in order to pass the Saint Land's assessment. Not only that, but some of the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples who have just broken through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage could not pass the Saint Land assessment as well. It's just too difficult. A few of the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who already knew about the ins and outs of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums discussed among themselves. Doesn't this mean the 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the mansions possess cultivation base at the intermediate quintessential saint stage? In fact, it's very likely that some of them have cultivation base at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to stay in the Primus House to cultivate, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he heard their discussion. He was aware of his own strength, and he was not bothered that he would not be able to stay in a Primus House for the time being. The 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been restored, and according to Elder Hua, the cultivation environment was very different from the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Who knew if it would surprise him?
Naturally, the cultivation environment outside would affect the cultivation environment inside the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to a certain extent. Duanling Tian wished he would be able to cultivate in the Primus house as soon as he possibly could.
After learning that the 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the Primus houses were at least at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples around Duanling Tian no longer dared to harbor wishful thoughts. This was because their current strength was not a level where they could compete with the 10 disciples living in the Primus houses.
Among the new disciples, the strongest was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was still far from breaking through to the early quintessential saint stage, let alone the intermediate quintessential saint stage.
They all instantly shifted their eyes to look at the 100 courtyards located at the bottom. At the same time, the voice of one of the bronze flame elders resonated in the air. These 100 suspended courtyards are also one of the residences for our Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. They're called Secundus houses. Although the cultivation environment is not as good compared to Primus houses, they have 5 large-scale spirit-gathering formations. That's half of what the Primus houses have. Secundus house. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up as an eager expression appeared on his face. The 10 Primus houses belong to Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or above.
The 100 Secundus houses must house Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the early quintessential saint stage and the peak of the exemplary saint stage.
He was no match for the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples at the early quintessential saint stage, but he knew he stood a chance going against disciples at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Among the new disciples, the few powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage shared the same thought as Duanling Tian.
With my cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, I should be able to stay in a Secundus house.
I don't believe I'm no match for the disciples living in the Secundus houses who have cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I must defeat one of them so I can stay there.
There should be a place for me in the Secundus houses. A few of the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage said confidently. However, one of the bronze flame elders sneered when he saw how confident they were. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage looked at him, he pointed at the place below the Secundus houses. Can you see the wooden houses and thatched cottages?
Those are called tertius houses and quartus houses.
There's a total of 1,000 tertius houses and 10,000 quartus houses. Not only that, but the occupancy rate is more than 80%.
In other words, there are currently almost 10,000 disciples in our Black Turtle Sanctum. Did all of you think there are less than 100 disciples at the quintessential saint stage among these almost 10,000 disciples? You wish to stay in a Secundus house with the little strength that you possess? How ridiculous! When the bronze flame elders finished speaking, he burst out laughing. The few new disciples at the peak of the exemplary saint stage blushed. They were so embarrassed that they wished the ground would open and swallow them up. Almost 10,000 people? Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard the bronze flame elder's words. It did not cross his mind that the Black Turtle Sanctum had so many disciples. Black Turtle Sanctum was just one of the 4 sanctums in the 4 symbols sanctums. Does this mean there are almost 40,000 outer disciples in the 4 symbols sanctums alone? There are still Saint Land disciples and high-ranking officials that I've not taken into count. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he gasped. He just realized how big the fire worship sect was. In comparison, he was just one person and not worth mentioning at all. This was definitely the biggest sect that Duanling Tian had encountered. As one of the 3 strongest sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the fire worship sect really lives up to its name. Not only that, but even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, these 40,000 people in the fire worship sect can be considered as elites, let alone the outstanding powerhouses who are standing above their peers. Those people are likely leaders in the upper province.
The tertius houses contain 3 spirit-gathering formations and there's 1 spirit-gathering formation in the quartus houses, the bronze flame elder said.
I'm sure most of you have figured out the rules in this place. Apart from killing and intentionally crippling someone, you're allowed to fight.
As long as you're strong enough, you're allowed to seize a house from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. The Bronze Flame Elder's words managed to rouse the spirit of the new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Tian.
Everyone, please look for a Quartus house and change into the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform. After that, you can begin to look for a place to stay in. It's fine if you have your eyes on residences that are occupied.
You can take possession of it if you can defeat the owners. The two Bronze Flame Elders instructed Duan Tian and the others before they left.
Duan Tian and the others quickly made their way to the Quartus houses.
The occupancy rate of the Quartus houses was indeed more than 80%.
Only a little more than 1,000 thatched cottages were vacant.
The news disciples are here?
A few people walked out of the Quartus and Tertius houses and stared at the new disciples who had walked out of the Quartus houses after they had changed into their uniforms. As soon as Duan Tian walked out, he heard a familiar voice say, "I want to challenge you."
When he lifted his head, he saw Gu Chun, whom he had a small dispute with earlier, hovering in front of a Tertius house. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stood opposite him. Gu Chun possessed a green innate spiritual root.
After that, Duan Tian saw the other new disciples who also possessed green innate spiritual roots. "They're here as well? Are you challenging me?" That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple whom Gu Chun challenged seemed stunned. Although he was not the strongest among all the disciples living in the 1,000 Tertius houses, he was ranked in the middle as a Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage martial cultivator. However, a disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum dared to challenge him for the ownership of the Tertius house he lived in.
When he regained his senses, he looked at Gu Chun with a cold gaze.
Gu Chun's only at the early Exemplary Saint Stage, but he actually dares to challenge a senior disciple staying in a Tertius house? Duan Tian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He could not figure out where Gu Chun got his courage from. Among the senior disciples in Black Turtle Sanctum who lived in Tertius houses, there should not be many of them at the early Exemplary Saint Stage. Most of them should be at the intermediate Exemplary Saint Stage or above. Gu Chun had just arrived, but he dared to arbitrarily issue a challenge to a senior disciple?
The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Tian and some of the senior disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum, quickly gathered around to watch the show.
"Wang Zhou, it seems like you look weak. To think that a newbie regards you as a soft persimmon." Many of the senior disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum laughed and mocked the disciple whom Gu Chun had challenged. Wang Zhou's face turned green when he heard his companions mocking him. His gaze turned colder as he looked at Gu Chun. "Boy, Wang Zhou, accept your challenge. Come on.
Show me how strong you are. To think you're so bold as to challenge me."
As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent surged out of his body. Gu Chun did not seem like he was going to make a move even when he saw Wang Zhou gathering his energy. Instead, he hovered in the air and stared at Wang Zhou calmly. "You're Wang Zhou. What? You took the initiative to challenge me? Are you afraid to make a move now?" Wang Zhou chuckled contemptuously with a disdainful expression on his face.
"Sometimes there's no need for one to make a move to win a challenge. Who knows, you might even take the initiative to admit defeat later, senior brother Wang Zhou." Under the watchful eyes of the others, a faint smile appeared on Gu Chun's face. He seemed certain that he was going to win.
Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Wang Zhou was stunned. However, he quickly regained his senses and smirked. "Admit defeat? Are you dreaming?"
"Admit defeat?"
Gu Chun is overestimating himself too much, right? Many new disciples shook their heads. They looked at Gu Chun as though they were looking at an idiot.
"Is Gu Chun crazy?"
"He's a new disciple at the early Exemplary Saint Stage. Why is he so confident the senior disciple is going to admit defeat?"
"He's daydreaming."
"Does he really think he's invincible just because he possesses a green innate spiritual root?"
"How ridiculous."
The new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots who came with Duan Tian mocked Gu Chun. Nobody knew why, but the new disciples who came with Gu Chun remained silent. A few of them seemed to be deep in thought as they looked at Gu Chun with a slight frown on their faces. Early Exemplary Saint Stage? The senior disciples present on the scene soon learned of this from the discussion among the new disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum. They looked at Wang Zhou and mocked him again.
"Wang Zhou, did you hear what they said? This junior brother's cultivation base is only at the early Exemplary Saint Stage, but he has a green innate spiritual root. He's not someone you can offend.
That's right. Hurry up and admit defeat. Although this junior brother is not as strong as you are now, it doesn't mean he can't surpass you in the future.
Wang Jiao, be sensible.
If you don't want to suffer in the future, it's better if you admit defeat and give up your house. The group of senior disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum seemed to be advising Wang Jiao with good intentions, but in truth, they were all mocking him. So what if Gu Chun had a green innate spiritual root? Just based on this alone, he was not eligible to live in a tertius house as soon as he arrived.
Green spiritual root? Wang Jiao was angered when he heard his companion's words. His face turned red as he vented his anger at Gu Chun. So what if you have a green innate spiritual root?
It's not enough for me to admit defeat. You're just an early exemplary saint stage cultivator. But you dare to look down on me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname is not Wang. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned colder. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped as well. Gu Chun remained calm as he replied indifferently, "That's right. My innate spiritual root is not enough to scare you into giving up your house. But what if I tell you my master is the Silver Flame Elder Lien from the Black Turtle Sanctum?" Gu Chun sneered when he finished speaking. His gaze turned colder as well when he looked at Wang Jiao. Lien. The moment his words left his mouth, apart from those new disciples with green innate spiritual roots who had an expectant expression on their faces, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, widened their eyes. Some of them had fear in their eyes as well. Wang Jiao's anger was like a fire that had been doused with water as soon as these words left Gu Chun's mouth. If he was the disciple of one of the other 4 Silver Flame Elders in Black Turtle Sanctum, it would be okay if he did not give up his house since the other 4 Silver Flame Elders were not so petty as to take offense. However, Lien, who was known as the strongest Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, was different. He was famous for being vengeful in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Fire Worship Sect. Those who offended him usually did not have a good ending. For this reason, in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Fire Worship Sect, no one would offend Lien and his disciples unless they had someone stronger as a backing. This was the reason why Wang Jiao's anger had disappeared. He shuddered when he heard Lien's name. He's Elder Lien's disciple?
It has been a long time since Elder Lien had last taken in a disciple. Why did he suddenly accept a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root?
As far as I know, Elder Lien's 3 other disciples have blue innate spiritual roots. Why would Elder Lien take someone with only a green innate spiritual root as his disciple?
Many of the senior disciples were baffled when they heard Gu Chun's words. Since when did Elder Lien's judgment become so bad?
Naturally, they did not think Gu Chun was lying since no one from the Black Turtle Sanctum would dare to joke using Elder Lien's name. What's going on? How did Gu Chun become Elder Lien's disciple?
Don't tell me it's because his performance is so outstanding during the strength assessment that Elder Lien took a liking to him?
The group of new disciples who possessed yellow innate spiritual roots looked at the new disciples with green innate spiritual roots curiously. It was as though they were trying to get answers from them.
When the senior disciples heard this discussion, they turned to look at the new disciples with green innate spiritual roots. Gu Chun did not perform outstandingly well during the strength assessment. The only reason he managed to become Elder Lien's disciple is due to his promise to Elder Lien to help him deal with Duan Ling Tian. One of the new disciples with green innate spiritual roots replied indignantly.
When he spoke, he had intentionally looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's all because of Duan Ling Tian? All the new disciples instantly shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. My goodness! How much does Elder Lien hate Duan Ling Tian? Just because Gu Chun flattered him and told him he would help him deal with Duan Ling Tian, he took him as a disciple. It seems like he's really furious over the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed his best friend's son in front of him. That's ridiculous. Elder Lien is not that petty, right? Isn't this ridiculous?
The group of new disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian strangely as they whispered among themselves. They were not the only ones who found it baffling. Even Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he learned of the reason Lien had taken Gu Chun as a disciple. It was a little too much, was it not? At the same time, the senior disciples finally understood what was going on when they heard about how Duan Ling Tian had killed Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. He was also Elder Lian's best friend. The senior disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with approval. Someone who dared to oppose Elder Lian regardless of the consequences was someone they sincerely admired. Elder Lian must hate him very much. To think he arbitrarily accepted a disciple with a green innate spiritual root just to seek revenge from him. The senior disciples were confused as well. In the end, they only concluded that Elder Lian hated Duan Ling Tian very much. Meanwhile, some of the new disciples standing near Duan Ling Tian began to move away from him, avoiding him as though he was a plague. I admit defeat. At the same time, Wang Jiu, who had suppressed his anger, took the initiative to surrender out of fear toward Silver Flame Elder Lian. Subsequently, he left his tertius house dejectedly with his head hung low. Those who can adapt and act according to the situation are wise, Gu Chun said arrogantly. The moment his words left his mouth, he shifted his cold gaze from Wang Jiu to Duan Ling. Other people thought Lian had taken him as his disciple because he had flattered him and promised him to help him seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. However, only he knew there was another reason as well. He had told him he would be able to recommend another person with green innate spiritual root who would be 100% willing to become his disciple. Gu Chun had promised Li and this through voice transmission. Humph. When Duan Ling Tian saw Gu Chun enter the tertius house and was about to shut the door, he snorted coldly. Then he appeared in front of the tertius house quickly and lifted his hand to stop the door from closing. Gu Chun entered the tertius house and was about to close the door when he saw a flash before his eyes. A figure had appeared in front of his door and stopped him from closing the door. His eyes landed on the figure. When he saw the figure stopping him from closing the door was none other than Duan Ling Tian, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. Earlier, he had learned from the people who had participated in the strength assessment with Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. He knew that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian now. Put everything else aside, just the powerful divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had cast during his battle with Yang Wu was enough to make Gu Chun feel ashamed of himself. He had no choice but to admit he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Gu Chun felt slightly anxious when he saw Duan Ling Tian. He was no longer arrogant like before when he was speaking to the senior disciple Wang Jiu. What are you trying to do? Although he was no match for Wang Jiu as well, he was not afraid Wang Jiu would make a move on him since his master was Lian, the strongest elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, Duan Ling Tian was different. Based on his actions yesterday, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of his master, Lian. For this reason, he had subconsciously lowered his voice and his voice had turned softer when he was faced with Duan Ling Tian. Wang Jiu was so angered that he almost threw up blood when he saw this. He was a senior disciple, but it seemed as though he was not as scary as a new disciple. He felt as though he had lived in vain. Wang Jiu had heard the discussion among the new disciples earlier. He knew the new disciple, Duan Ling Tian, had fallen out with the strongest Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian, even though he had just entered the sanctum. Duan Ling Tian did not fear Lian, let alone his disciple, Gu Chun. Duan Ling Tian seems like an okay person. Wang Jiu turned to leave. He felt happy when he saw Gu Chun's grave expression. In a way, Duan Ling Tian's actions were akin to seeking revenge for him. For this reason, his regard of Duan Ling Tian had risen. In fact, Wang Jiu was not the only one who felt the way. The other senior disciples' opinion of Duan Ling Tian rose as well when they saw his actions. They were disgusted by Gu Chun, who used someone else's authority to get ahead. However, they did not dare to show their disgust because they were afraid of Lian. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to stand out and do something they did not dare to do. It felt as though he was avenging them. This was why they began to like Duan Ling Tian. Even the new disciples who thought Duan Ling Tian was only pretending to be young changed their opinion when they saw his actions. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the people's opinion would change so quickly. What am I trying to do? Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw the anxious Gu Chun. What should I do? I've taken a liking to your tertius house.
I want to challenge you. Upon hearing that, horror dawned on Gu Chun. He could not help but tremble when he saw Duan Tian's cold and sharp gaze. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. I'll let him have his way for now and deal with him later. It's no loss for me to yield and give him this Tertius house. With my backing, I can stay in any Tertius house I want. Gu Chun walked out of the house as soon as he thought of this. It was obvious he was going to yield and give the house to Duan Tian. This person is Elder Li En's new disciple?
He's an embarrassment to Elder Lien.
If I were Elder Lien, I would cut off ties with him. Doesn't he find it embarrassing? He has the green innate spiritual root. And yet, he's acting so cowardly in front of someone with a yellow innate spiritual root.
When the senior disciples and new disciples saw Gu Chun leaving the Tertius house without putting up a fight, they began to mock Gu Chun to their heart's content. Since there were so many of them mocking Gu Chun, they were not afraid Lien would seek revenge from them.
Gu Chun's expression turned graver when he heard their words. He fisted his hands and gritted his teeth as a vein appeared on his forehead. It was obvious he was angry and mortified. Endure.
I must endure this.
Currently, I'm no match for him at all. If I attack him now, I'll only suffer. I have to endure this for now. I can always seek revenge from him when I get stronger. Gu Chun thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. He was consoling himself inwardly. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, and I have a green innate spiritual root. It won't be difficult for me to surpass him. In Gu Chun's opinion, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Duan Tian, since his innate spiritual root was superior in comparison to Duan Tian's innate spiritual root. If he raised his cultivation base and became stronger, was there a need for him to be afraid of Duan Tian's divine ability at that time? Although Duan Tian was heavily injured yesterday, he managed to kill Yang Wu when he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Gu Chun might not have known what divine ability it was, but it left a great impression on him. It was also because of this he knew he was no match for Duan Tian even if their cultivation base was at the same level. Did I say you can leave? Duan Tian said when Gu Chun walked out of the Tertius house to leave. He looked at Gu Chun coldly.
Gu Chun came to a halt when he heard Duan Tian's words. Gu Chun had targeted him since the beginning. However, he did not take offense. Who would have thought Gu Chun would try to get into Li En's good grace by promising he would work with him to destroy Duan Tian? He had used Duan Tian's name to become Li En's disciple. Was there a need for Duan Tian to be courteous to Gu Chun when Gu Chun had made it clear he was working with Li En to deal with him? Duan Tian, I have yielded and given you the Tertius house. What more do you want? Gu Chun turned to look at Duan Tian who was approaching him. Horror dawned on him as he retreated a few steps in panic. Due to his fear, his aura was easily suppressed by Duan Tian. He could not resist at all. Every step Duan Tian took felt like he was stepping on his heart. Don't act recklessly. My master is Silver Flame Elder Lien. His position is just below Lord Sanctum Leader. Gu Chun panicked when he saw Duan Tian approaching him. He began to speak whatever came to his mind. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duan Tian was not afraid of his master, Lien, at all since the beginning. Relax, I won't kill you. The fire worship sect's law forbids me from killing you. I'm just going to teach you a lesson you won't forget, Duan Tian said indifferently. His voice became softer and softer until Gu Chun was the only one who could hear it in the end. No. Gu Chun cried out in horror before he stopped speaking abruptly. At the moment when he stopped speaking, he was enveloped by a golden light. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not see what was going on due to the golden light. However, they could tell this bright light that suddenly appeared was Duan Tian's territory. What territory is this? Put aside the force of the territory for the moment. Just the dazzling golden light was enough to block their sights. Duan Tian is not going to kill him, right? A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple asked in shock. I don't think so. One would be severely punished if one were to break the rules in the fire worship sect by killing and maiming another person, a senior disciple said. Unfortunately, Duan Tian's territory is too blinding. I can't see anything at all.
I wonder what he's doing? I suspect he's blocking our sights on purpose. Based on this, I'm sure Gu Chun is doomed. It serves him right for trying to masquerade as a lion. A hint of delight could be heard in the voices of the senior disciples and new disciples as they discussed among themselves. The golden light in front of them was none other than the 10,000 sword territory. It was formed from the sun's saint energy, and it was as bright as the sun. Inside the 10,000 sword territory, Duanling Tian stood very still. Gu Chun had fainted next to his leg. He was like a lamb that was waiting to be slaughtered. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not intend to kill him. However, there was a reason why he had blocked everyone's sight. Elder Hua, if I want to devour his innate spiritual root, what should I do next? Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua, revealing his intention. Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root was a level higher than his yellow innate spiritual root. If he could devour Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root, theoretically, his yellow innate spiritual root would turn into a green innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian was not sure if it would work. He was anxious as he waited for Elder Hua's answer. Soon after, Elder Hua replied, with your current cultivation base, there's no way for you to locate his innate spiritual root using your divine consciousness, so I'll use mine to guide your divine consciousness to look for his innate spiritual root. When you find it, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic. Okay. Duanling Tian immediately agreed to Elder Hua's suggestion. At the same time, he took a deep breath as he prayed inwardly. I hope this method works. If possible, I really don't want to waste my strength looking for the spiritual items that are scattered all over the place. When Elder Hua imparted his knowledge about spiritual items that could raise the level of innate spiritual roots to Duanling Tian, so he could identify them when he looked for them, Duanling Tian discovered that he had never heard of or seen these spiritual items before. For this reason, he knew it was going to be extremely difficult for him to find them. He did not want to search for the spiritual items if there was another way to raise the level of his innate spiritual root. He was elated when he heard he could devour other people's innate spiritual roots using the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen his innate spiritual root. However, this was only in theory. Duanling Tian would have to discover it for himself to see if it worked or not. Gu Chun, you can only blame yourself for trying to go against me. If you didn't try to oppose me, I wouldn't have set my eyes on your innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian looked at Gu Chun, whom he had knocked out. He raised an eyebrow as he said indifferently, you came knocking on my door asking to be a lab rat. Don't get angry at me, okay? Elder Hua. Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua, what should I do now? Is there anything I should look out for? This was his first time trying to devour an innate spiritual root. He could only ask Elder Hua since he did not know anything about the process of devouring an innate spiritual root. Perhaps Elder Hua might not know how to devour an innate spiritual root using the elementary devouring tactic, nor did he see it before as well. However, he must have heard about it before. Place your palm on his head and then fuse your divine consciousness with his soul. I'll guide you with my divine consciousness and locate his innate spiritual root. When we find it, you can use your divine consciousness to capture it before you cast the elementary devouring tactic using your hand that's placed on his head, Elder Hua said to Duanling Tian. Okay. Duanling Tian did not question Elder Hua and immediately squatted down and placed his right hand on Gu Chun's head. Duanling Tian was filled with anxiety, and his heart was beating very fast. He would soon find out if this method worked or not. If it worked, he would be able to raise the level of his innate spiritual root quickly. If he failed, he would have no choice but to look for the spiritual items and slowly raise the level of his innate spiritual root. The speed of him raising the level of his innate spiritual root would affect him greatly since it dictated his cultivation speed. If his cultivation speed was fast, it meant he could get stronger faster and save Kuer and his daughter soon. If his cultivation speed was slow, it would take him a long time to save Kuer and his daughter. I hope it will turn out well. No, it must turn out well. I must succeed. Duanling Tian thought to himself repeatedly as his divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's mind under Elder Hua's guidance. Duanling Tian could not wait to devour Gu Chun's innate spiritual root and strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Two divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's soul. His innate spiritual root is located just ahead of us.
The aura contains a little of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now, try and see if you can sense it, Elder Hua said to Duan Tian as his divine consciousness stopped moving.
All right, Duan Tian replied. He stopped moving his divine consciousness as well and began to sense the aura around him using his divine consciousness. Initially, he could not sense anything special with his divine consciousness. However, under Elder Hua's guidance, he finally managed to locate Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root.
I found his innate spiritual root.
Elder Hua, what should I do next? Duan Tian quickly asked Elder Hua as he tried to suppress his excitement. Elder Hua might be able to easily sense the aura of Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, but it was not easy for Duan Tian to sense it. It would have been impossible for him to locate Gu Chun's innate spiritual root without Elder Hua's guidance. For this reason, Duan Tian was very excited when he discovered his divine consciousness had found Gu Chun's innate spiritual root.
After you capture his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic with your right hand and let it enter him. Guide it to his innate spiritual root. This process won't be difficult once you've captured his innate spiritual root, Elder Hua said in response to Duan Tian's question.
The moment Elder Hua finished speaking, Duan Tian quickly did as he was told. Elementary devouring tactic. This was not Duan Tian's first time casting the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, previously, there were no technical skills needed when he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Devouring Gu Chun's innate spiritual root with the elementary devouring tactic would need skills, since he was not just devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy, but someone's innate spiritual root.
The innate spiritual root was hidden deep in one's soul. If one was not at the saint celestial stage or above, it would be impossible for one to sense its presence through divine consciousness, let alone capturing it.
However, with Elder Hua's guidance, Duan Tian managed to successfully capture Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. The entire process was very easy. Devour! Duan Tian thought to himself as the elementary devouring tactic brushed against Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. He controlled it as it swept out at the innate spiritual root that had been captured by his divine consciousness.
Initially, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was shining with a faint green light, but it was completely extinguished by the elementary devouring tactic. Gu Chun's innate spiritual root had disappeared just like this. Elder Hua, I've already devoured his innate spiritual root. I can sense a special energy. It must be the energy from the innate spiritual root after I have devoured it. However, this energy seems to be leaking continuously. I've already brought the energy to my soul.
What should I do now? Duan Tian asked Elder Hua as he brought the energy back to his own body and soul.
His innate spiritual root was also hidden in his soul. Even without Elder Hua telling him, he knew he should bring the energy back to his own body.
Guide the energy into your soul and fuse it with your innate spiritual root. It's alright if you can't sense your innate spiritual root. You only need to bring the energy close to your innate spiritual root. It won't destroy your innate spiritual root. Let your innate spiritual root absorb the energy from his innate spiritual root. Elder Hua said, we'll have to wait and see if you can raise the level of your innate spiritual root after that, since I can't guarantee that it'll work. Since the beginning, Elder Hua had already said he was uncertain if this method would really work. It was theoretical. Duan Tian had already mentally prepared himself for it. We'll just have to wait and see if it works. Duan Tian knew he would find out in the next moment whether this method was a success or not when he heard Elder Hua's words. His heart was beating very fast. He had done everything according to Elder Hua's instruction. Elder Hua, the energy from Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared. I've already withdrawn the devouring energy. Can you help me see if there are any changes to my innate spiritual root? Duan Tian asked Elder Hua anxiously after he had taken a deep breath. He could not wait to find out what the results were. If you want to know if there are any changes to your innate spiritual root, why don't you try resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy?
His green innate spiritual root should be a great nourishment to your yellow innate spiritual root. Elder Hu said, if you have successfully devoured his innate spiritual root, the speed of you resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy will be much faster than before. Duan Ling Tian immediately tried to resonate the heaven and earth spirit energy when he heard Elder Hu's words. This is soon after Duan Ling Tian was frozen. He stood rooted to the ground as though he was scared of something. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that he was wild with joy. Elder Hua, the speed of me resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy seems to be 2 times faster than before. Does this mean it's a success? Duan Ling Tian was excited. However, he did not dare to have high hopes. I'll take a look at your innate spiritual root. As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian felt a powerful divine consciousness entering his soul. Duan Ling Tian did not resist and let it enter his soul. It's a success, Elder Hua said. Duan Ling Tian became excited when he got the confirmation from Elder Hua. His face was red with excitement. It's a success. It's really a success. For the reason that many things were hinging on his success. He lost his composure when he learned that it was a success. Yes, it's a success. However, your innate spiritual root did not turn green. Originally, your innate spiritual root was yellow. Now it has turned darker. Although it did not turn into a green innate spiritual root yet, there are still some changes to it. If you want to change your innate spiritual root into a green innate spiritual root, you'll need to devour another green innate spiritual root at least. Elder Hu said, it has not transformed into a green innate spiritual root yet? Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in shock when he heard Elder Hu's words. My innate spiritual root hasn't turned green, but my speed of resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy is already 2 times faster than before. Once my innate spiritual root turns green, does it mean that my speed of resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy will be even faster? Duan Ling Tian gasped when he thought of this. He did not think there was such a huge difference between a green and yellow innate spiritual root. If the green innate spiritual root is so amazing, won't the blue, indigo, and violet innate spiritual roots be even more amazing? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The method of devouring other people's innate spiritual roots with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen my innate spiritual root is a success. In other words, as long as I devour enough innate spiritual roots, my innate spiritual root would be able to turn blue, indigo, and even the rare violet. The speed of resonating and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy with a green innate spiritual root is at least several times faster than my previous speed. If I have the violet innate spiritual root, the speed is going to be ridiculously fast. With the help of the violet innate spiritual root and the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, who in the Tao Martial Saint Land would be able to match my cultivation speed. As Duan Ling Tian's train of thoughts shifted its course, his eyes lit up. He felt as though his future was going to be very bright. Naturally, to achieve all that, I'll have to transform my innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down after a long time as he recalled what had happened earlier. Gu Chun possessed the green innate spiritual root. By right, when I devoured his green innate spiritual root with my yellow innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root should have turned green. However, much of the energy from Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root had dissipated when I was devouring it. In fact, it's likely that I only devoured half of the energy from his green innate spiritual root. This must be why my innate spiritual root did not turn green. Elder Hu said that my innate spiritual root that was originally yellow has turned darker. I can sense that my speed of resonating and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is 2 times faster. It seems like the yellow spiritual root is further divided into several ranks. There are yellow and dark yellow innate spiritual roots, so there must be light yellow spiritual roots as well. Duan Ling Tian thought long and hard about this. I really want to see what kind of expression Gu Chun would make when he discovers the speed of him absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy becomes slower than a tortoise. I'm sure even in his wildest dreams, he did not think I would be able to devour his green innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian sneered as he looked at Gu Chun, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He did not feel remorse devouring Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. If he allowed Gu Chun to grow stronger, he would only become a threat to him in the future. It was better for him to kill such an enemy in the cradle. Swish!
Swish, 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 swish. With just a thought, the 10,000 golden swords in the 10,000 sword territory flew around Guchun and left 10,000 cuts on his body. However, these cuts were superficial and he did not bleed much. Ah! Although the 10,000 sword rays only injured Guchun lightly, it was extremely painful. The sharp and intense pain woke Guchun up as he yelled. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 10,000 swords territory. His figure, along with Guchun's injured figure, instantly appeared before the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' eyes. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not help but gasp when they saw Guchun's body that was covered in cuts. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be so ruthless. Although the wounds on Guchun's body would not kill or maim him, the pain he felt must have been excruciating.
This could be seen from Guchun's expression. With your strength, you think it's enough to promise Li and that you'll deal with me?
You've overestimated your strength. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guchun coldly before he entered the Tertius house he had snatched from him.
The crowd only shifted their attention to Guchun after Duan Ling Tian had closed the door. When they saw the wretched expression on Guchun's face and heard his scream, they shuddered.
Duan Ling Tian's really ruthless. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better for us to stay out of his way. He's a lunatic who doesn't even fear Elder Lien. You know what I think?
Instead of Duan Ling Tian, he should call himself Crazy Duan.
The crowd regained their senses and began to whisper among themselves. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes as well. From this moment onward, Duan Ling Tian's name began to spread among the almost 10,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of this. After he entered the Tertius house, he instantly went in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I've not been on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda after it's repaired. I'll go and have a look now. Duan Ling Tian did not have an opportunity to enter the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda after it was repaired. Now that he found a place to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he finally found a chance to enter the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy is really rich. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he instantly sensed how rich the heaven and earth spirit energy was. The heaven and earth spirit energy was more than 2 times richer than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house that had 3 spirit gathering formations. Duan Ling Tian knew this was all thanks to the 3 spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house. Since the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was located inside the Tertius house, its cultivation environment was naturally affected by the cultivation environment of the Tertius house.
This was greatly beneficial to Duan Ling Tian.
The 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian began to look around the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He saw fog everywhere he looked. Only an inkstone that was neither big nor small floated in the middle of the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
There was a black ruler on top of the inkstone. The ruler was 3 foot long.
Duan Ling Tian could not look away from the ruler as soon as he saw it.
This is the celestial supreme treasure of the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the universe ruler? After a long while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he regained his senses. His gaze was burning as he looked at the ruler.
He had long heard about the 7 treasures inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from Elder Hua. The celestial supreme treasure on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was none other than the universe ruler. According to Elder Hua, the celestial supreme treasure would be higher in grade the higher the level it was on. It was said that the War Heaven Spear that was stored on the 7th level of Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could even conquer the universe. Just how strong was it to be able to conquer the universe? Although the universe ruler is not heavier than a sword, I don't think I'll be able to lift it yet. Duan Ling Tian attempted to lift the universe ruler with all his might, but he only managed to move it slightly. He was already panting even though it had only moved a little.
Apart from the Jasper Celestial Sword that I can wield easily thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword, I'll have to break through to the Saint Celestial stage if I want to use the other Celestial Supreme Treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even if I break through to the Saint Celestial stage, I might not be able to use the other 5 Celestial Supreme Treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
They are weapons used by Celestials after all.
A Celestial was a powerhouse who was even stronger than Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. When a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse had cultivated to the last form, the 9th form, Celestial Ascension form, he would have to undergo the Celestial Ascension calamity. He would only be considered as a true Celestial after he had undergone transcendence to the Devata realms. Celestials were different from human. Their lives were infinitely long if they did not encounter any mishaps.
However, apart from the Celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land, the people whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage's 7th form, the Heaven-defying form, also had an infinitely long lifespan. It was called the Heaven-defying form because it defied the lifespan that had been determined by Heaven. Now that I managed to transform my innate spiritual root, coupled with the cultivation environment, my cultivation speed is going to be much faster. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sat cross-legged in the air and began to cast the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. It quickly circulated a great chi cycle to raise his cultivation base, delighting Duan Ling Tian. What a fast cultivation speed! With my cultivation speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate Divine Saint stage in just 2 years. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely confident. Naturally, 2 years referred to 2 years in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2 years in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were only 2 months outside of the pagoda. Everyone knew that cultivating would only get more difficult the further one progressed. If Duan Ling Tian was still restricted by his innate spiritual root and his cultivation environment, he would not be able to break through to the intermediate Divine Saint stage from the early Divine Saint stage without at least taking 8 to 10 years. However, because he had raised the level of his innate spiritual root and the amazing cultivation environment he had, it would only take him 2 years to break through to the intermediate Divine Saint stage from the early Divine Saint stage. If I have a green innate spiritual root now, my cultivation speed would be much faster. If I have an indigo innate spiritual root, it'll only take me a few months to break through to the intermediate Divine Saint stage from the early Divine Saint stage in this cultivation environment. Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. He could not wait to find a genius with an indigo innate spiritual root so he could devour his innate spiritual root. Even in the fire worship sect, I don't think there are many geniuses who have indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder if there are any geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in the fire worship sect. I'm certain if I devour a violet innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root will turn dark indigo even if half of the energy is wasted. A dark indigo innate spiritual root was just a step below the violet innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian became excited when he thought of this and found it hard to concentrate on cultivating. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to look for people so he could devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his innate spiritual root. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian only thought about it. He had no intention of casually devouring people's innate spiritual roots. He was not a cold-blooded animal, so he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots for no reason if they did not look for trouble with him. Since I can't calm down, I might as well go and take a look at the altar. I can also familiarize myself with the palaces around the altar and try to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he left the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. He left the Tertius house after he put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. When he walked out of the Tertius house, he discovered the people gathered outside had already left. Only a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were standing there discussing something. The people did not notice him at all since he had appeared quietly. I wonder how long it'll take my heart that has been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect, the Black Turtle's Barrier? It won't be longer than the time I took to comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, right? As Duan Ling Tian made his way to the altar, his mind was completely focused on the high-grade defensive divine ability the Turtle's Barrier in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he had already become famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum and many disciples from the Black Turtle Sanctum had heard of him, they did not recognize him since he had just entered the sanctum. Hey! Did you hear about it? There's a rebel in our Black Turtle Sanctum. You mean Duan Ling Tian? You've heard about it?
Apart from outsiders and disciples who haven't come out of their closed-door cultivation, I think everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum has heard of him, right?
I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years now, but this is my first time hearing about a disciple bold enough to oppose Elder Lien in public. Elder Lien is the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Even the other 4 Silver Flame Elder don't dare to offend him for no reason.
That's right.
Elder Lien is only inferior to one person as he ruled over 10,000 people in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have a happy ending for opposing him.
Well, it'll be okay if he has a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. But I heard he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow innate spiritual root? Someone with a yellow innate spiritual root dares to openly oppose Elder Lien? He's seeking death.
As Duan Ling Tian made his way to the altar, he heard many similar discussions. Not only that, but news of him torturing Gu Chun, Lian's new disciple, had spread out as well.
Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt that Duan Ling Tian would at least be flayed, if not killed, for offending Lien.
Duan Ling Tian merely shook his head with a calm expression on his face when he heard the discussion. He was not bothered by it at all. Yesterday, Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, had looked for trouble with him, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Teng Shan, had acted fairly when he meted out punishment. The incident would have had a happy ending if it had ended there. However, Lien had appeared and wanted to kill him without thinking about what was right or wrong. He had said that it took 2 people to quarrel and accused Duan Ling Tian of being at fault as well. If Elder Teng Shan did not intervene in time, and if he was not physically strong, he would have been killed by Lien's strike.
For this reason, he had regarded Lien as his enemy and did not care about Lien's threat when he killed Yang Wu. He had killed Yang Wu domineeringly under everyone's watchful gaze. By doing that, he was clearly opposing Lien. Since both he and Lien would not rest until one of them died, it was no loss for him even if he further offended Lien.
The Black Turtle Altar. Soon after, the altar on the vast field appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The huge and lifelike Black Turtle statue caught his attention immediately. The high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded in the Black Turtle statue? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he flew to the Black Turtle statue. At this moment, many people were comprehending the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, around the Black Turtle statue. Most of them were standing or sitting on air. Some of them closed their eyes as though they were deep in thoughts, while some of them stared at the Black Turtle statue as though they were in a daze. I'll take a look at the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. Duan Ling Tian felt confident when he remembered that his heart had been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword. I can memorize the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, first and slowly comprehend it when I return to the Tertius House and enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'll be able to save a lot of time by doing that.
After all, the flow of time is really slow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the Black Turtle statue. As he extended his divine consciousness into the Black Turtle statue, a wave of information began to slowly appear in his mind. It was information regarding the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier.
Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense that at that instant when he extended his divine consciousness into the Black Turtle statue, a heavy aura suddenly swept out of the Black Turtle statue. This aura pressured him as it shrouded him. He instinctively used his Sun Saint energy to cover the surface of his body.
It's the same with the others. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not notice that most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the Black Turtle altar had a layer of defensive saint energy that covered their bodies.
If I'm not mistaken, this aura must help one in comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier. No wonder so many of them stay here and didn't return to their own residence to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Even so, this aura doesn't feel special to me. After standing near the Black Turtle statue for some time, Duan Ling Tian discovered the aura from the Black Turtle statue did not help him at all. He made up his mind to leave as soon as he memorized the Black Turtle's Barrier.
I'll go back and slowly comprehend it. As long as I can successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier, I can leave the Black Turtle Sanctum and enter the fire worship sex saint land. Duanling Tian no longer had the mood to stay near the altar when he thought about this. He turned around and left. His wife and daughter were still imprisoned in the fire worship sex saint land and were knee-deep in trouble. After Duanling Tian returned to the Tertius house, he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again and began to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. One must admit that as the most precious treasure in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect, it was indeed difficult to comprehend. At the very least, after Duanling Tian tried to comprehend it in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 6 months, he had only managed to scratch the surface of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. He was still far from fully comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. It's actually much more difficult to comprehend than the elementary devouring tactic. Duanling Tian was shocked when he discovered this. He felt baffled as well. However, soon after, he discovered the cause. When I was in the divine ability relic that contained the divine ability elementary devouring tactic, I saw someone using the elementary devouring tactic and even experienced the effect of the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, apart from the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword, I managed to quickly comprehend the elementary devouring tactic. Whether it's the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, or the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, I saw how they were cast. That's why I have some advantage when I comprehended the 2 high-grade divine abilities. Duanling Tian thought to himself inside. Half a year. About 18 days have gone by outside. Duanling Tian closed his eyes again to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Meanwhile, in another Tertius house, Gu Chun, who had recovered, also began to cultivate. Duanling Tian, after I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I'll definitely make you regret what you did to me that day. Gu Chun began to cultivate in earnest for the sake of revenge. However, when he tried to resonate with and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, horror dawned on his face. What's going on? Why can't I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy? Impossible. Impossible. I'll try again. Try again. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I have a green innate spiritual root. It's impossible that I can't sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Gu Chun took a deep breath and suppressed the rising panic within him. He felt as though he was going crazy as he tried to calm himself down so he could try and sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house. Due to the reason there were 3 spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there was richer than it was outside. Even then, Gu Chun could not sense any heaven and earth spirit energy no matter how hard he tried. It felt as though he was in a room devoid of heaven and earth spirit energy. Something must be wrong. Continue. Continue. Gu Chun began to panic again. He gritted his teeth and continued trying to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he could not be considered as a genius, he was still above ordinary people since he possessed a green innate spiritual root. With that, he had a high chance of breaking through to the Saint Celestial stage in the future. At that time, if he was willing to stay in the fire worship sect, he might even become a bronze flame elder. Gu Chun did not doubt that his future was bright prior to this. However, at this moment, despair began to rise in his heart. Found it. At the moment when Gu Chun was about to give up in despair, he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy and tried to guide it into his body. After a while, he was shocked. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy that he sensed extremely weak, but his speed when he guided the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body was extremely slow as well. It was slower than a tortoise. Impossible. Impossible. I'm a martial cultivator with a green innate spiritual root. This can't be my speed of absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even someone with a red innate spiritual root wouldn't be so slow when sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Gu Chun began to panic again. He continued to struggle with detecting and the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, a day went by, 2 days went by. After 3 days and 3 nights had gone by, he discovered his speed of detecting and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was still so slow. Bang! A loud bang resonated in the air as Gu Chun destroyed the door of the Tertius house when he went out. He seemed to have gone crazy, and it naturally attracted many people's attention.
What's wrong with Gu Chun? Look at him. He looks crazy.
He didn't go crazy, did he?
It does seem like he has gone crazy. Huh? Why is he going to the pool? Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered Gu Chun, who seemed like he had gone crazy, was making his way to the pool nearby. He stopped by the side of the pool and lied on the ground. Then he lifted his head to look in the pool as though there was a treasure in there. Naturally, everyone knew there was no treasure in the pool. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by other people a long time ago. It would not stay there, waiting for Gu Chun to pick it up. Upon seeing the familiar face reflected in the pool, Gu Chun became agitated again. He looked like he had gone crazy as he muttered to himself, "I'm still me. That's right. I'm still me. But why is my speed in sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy so slow?
Even someone with a red innate spiritual root wouldn't be so slow. What happened?
Why is this happening to me?"
Initially, he had thought his soul had entered the body of someone with low innate talent. However, when he looked into the pool, he saw that he was in his body.
After a moment, Gu Chun finally managed to calm himself down. After he calmed down, the figure of a handsome young man with dashing brows and bright eyes appeared in his mind.
It's him. It must be him. The figure that appeared in his mind was none other than Duan Tian.
After he knocked me out, I didn't cultivate for more than 20 days in order to recover. When I began to cultivate today, I discovered my speed in sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is ridiculously slow. Gu Chun thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. Then, he looked for some of the new disciples who were present on the day he was knocked out. He was desperate to find out and understand what had happened that day. Although the new disciples disliked Gu Chun, they did not dare to protest since he was first Silver Flame Elder Li An's disciple. They told him everything they knew. Duan Tian consolidated his territory and blocked everyone's sights before I was knocked out. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes as he began to recall some of the things that had happened after listening to the new disciples. Based on what I remember, I passed out as soon as I saw a flash of golden light. In other words, Duan Tian blocked everyone's sights and knocked me out when he consolidated his territory. It's unnecessary for him to knock me out just to consolidate his territory. I'm sure he planned to do something objectionable, that's why he blocked everyone's sights. He must have something to do with my cultivation speed becoming so slow. Gu Chun thought to himself as a chill ran up his spine. Although he did know what Duan Tian did to him, he could not help but shudder when he thought about it. Moreover, he had a feeling his innate spiritual root had been damaged.
Otherwise, why would his cultivation speed become so slow? Why did it seem like he had a very low innate talent?
Gu Chun knew this had something to do with innate spiritual root, because he knew one had to rely on one's innate spiritual root to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had become so slow, it meant that something was wrong with his innate spiritual root.
Naturally, he did not know exactly what was wrong. Even then, he could not help but shudder. He had never heard of a person being able to damage another person's innate spiritual root before. Although a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse could sense the location of a person's innate spiritual root, he would not be able to mess with the person's innate spiritual root without injuring his soul. Gu Chun could sense that his soul was in perfect condition.
I hope he didn't destroy my innate spiritual root and has merely put a restriction on it. Otherwise, my life is ruined. Gu Chun secretly prayed in his heart. His eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself, Duan Tian, when my cousin is here, I'll make sure you die without a grave.
At that time, I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces and let you experience the greatest pain in this world before you die. Not only that, but I won't let your 2 companions go as well. I remember how they look like even though they're not in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I'll make sure they die as long they remain in the fire worship sect.
You can only blame them for being your companions. A burning hatred rose in Gu Chun's heart, and it spread like wildfire. At this moment, not only was Gu Chun not sorry he looked for trouble with Duan Tian, but he kept muttering about seeking revenge from Duan Tian. As for his innate spiritual root, he felt that his master,
the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, would definitely be able to help him. If you really destroy my innate spiritual root, I won't let your two companions die a fast and painless death. I'll cut them up and make them watch as I feed their meat to the dogs. It seemed as though Gu Chun had gone crazy again when he thought about how his innate spiritual root might have been destroyed. I'll look for Master. After a moment, he left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and made his way east to look for his master. Lian. Why are you in such a state? Lian frowned when he saw how anxious and worried Gu Chun was. A hint of unhappiness flashed across his eyes. In all honesty, he would not have accepted a disciple with a green innate spiritual root. However, this person had promised him something he could not refuse. Gu Chun had promised Lian that he would ask his cousin to become Lian's disciple. According to Gu Chun, his cousin had a blue innate spiritual root and his cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. His cousin would be coming to the fire worship sect soon. The fire worship sect had a rule stating that whoever possessed blue spiritual roots or higher could enter the sect at any time and become a disciple of the sect. This rule had been around since ancient times. That was why there were so many powerhouses in the fire worship sect. In the fire worship sect, even a golden flame elder would be tempted by a genius disciple with a blue innate spiritual root, let alone Lian, who was only a silver flame elder. Lian had been a fire worship sect's silver flame elder for thousands of years. During those years, he had only accepted 3 disciples whom nobody wanted with blue innate spiritual roots. For this reason, when Gu Chun promised to ask his cousin to become his direct disciple, he immediately agreed to Gu Chun's request of becoming his direct disciple. In his opinion, he would only acknowledge Gu Chun's cousin as his disciple. Gu Chun was merely tagging along. Master, can you please have a look at my innate spiritual root? There seems to be a problem with it. Gu Chun had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Lian. Anxiety filled his heart as well. Innate spiritual root? How can there be something wrong with it? Lian said with a frown when he heard Gu Chun's words. He did not do as Gu Chun had requested him. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Lian knew very well that if something was really wrong with his innate spiritual root, he would not be able to live. On the contrary, Gu Chun looked very well as he stood in front of him. Impossible. Impossible. I'll try again. Try again. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I have a green innate spiritual root. It's impossible that I can't sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Gu Chun took a deep breath and suppressed the rising panic within him. He felt as though he was going crazy as he tried to calm himself down so he could try and sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house. Due to the reason there were 3 spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there was richer than it was outside. Even then, Gu Chun could not sense any heaven and earth spirit energy no matter how hard he tried. It felt as though he was in a room devoid of heaven and earth spirit energy. Something must be wrong. Continue. Continue. Gu Chun began to panic again. He gritted his teeth and continued trying to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he could not be considered as a genius, he was still above ordinary people since he possessed a green innate spiritual root. With that, he had a high chance of breaking through to the Saint Celestial stage in the future. At that time, if he was willing to stay in the fire worship sect, he might even become a bronze flame elder. Gu Chun did not doubt that his future was bright prior to this. However, at this moment, despair began to rise in his heart. Found it! At the moment when Gu Chun was about to give up in despair, he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy and tried to guide it into his body. After a while, he was shocked. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy that he sensed extremely weak, but his speed when he guided the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body was extremely slow as well. It was slower than a tortoise. Impossible. Impossible. I'm a martial cultivator with a green innate spiritual root. This can't be my speed of absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even someone with a red innate spiritual root wouldn't be so slow when sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Gu Chun began to panic again. He continued to struggle with detecting the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, a day went by, 2 days went by.
After 3 days and 3 nights had gone by, he discovered his speed of detecting and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was still so slow.
Bang! A loud bang resonated in the air as Gu Chun destroyed the door of the Tertius house when he went out.
He seemed to have gone crazy, and it naturally attracted many people's attention. What's wrong with Gu Chun? Look at him. He looks crazy. He didn't go crazy, did he? It does seem like he has gone crazy. Huh? Why is he going to the pool? Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered Gu Chun, who seemed like he had gone crazy, was making his way to the pool nearby. He stopped by the side of the pool and lied on the ground. Then he lifted his head to look in the pool as though there was a treasure in there.
Naturally, everyone knew there was no treasure in the pool. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by other people a long time ago. It would not stay there waiting for Gu Chun to pick it up. Upon seeing the familiar face reflected in the pool, Gu Chun became agitated again. He looked like he had gone crazy as he muttered to himself, "I'm still me."
That's right. I'm still me. But why is my speed in sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy so slow?
Even someone with a red innate spiritual root wouldn't be so slow.
What happened? Why is this happening to me? Initially, he had thought his soul had entered the body of someone with low innate talent. However, when he looked into the pool, he saw that he was in his body. After a moment, Gu Chun finally managed to calm himself down. After he calmed down, the figure of a handsome young man with dashing brows and bright eyes appeared in his mind.
It's him. It must be him.
The figure that appeared in his mind was none other than Duan Ling Tian. After he knocked me out, I didn't cultivate for more than 20 days in order to recover. When I began to cultivate today, I discovered my speed in sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is ridiculously slow. Gu Chun thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. Then, he looked for some of the new disciples who were present on the day he was knocked out. He was desperate to find out and understand what had happened that day. Although the new disciples disliked Gu Chun, they did not dare to protest since he was first Silver Flame Elder Li An's disciple. They told him everything they knew. Duan Ling Tian consolidated his territory and blocked everyone's sights before I was knocked out. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes as he began to recall some of the things that had happened after listening to the new disciples. Based on what I remember, I passed out as soon as I saw a flash of golden light. In other words, Duan Ling Tian blocked everyone's sights and knocked me out when he consolidated his territory. It's unnecessary for him to knock me out just to consolidate his territory. I'm sure he planned to do something objectionable, that's why he blocked everyone's sights. He must have something to do with my cultivation speed becoming so slow. Gu Chun thought to himself as a chill ran up his spine.
Although he did know what Duan Ling Tian did to him, he could not help but shudder when he thought about it. Moreover, he had a feeling his innate spiritual root had been damaged. Otherwise, why would his cultivation speed become so slow?
Why did it seem like he had a very low innate talent? Gu Chun knew this had something to do with innate spiritual root, because he knew one had to rely on one's innate spiritual root to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had become so slow, it meant that something was wrong with his innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not know exactly what was wrong. Even then, he could not help but shudder.
He had never heard of a person being able to damage another person's innate spiritual root before. Although a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse could sense the location of a person's innate spiritual root, he would not be able to mess with the person's innate spiritual root without injuring his soul.
Gu Chun could sense that his soul was in perfect condition. I hope he didn't destroy my innate spiritual root and has merely put a restriction on it. Otherwise, my life is ruined. Gu Chun secretly prayed in his heart. His eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian, when my cousin is here, I'll make sure you die without a grave. At that time, I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces and let you experience the greatest pain in this world before you die. Not only that, but I won't let your 2 companions go as well. I remember how they look like even though they're not in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I'll make sure they die as long they remain in the fire worship sect. You can only blame them for being your companions. A burning hatred rose in Gu Chun's heart, and it spread like wildfire. At this moment, not only was Gu Chun not sorry he looked for trouble with Duanling Tian, but he kept muttering about seeking revenge from Duanling Tian. As for his innate spiritual root, he felt that his master, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, would definitely be able to help him.
If you really destroy my innate spiritual root, I won't let your two companions die a fast and painless death.
I'll cut them up and make them watch as I feed their meat to the dogs. It seemed as though Gu Chun had gone crazy again when he thought about how his innate spiritual root might have been destroyed. I'll look for Master. After a moment, he left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and made his way east to look for his master, Lian. Why are you in such a state? Lian frowned when he saw how anxious and worried Gu Chun was. A hint of unhappiness flashed across his eyes. In all honesty, he would not have accepted a disciple with a green innate spiritual root. However, this person had promised him something he could not refuse. Gu Chun had promised Lian that he would ask his cousin to become Lian's disciple. According to Gu Chun, his cousin had a blue innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. His cousin would be coming to the fire worship sect soon. The fire worship sect had a rule stating that whoever possessed blue spiritual roots or higher could enter the sect at any time and become a disciple of the sect.
This rule had been around since ancient times. That was why there were so many powerhouses in the fire worship sect.
In the fire worship sect, even a golden flame elder would be tempted by a genius disciple with a blue innate spiritual root, let alone Lian, who was only a silver flame elder. Lian had been a fire worship sect's silver flame elder for thousands of years. During those years, he had only accepted 3 disciples whom nobody wanted with blue innate spiritual roots.
For this reason, when Gu Chun promised to ask his cousin to become his direct disciple, he immediately agreed to Gu Chun's request of becoming his direct disciple.
In his opinion, he would only acknowledge Gu Chun's cousin as his disciple. Gu Chun was merely tagging along.
Master, can you please have a look at my innate spiritual root?
There seems to be a problem with it. Gu Chun had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Lian. Anxiety filled his heart as well. Innate spiritual root? How can there be something wrong with it? Lian said with a frown when he heard Gu Chun's words. He did not do as Gu Chun had requested him. As a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse, Lian knew very well that if something was really wrong with his innate spiritual root, he would not be able to live. On the contrary, Gu Chun looked very well as he stood in front of him. Innate spiritual roots were hidden in the soul. Most of the time, even Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses who had achieved the 9th form would not be able to touch someone's innate spiritual roots without affecting that person's soul. Once the innate spiritual root was touched, the person's soul might be destroyed. There was a method that would allow one to touch or tamper with innate spiritual roots, but that method only existed in legends. At the very least, Lian had never heard of anyone mastering that kind of technique. Master, the speed that I sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy now can't even compare to someone with a red innate spiritual root.
My innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared. Can you take a look and see if there's a problem with my innate spiritual root? Guli explained with a bitter expression on his face when he saw the disbelief on Lian's face. He was burning with anxiety when he finished speaking. What? Lian was greatly shocked when he heard Gu Chun's words. He could tell that Gu Chun was not lying. Apart from that, he believed Gu Chun did not dare to lie to him.
Don't block my divine consciousness. Lian snapped as he extended his divine consciousness and guided it into Gu Chun's body before entering his soul. As a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse, Lian could locate the innate spiritual roots with his divine consciousness. However, when his divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's soul, he could not find his innate spiritual root at all even after he searched for it high and low. In the end, he came to a shocking conclusion. Gu Chun's innate spiritual root had disappeared.
How did this happen? Lian's widened in disbelief and he had a shock expression on his face as he retracted his divine consciousness. His heart was in chaos as well.
He was certain Gu Chun had an innate spiritual root. Not too long ago, he was there when Gu Chun participated in the innate talent assessment and was assessed by the spiritual pearl. He had seen with his own eyes when the spiritual pearl indicated that Gu Chun possessed a green innate spiritual root.
However, currently his divine consciousness could not find Gu Chun's innate spiritual root in his soul at all.
There were only two possibilities that something like that would happen. 1. Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not in his soul but somewhere else.
Second, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root had disappeared.
In Li An's opinions, these two possibilities were absurd. First of all, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root was located anywhere else apart from in the soul. Second, he had also never heard of anyone's innate spiritual root disappearing without any rhyme or reason. Moreover, the person's soul was not damaged at all.
Gu Chun's expression turned horrified when he saw how surprised Lian was before he fell into a daze. However, he did not dare to disturb Gu Chun.
After a long while, he saw Lian still did not regain his senses. He called out weakly, "Mast!" However, he did not get to finish his sentence. Lian interrupted him. "Try again." When Lian spoke, a spiritual pearl appeared in his hand suddenly. It was the spiritual pearl that was used to test one's innate spiritual root. When Gu Chun saw the spiritual pearl, Gu Chun did not know why, but he felt slightly uneasy. An ominous rose in his heart as well. After a while, he gritted his teeth and reached out to put his hand on the spiritual pearl. Then, he held his breath as he stared intently at the spiritual pearl while he waited for the result.
The span of 1 breath passed.
The span of 2 breaths passed.
The span of 3 breaths passed by.
After 10 breaths had passed, Gu Chun gasped. "Ha!" Gu Chun was shocked when he realized the spiritual pearl did not react at all even after 10 breaths had passed.
"Master, this is..." Gu Chun thought the spiritual pearl might be broken.
However, when he saw Lian putting his hand on the spiritual pearl, and after 10 breaths, a light began to emit from the spiritual pearl, horror dawned on him immediately. Gu Chun seemed to realize what was happening as he roared inwardly, "No! Impossible! 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 If I'm not mistaken, your innate spiritual root is gone," Lian said as Gu Chun was roaring in his heart. He sentenced Gu Chun's innate spiritual root to death immediately with his words. Boom!
Lian's words killed the last shred of hope in Gu Chun's heart. It caused his body to turn weak and collapse on the ground.
Why is it like this? Why is this happening to me? My innate spiritual root is gone.
It's over.
It's over. Gu Chun cried out in a low voice as he lay on the ground. He had a dismal expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. What happened to your innate spiritual root?
How can it just disappear? Gu Chun only began to calm down when he heard Lian's words.
When he calmed down, Duan Ling Tian's face appeared in his mind again. He said through clenched teeth, "It's Duan Ling Tian. It's him. He's the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root." He was shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. Originally, Lian thought Gu Li had met with a mishap that caused him to lose his innate spiritual root. However, he realized he was wrong when he heard Gu Chun's words. Horror dawned on his face as he asked in disbelief, "Duan Ling Tian? It's him.
He's the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root." Gu Chun roared. He charged forward and hugged Lian's legs as though Lian was his last hope. "Master, you must avenge me. You must seek revenge for me."
"I want Duan Ling Tian dead. I want him dead. I want to cut him into thousands of pieces and have his bones ground into dust.
I want to catch his 2 companions so I can feed their meat to the dogs." Gu Chun continued to howl. It was as though he was venting the pain he felt from losing his innate spiritual root.
Losing one's innate spiritual root meant one could no longer walk on the cultivation path. His innate talent was currently worse than someone with a red innate spiritual root. He was destined to stay at the early exemplary saint stage, no longer be able to progress. How could he accept this? What happened?
"Tell me," Lian asked in a low voice. He did not speak loudly, but the magic in his voice managed to overpower Gu Chun's howling and shouting. It caused Gu Chun to fall silent.
"Master, Duan Ling Tian." Gu Chun began to recount what had happened to Lian, including the things he learned from the new disciples. He even told him about him passing out. He went out of his way to block other people's sights. It's obvious he's up to no good. It must have something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root, Gu Chun said through clenched teeth after he finished recounting what had happened. What you said is not entirely without sense. It seems like the disappearance of your innate spiritual root has something to do with Duan Ling Tian. Li An's eyes gleamed coldly as he emitted a killing intent.
Master, you must seek revenge for me, Gu Chun begged sorrowfully as he looked at Gu Chun with anticipation in his eyes.
Don't worry. If we can confirm Duan Ling Tian destroyed your innate spiritual root, he'll definitely die, Li An replied coldly.
Isn't it obvious? When Gu Chun heard Li An said that they needed confirmation about this matter, he could not help but frown.
As soon as he finished speaking, he felt as though he had turned lighter. As it turned out, Li An had brought him flying to the western area of the Black Turtle Sanctum where the disciples stayed. Although there was still a distance to go before Li An arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he yelled angrily, "Duan Ling Tian." His angry voice was filled with a rolling energy that swept out quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it spread to every nook and cranny in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples.
All the disciples, including those who were in closed-door cultivation, heard Li An's voice. One by one, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples walked out of the Quartus houses. From afar, they looked like black clouds. There were at least several thousands of them.
Meanwhile, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples from the Tertius house also began to come out. There were several hundreds of them. Apart from that, several dozens of people from the Secundus house also came out. There were no movements at all in the Primus houses that were located at the top. What happened? Who did Duan Ling Tian offend this time? This voice sounds a little familiar, no?
Li An's had spoken in the distance, so he had not appeared yet. For this reason, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were puzzled.
A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of a Tertius house seemed to recall something. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I know that voice. It's Elder Li An's voice." Although his voice was not loud, many people still heard his words. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. After a few moments, all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who came out to have a look learned who the voice belonged to. It was none other than Li An, the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Li An's position was only inferior to the Sanctum leader in the Black Turtle Sanctum. What did Duan Ling Tian do this time? Elder Li An even personally came here. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples looked at each other in shock. They did not expect this new disciple would be so bold. He had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum not long ago, but he had offended their first Silver Flame Elder Li An again and again.
The fact that Elder Li An personally came here means it's not a small issue. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is doomed. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples agreed with these words.
After a while, under the watchful eyes of the others, Li An appeared with Gu Chun. Li An let go of Gu Chun, and Gu Chun followed him from behind. As Gu Chun stood behind Li An, his eyes were staring intently at one of the thousands of Tertius houses. His gaze was filled with a burning hatred. The Tertius house naturally belonged to Duan Ling Tian, the person he could not wait to kill. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was also alerted by Li An's arrival. Li An, what's he doing here? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard Li An and stopped comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Currently, he had already spent 6 months comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, he only managed to scratch the surface of it despite trying to comprehend it for 6 months.
Perhaps his progress would satisfy many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, but it was not good enough for him.
Previously, when he comprehended the 2 high-grade divine abilities, the Elementary Devouring Tactic and Otherworldly Celestial, it did not take long for him to comprehend and master them. However, he had spent 6 months comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier, but he did not make much progress. It was only natural that he felt dissatisfied and unhappy. No one knew how much progress Duan Ling Tian had made with the Black Turtle's Barrier. Otherwise, the disciples who were diligently comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier but did not make any progress would be so jealous that their eyes might even turn red. If they could read Duanling Tian's thoughts, they would probably feel like kicking him a few times to vent their anger. It seems like this concerns the matter with Gu Chun. Duanling Tian suddenly remembered the matter concerning Gu Chun, and he managed to guess the reason Lian had come looking for him in anger. This was the only plausible reason. Although Duanling Tian knew why Lian had come to look for him, he did not look worried at all. He was calm. Swish! With just a thought, he left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After he put away the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he opened the door and walked out of the Tertius house. The moment he walked out of the Tertius house, he discovered thousands of eyes looking at him. It was obvious he was the focus of everyone's attention. Among all the eyes that were looking at him, 2 pairs of eyes felt a little different. The eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Before he even turned around to look at them, he already knew to whom those eyes belonged to. It had to be Lian and his disciple, Gu Chun. It was easy for him to guess to whom those eyes belonged to because apart from Lian and his disciple, he had no enmity with other people in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Duanling Tian sympathetically. Elder Lian, is there a reason you came looking for me? Duanling Tian rose in the air and stood near Lian. He looked at Lian calmly as though he did not know what was wrong. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw how calm Duanling Tian was. Lian's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "Duanling Tian, how dare you?" His voice was thunderous, frightening the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were watching. Some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with lower cultivation were so shocked that they paled immediately. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, the party involved, remained calm from the beginning until the end. His expression remained unchanged even when Lian shouted. He did not even bat an eye. Duanling Tian seems to have angered Elder Lian. I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years now. This is my first time seeing Elder Lian so angry. I really can't figure out what Duanling Tian has done to anger him to this point. We'll find out if we continue to watch. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they watched the scene unfolding before their eyes. They knew this was going to be a good show. Elder Lian, what do you mean? I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Duanling Tian asked with a frown. He had a confused expression on his face. Before Lian could reply, Gu Chun, who stood behind him, shouted, Duanling Tian, stop acting. You destroyed my innate spiritual root, but you're acting dumb now. I destroyed your innate spiritual root? A bewildered expression appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he heard Gu Chun's words. Then, he looked at Gu Chun before smirking coldly. Gu Chun, if you're going to make accusations, you should at least come up with a better story, right? How can I destroy your innate spiritual root? Do you think that's something I'm capable of doing? Do you think we're all idiots? Or do you think Elder Lian is an idiot? Duanling Tian looked at Gu Chun as though he was looking at an idiot. You, Gu Chun became even more angered when he saw Duanling Tian refusing to admit what he had done. What angered him even more was apart from Duanling Tian looking at him as though he was an idiot, even the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were looking at him as though he was an idiot as well. Gu Chun said that Duanling Tian destroyed his innate spiritual root? What a joke! Who doesn't know that innate spiritual roots are hidden in the soul? If one touches the innate spiritual root, one would inevitably touch the soul as well. Even a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse can't destroy another person's innate spiritual root without destroying that person's soul. He should come up with a better story. Does Gu Chun think we're all stupid like him? Even if he wants to accuse Duanling Tian of something, he should have come up with something more believable. He's really bold. To think Elder Lian personally came for this. Don't tell me he believes Gu Chun's story? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their discussion, it could be seen that none of them believed Gu Chun's words at all since it defied everything they knew. Apart from that, many of them also looked at Lian with a strange gaze. Lian was a Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not dare to say much about him. This was about Duanling Tian alone after all. There was no benefit for them if they spoke up for him. Although they did not dare to speak up in front of Elder Lian, some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to discuss among themselves through voice transmission. If Elder Lian really believes Gu Chun, then he must be an idiot like Gu Chun.
I don't think Elder Lian believes Gu Chun.
If he doesn't believe him, why would he come looking for Duan Ling Tian in anger as though he means to seek revenge from him?
Perhaps he just wants a good excuse to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. Although we know it's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, Elder Lian can use this reason and frame him. If he's found guilty, he would be considered as breaking the rules of the fire worship sect since it's maliciously harming a disciple of the sect.
That's right. Why didn't I think of this? If he can push the blame to Duan Ling Tian, he'll be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lian is really ruthless.
Many discussions carried through voice transmission were similar in thought.
Many of the disciples looked at Lian in fear when they discovered how ruthless the first Silver Flame Elder of Black Turtle Sanctum was. This Silver Flame Elder would stop at nothing to achieve what he wanted.
Then they shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with sympathy.
Many people sighed inwardly. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive today. Duan Ling Tian, Lian said under the watchful eyes of the others. His voice was cold as he said, I know you won't admit to destroying my disciple's innate spiritual root. However, it's true that Gu Chun has lost his innate spiritual root. This has also been confirmed by Lord Sanctum Leader. His eyes glinted coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. His words shocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. They did not expect Lian would bring up the Sanctum Leader of Black Turtle Sanctum. The Sanctum Leader was the strongest person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Lian lied, it would be equivalent to him dishonoring the Sanctum Leader. If that was the case, the Sanctum Leader would not let Lian go. Due to this reason, they realized Lian was telling the truth. Gu Chun really did lose his innate spiritual root. How is this possible?
I haven't heard of anyone surviving after their innate spiritual roots are destroyed. However, since Elder Lian dared to mention Lord Sanctum Leader, it has to be true.
What's going on? Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian really destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again as they shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian as fear rose in their hearts. One must admit that as the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian had many tricks up his sleeve.
With just a few sentences, he managed to change the public's opinion.
Even if Duan Ling Tian was unwilling, he had to admit Lian was dealing with the matter in a brilliant way. Elder Lian, since you mentioned Lord Sanctum Leader, I have no choice but to believe Gu Chun has lost his innate spiritual root despite my unwillingness. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian as the disciples looked at him and said solemnly,
I believe Elder Lian won't use Lord Sanctum Leader's name so recklessly. Lord Sanctum Leader is the master of Black Turtle Sanctum. Naturally, I won't use his name casually. Moreover, I don't have the courage to do such things.
Lian smirked. If he did not need a good excuse to kill Duan Ling Tian, he would not waste so many words with Duan Ling Tian. Even then, what proof do you have that I destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root? Elder Lian? Duan Ling Tian's expression was still as calm as ever. Based on my knowledge, Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses or above can probe and sense someone's innate spiritual root.
With my current cultivation base, it's impossible for me to probe or detect one's innate spiritual root, let alone destroying an innate spiritual root.